also emphasized on the population dividend, especially because in Africa we have a population bulge. How can we leverage on this population to enhance economic transformation? And also, in regards to the Kenya's GDP, stated that Kenya's GDP has the importance of manufacturing. The manufacturing sector has not been doing well in the country, so we need to look into ways we can boost manufacturing, which is a very important agent of economic transformation and technological transfer. Then the next session was by Mr. Kizito Wagalwa from the COG, and he acknowledged the role of devolution as an ambitious plan for the country to attain Vision 2030 and economic transformation by devolving resources to areas that are marginalized in order to accelerate their development. He also stated that devolution introduced a system of transfers and responsibilities from the national government to 47 counties in order to promote economic development and deliver services closer to the people. He also emphasized on devolution as an engine of economic transformation. You know, previously, before in the old constitution, we had a centralized government, but now with devolution, counties should be the engines of economic transformation because we have developed services and manpower closer to the people. He also extended an invitation to KIPPRA to assess the impact of government agencies, both at the national and the county level, in helping the country accelerate economic transition. That is in boosting capacities, especially at the county levels, where we have some specific challenges in capacity. Then the next session was by Dr. Masilindo from AFDB, that's African Development Bank. And he talked at length about economic transformation and how we as African countries, we can leverage on our youths and natural resources to boost economic transformation. Then we got the first theme on national values, and the role of national values in boosting the people who are marginalized in the country, that is the youth, people living with disabilities, and the elderly, and those who don't have economic resources, that is those who are economically marginalized. Also, Mr. Anthony Blaise from Interreligious Council of Kenya also emphasized that. Then we also have had a panel session where various questions were asked on national values and how we as a country can boost national values. It was quite an engaging forum. And in the evening we had a session on green economy where various speakers emphasized on the role of green economy as the world is also transitioning to green economy in light of observance with climate change. There's need for Africa and Kenya in particular to leverage on the opportunities that exist as a result of the green economy, like green bonds and all that, in order to finance investment, sustainable investment. Then we went to, in the evening, we went to various bugs, and where we discuss, especially in the gig economy, the frontier products of macroeconomic stability, creative economy. And we also had a youth program where the young people interacted with various facilitators and on ways on career. We had a session on career and also a session on how they can leverage on the various finance platforms to boost their investments or to boost their businesses, that both from the government and from the private sector. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Josephat, for giving us the highlights from yesterday's conversations. I want us to quickly go into our first plenary session for the day, which will focus on trade competitiveness and frontier products. This session will be chaired by Pauline Gimwa. And as I wait to introduce Pauline, kindly, technical team, please bring us the ticker up front so our speakers will be able to smoothly transition with their presentations. Pauline Gimwa, who's chairing this session, is Dr. Pauline Gimwa. She's a program manager, professional development and training program at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. Pauline is an experienced practitioner and scholar in higher education and educational technology, and has led multinational education and capacity strengthening projects in African's higher education sector. Currently, she is the program manager, as I've just mentioned, at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, PASGR, responsible for conceptualizing and guiding the development and delivery of experiential professional training programs in early and mid-career researchers, academics, and policy actors across Africa. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Pauline Gimwa as she takes us through our first plenary session. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today is not as cold as it was yesterday, so yes. Okay. So we have a very engaging morning. We are in our third theme, trade competitiveness and frontier products. And we are fortunate that all our presenters are present. And yeah, I think they are right here in front with us. And to get us started, we will have Peterson Nyamashwa, who will be talking about, just a minute. Peterson will talk about market access and linkages with ACFTA. And I kindly request, as I introduce you, Kenneth Peterson, please come to the podium. Peterson is currently the manager in the Export Market Development and Promotion, Trade Advisory Services, Trade Policy Analysis at the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, KIPPRA. He is also a regional coordinator of Coast Province, Trade Information and Business Counseling, Export Promotion Council. He has quite a rich profile, so allow me to summarize it. He does numerous research in the trade sector, notably survey for Juakali metal fabrication products at selected sites in Nairobi, Kenya. So help me to welcome Mr. Peterson to take us to the first session. I also want to remind us that yesterday we were reminded that timekeeping is a value, and therefore I have confidence that all our presenters will keep time. So Peterson, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my session. My name is Peterson Nyachwaya from the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. As you can see, I'm representing Dr. Marube, who is engaged in another competing assignment. As Dr. has previously introduced me, I've been in government for quite a while, and I'm seeing my colleague here with me, but let's go straight to the presentation. I want to talk briefly about the Export Promotion and Branding Agency. This is Kenya's export promotion organization that supports you all and our business entrepreneurs to promote, sell, do market research so that you can get information that can guide you to make informed decisions. The Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency is an institution of government that is a sort of a merger between the former Export Promotion Council and the Brand Kenya Board. And so we have two main functions, the export promotion and brand. And on that note, as we were doing our national anthem, I want to remind each one of us, this is our nation, we don't have any other. Kindly respect our national anthem. The national anthem, when it's being sung, you are expected to stand at attention with your hands down like this, both of them. Give respect to your nation. Give respect because that is what other people look at. When they come to Kenya and they see you walking, pocketing, doing your hands like this, then they say this is not right. So I want to urge that we continue to uphold. Looks like technology may be failing me. Oh, the center, yeah, okay. Okay, that is the overview of my presentation. That if you want to get more about KIPPRA, Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, get to that website. The website that is down there. You'll get a lot more and get in touch with us. Now, I'll talk to you about how we are doing in intra-Africa trade, then an overview on AFCFTA, the state of play, where we are, the sectors, the national preparedness, and then the market access initiatives. I may go beyond the time Madam has given me, but you bear with me because this is key. How are we doing in intra-regional trade? If you look at the performance in the 2020, this is, we got this information from Tarlac. We are not doing very well. At US dollar 61 billion in 2020, that's 5%. The cumulative investment analysis gives you at 5% representation. If you look at the main products that we've traded, the mineral products lead, and you know, in this country, we are not doing very well in that product. Chemical products, we are slightly managing because we have the highest, the company that does the largest in Africa production of medical devices, the syringes and needles that you use, that are used in our hospitals. We have a firm that does that in this country, which is based in Mombasa. If you look at the food and beverages, we are somewhere there. Then lastly, the textile and clothing. If you look at the exporters in this map, Kenya is not on that map. If you look at the volume, aggregate volume within Africa, Kenya is not on that map. Meaning that the opportunity that has been available to us within the African continent, we have not even scratched the surface. So we may need to do a lot more, and that's why we are here to talk about it. Our neighbor Tanzania, Uganda, is coming strong. So what are we not doing right? If you look at the imports into Africa imports, Kenya is up there. You can see 0.8 billion. And this is precious stones, very little, steel, iron and steel, and some salts that we are doing. And that is a very small percentage. Moving swiftly, the same. This is the same report that we've seen in the previous slide. Then what is impeding us from doing better? One is the infrastructural challenges. if, for instance, the new entrant into EAC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, that is a very fetching market for us. But how do you avail your products to that market? One, you don't have a road through to Uganda, Rwanda. It can only reach the eastern side, the side next to Rwanda. But the other side where there is money and there are people who live there who has a lot to spend, you can only go through South Africa, go through the West African route by sea, or you fly. But you have the capacity, the freight capacities that will support everything that you are doing. So we are saying, in many of our African countries, infrastructure in terms of transport, communication, will be a challenge, and is still a challenge. And allow me, as I present on this, to give options which are in the slides that we'll look at after this. As a country, we need to get information on each of the markets that we think has potential for Kenyan products. We have tried to undertake market surveys. We've done a market survey in DRC, Nigeria, South Sudan, Tanzania, Rwanda, Mozambique. And for you to be able to make an informed decision, you need to get information. And this information can only be done either by us or through the trade support institutions that are in trade in cooperation with the missions, our missions in those countries. So that is what can help you get to know what the potentials are, what are the entry points, what are the issues. Is it a walk-in? Can you walk in and trade? Most likely not. I've been to DRC 5 times and worked with a number of Kenyan enterprises. Many of them, they see value in getting that market. But you getting your product to that market becomes a challenge because of transport and logistics and other issues that come into play. The password, corruption. You've not seen corruption here. You've not seen corruption in Kenya. You just talk. Just walk there. Walk to Nigeria. Excuse me for mentioning those countries. But it is something that can upset you at the point of entry. So can we work on it? Supposing somebody comes here, wants to export here. Can you experience the same? So if you want them to make it easier for you, make it easier for them as well as they come into this country, because trade is either way. You've seen import and export. Then many a time, some of the customs procedures are not always open to us. If you go to our neighbor here, Uganda, Tanzania, even Rwanda, what's on paper, at times the way they administer those procedures, those protocols, it's not always in the open. Even here, you need to dig, go to KRA, come to us, go to the Ministry of Trade, go to peers to get that information. As exporters, as the business community represented here, your brothers, your sisters who do the business, let us support them to get this information. Then if, for instance, our tea, we assume that the Northern African countries consume a lot of our tea. They have changed the demand. They are not taking the Black City tea. They are taking Orthodox tea, and they are taking green tea, which we don't have a capacity to supply. We are building that capacity. For instance, Morocco, Algeria, they are into green tea, so much into green tea and Orthodox tea. We don't have that capacity. So we need to clean our house, build capacity within, to be able to take advantage of those opportunities that have been availed by this process. Then, if you were to look at our brothers and sisters are engaged in agribusiness. But what is the level of production? Is it today produce enough that you can talk about? If you are, many times I've come across the business community complaining, I have not been paid, I had sent this out, but the other party has not paid me. Or at times as I work with you to those truth manifestation platforms, you are quick to sign that you are able to supply. Yet, before even you supply, they tell you, I need 20-foot container, 3 months. 2 40-foot container within 6 months. Yet what you are doing is just have a ton in a month. When are you going to build that capacity to fill those containers? So we need to aggressively build the capacity within by adding value. The export promotion, the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency has taken a conscious effort to support this cause by having a program we call the Product Development and Adaptation Program, where we come to where the enterprises are based, assess their export readiness, we identify capacities, then we come with the other institutions, maybe KEPS if the product needs to be certified, maybe KRA, maybe KILD, whatever need they have, we come and walk that journey with you. We ensure we add value to that product to the level that that product is not only competitive within this country, but can also sell outside the borders. We have 8 regional economic integration communities. I don't know. Allow me to ask a question, and I point at anyone. Please feel free to give me an answer. Madam, do you know of any regional integration integration platforms where Kenya is a member? Regional integration organizations where Kenya is a member. You need to be aware of these things. Some of them are overlapping. Kenya is a member of COMESA, it's a member of EAC. We are working on the EAC, SADC, COMESA union. So when you look at these colors, they've not been fused to give that reflection. So if you are in any of these, you have walked the journey and you need to protect what you have. So for you to get into the AFCFTA, it means that at some point you need to give up certain provisions that used to protect you as a group to allow the other members to access your markets. Now let me go to how have we performed within Africa. This is global, but within Africa you can see the first country where we're doing quite well is Uganda. Then Tanzania comes second. Then Rwanda, DRC, Egypt, South Sudan, Somalia, in that order. And then the rest is all 26.1%. So all this, the rest, means all the other African countries are lumped in there. So if you put the 12% plus 6, that's 18, plus 3, that's 21, plus another 3, that's 24, plus another 2, 26, plus 2, 27% in Africa, collectively from this chart. So the rest, over about 70%, is undone. Okay. Just give me 2 slides, then I summarize. And which products are we taking there? The horticulture, not the flowers, but the vegetables, the nuts, and the fruits. Tea, And as you can see, and then one more slide I want you to see. This. From my presentation, I want you to get only this one. That for us to access the African market, we need to align our policies, harmonize our standards, tariffs, rules of origin, undertake market surveys so that you can get information on what is it that this country presents, so that you can align ourselves to get in that market and trade. Then we need to make an effort to add value to our products. Then lastly, maybe we now promote by having country events which can give you a mileage. You may spend a lot, but it'll give you a mileage because you'll make people understand what you have to offer, and then engage you, make deals, sell. And then lastly, madam, I'm currently organizing a manifestation to Dar es Salaam. In the whole setup of the companies that have come on board, the service industry, which you mentioned here, only one company has come on board. The other two are government-based. Where is our service industry, which is making so much millions for this country in this? This is an initiative that can support you to access the African continent. And the same goes for all the other markets that we'll be accessing. I want to urge all of you to support us to take your products, to take your brothers, to take your sisters into these markets as and when we call on you to do so. I thank you very much.
Let's give him a better round of applause. Thank you very much, Peterson. I believe he has a lot to offer, and the government is really investing in this area. He has made an appeal. Let's use this facility that the government has given us. It's unfortunate that we couldn't cover everything that he had prepared for, but fortunately he's given us a website. Please pay attention, pay a visit to that website, and get to know more about KIPPRA. So our next presenter is coming from the academia, and he will give us a perspective from that perspective. Professor Mwangi is the Director of Innovations, Incubation, and University Linkages at Kenyatta University. He holds a BSc in Agricultural Sciences, and an MSc and a PhD in crop protection. He is also a holder of MBA in Leadership and Sustainability, and like I've said, he is the Director of Innovations, Incubation, and University Linkages. So again, I want to also remind you that you have 15 minutes, and I believe everything will be okay. Karibu sana.
How does it move?
You press other side.
Okay. Thank you, and good morning, Pauline, for the introduction, and good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. I'm pleased to be in this very distinguished event to talk about how we will take our country to the next level. I'm sorry, it seems to have lost a signal. Okay. All right, so as has been said, my name is Mwangi. I'm at Kenyatta University. I'm basically a scholar and a scientist in agriculture, but I do hold the administrative position of Director for Innovations, Incubation, and University Linkages. And today I want to talk about how, as our country, some of the ideas that, and I'll build on what Peterson has presented, how we can move our country forward to be more competitive and to access more markets. I don't want to dwell on this, but basically what value addition is. It's getting what we have, reworking it, reconfiguring it, so that we can create new products out of it, be able to penetrate some new markets, be able to compete, to differentiate our products. In the process, we generate more revenue and hopefully grow our nation's economy. So the kind of things that we are talking about adding value to can come from many different places. They can be partly from the goods that we are producing locally, the basic goods from agriculture. We can also import raw materials and process them or rework them and export. We can also have parts. So it's not necessarily in agriculture. It can be from many different things. But the purpose of this talk is oriented to export markets. And the last 3 points on this slide is what really I wish that we think about. To target export markets, we need then to think which commodities, where do we have possibilities really to access? And if there are markets, then what value addition can we do? And then we determine what we need to do to ensure we add that value. This graph here, I think, has been presented in some form or the other by Peterson. And Peterson, you allow me, I'm just building on your data, an excellent presentation. This is, a graph shows you the balance of exports and imports in Kenya between the data from 2016 to 2020. The blue is the exports. The orange is the imports. And clearly you can see we are importing by far more than we are exporting. There's a lot of statistics around, and sometimes one is not sure which one is true, but there are a lot of data from our own national government agencies, from the World Bank, from regional bodies, but some of it there's evidence that really we are spending a lot of money bringing in goods. So how can we grow our exports? You know, and we are focusing more on new goods. How can we be more competitive? We need to consider where are our major markets. Some of that has been shown. What products are going there, and what products, new products, can have in a new markets. This was shown by Peterson again, but the data is rearranged so that you can see from the biggest market to the lowest. And so you can see we exported more. This is our export markets. We exported more to Uganda and then all the way to the region around here. So we ask ourselves then, what value added goods can we sell to these markets? Because we already have these markets. They are within our hold. Can we sell other things to these markets, or where? Even within these, or even new countries, the countries which are not on this list, what can we sell to them so that if we were to remake this slide in 5-10 years, we will have reconfigured it? Now, Peterson again presented these statistics on our key goods. I have unpacked it. First of all, we look at agricultural goods because we know agriculture is where we've been strong before as a country, and non-agricultural goods. And this is what we have. You can see our main export products in the agriculture sector: tea, horticulture, the apparels, and all the way to the others. So it emerges that agro-processing is actually contributing very significantly, nearly 10% of our exports. It's very important. But so far, what we are selling is mostly raw goods, unprocessed, raw goods. We pick tea, just do some basic processing, package and sell. Flowers, vegetables, mostly they go unprocessed. We have been riding on our comparative advantages. For example, we have a good climate. It rains, we are around the tropical, the equator. We can grow, our farmers can be in production all through the year. This is good. But climate is changing. We all know about climate change. It is not, this is not going to be, it won't be an advantage with us in the long term. We have to be rethinking. How are we going to deal with these things which are coming? Labor costs in Kenya are relatively low. I don't know for how long. And now when we start talking about other countries in the region like DRC, there are others that can beat us on this. When you talk about skill levels, we are recognized in Africa and even globally. We are well skilled. But let me say, in agriculture, our skills are for production, not for value addition. There is a skill that we are missing that we need to focus on building, developing. For value, we are good in producing, growing those flowers, the vegetables, and exporting them. But we need to think how we can really add value to them. Geolocation, we are here, and that's a blessing from God. Now, if we start asking what has been the thinking before. The big four targeted selected sectors, tea, coffee, meat, and the others. And of course, there's good recognition. We can really reduce some of the losses through post-harvest. And a good question is, what more value can we add to what we are already doing? Now, this slide here gives just 4 examples of where we are at as a country. The one in blue at the top corner there is, and this is a little bit old data, but I don't think it has changed much. It shows us how we are doing in terms of processing our agricultural goods compared to other countries. We are processing below 20%, just above 15%. Other countries, Uganda, is upwards of 25, 30%. What is it that we are not doing right? Because we have everything that these other countries have. Ivory Coast, Tanzania, they are ahead of us in terms of value adding to their goods. Look at the lower graph here, where we really can say we are proud, because I think for our colleagues from KIPPRA, the AGOA market is really a flagship for Kenya. Been doing very well. But I came across these statistics. I'm not sure who compiled it, but for me it was interesting. Because AGOA has been, the growth in our export market, I think AGOA has contributed very significantly. But see, we are only holding, I think as of when this statistic was, 0.4% of that market. The same statistic shows Bangladesh is holding 6% of the market, yet their costs are 9% more than Kenya. Now again we ask ourselves, what is it we are not doing right? Bangladesh is more expensive than us, but they are holding a greater share of that market. I hope, I don't know, Peterson, whether this is correct or not. Look at tea, because you mentioned tea. It's here on my slide. 97% of our tea is just that. We are not processing it. And I think somebody from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers worked this out and said we could gain 500% more value. The tea that we're exporting from Kenya is of such quality, other countries are using it to blend their poor quality tea to access markets that we could access. Look at the slide there on leather. We have millions of cattle, skins, hides, a lot of it. But 90% is going to the markets really unprocessed. And there's a lot of benefit that could be gained. Now, this is what I read some of the documents from government agencies. There is very good thinking. What could we do? There was very excellent thinking. Importing agri-products and processing them around Mombasa. Locally, having these value-adding, institutions or farms in different parts of the country, a fish processing, targeting, I think, tuna and others around Lamu. Excellent thinking. An integrated textile cluster proposed around Naivasha. Leather cluster. These are really good ideas. And I think here we have good opportunity. But we need to have very targeted innovation so that we are not going to the market with the same things that Tanzania is bringing, Congo is bringing, Ethiopia is bringing. We need to be creative and innovative to compete effectively. If we look at the non-agricultural goods, and I do think we have opportunity because a bit of our export-oriented thinking has been around agriculture and value addition. And looking at this slide, we do see, this slide again, it's part of the data that Peterson has presented here. Of course, there is opportunity, great opportunity to do much more, high potential for innovation around these goods. But there are also specific capabilities that we must develop as a nation to compete. Because what can we sell? If we look at these machineries or chemicals, plastics, pharmaceuticals, how do we compete against, is it Sanofi or Johnson & Johnson, those guys who are selling us their vaccines here? We have to rethink and build some really strong capabilities to thrive. If you look at those sectors which are non-agricultural, the thinking was around here, low-cost housing, those mega projects, the mining, the gas area, and others. And I thought myself in my thinking, we can reorient this so that even as we look at the internal market, we are also building whatever opportunities we can access in the market. Here is a summary. This a bit crowded slide is a summary of the challenges that face us as a country in our endeavor to go further to value add and process goods and access these markets. And there are many. Some of them have been mentioned here. Issues of market access, standards, quality standards. For example, we have a large potential in the leather industry, but one of the complaints is how animals are slaughtered. You get hides with holes. But I saw now the Kenya Meat Commission, I think they have invested in these high-tech machines. They don't make the holes. You know, these kind of things. Skills. I said we have skills for producing in agriculture. We need skills for value addition. Leather industries, pharmaceuticals, machine operations. You can buy, and I think the government has done well to invest in some of these very high-tech equipment. But do we have people who are skilled in operating them, in servicing them? Where are we going to get our spare parts from? And all these other things. Issues of water, transport now has been sorted very well in Kenya. Electricity is high. Right now, the cost of fuel is high. These things really remain very serious and significant challenges. They are well known. And the good thing here in this country, we can be proud of, we have the institutions. The institutional framework is in place to deal with these things, but I don't know whether we are doing. Some of the capacities that we need as we address this are individual. In terms of training, we need to get our people trained to get the skills and competencies to do the things that we need done. Others are at organizational level. Strategy. Who are the people leading organizations? What kind of thinking are they bringing on the table? We have to question and re-question to be sure that we are heading in the right direction. In terms of leadership, partnerships and collaborations, because we can't work on this alone. We know we're in a region, we're in a continent, we have to partner with others. Enabling environment with regard to policies, and I think, Peterson, that's your domain, and KIPPRA. In terms of regulation, I think there is a feeling that some sectors are over-regulated. Taxation. Until the other day, I learned, I'm not sure this is true, but value-added tea was being taxed higher. It discourages people investing in value-adding because you're going to attract higher taxation. Of course, the others are around there. I think this will be nearly my final slide. But I think, because I come from academia and from a research environment, a way to enhance value addition and access these markets, we have to stimulate innovation. What is it that we can sell to these advanced countries? France, Germany, Russia. We don't want to just sell flowers and things like this. Can we make medicine, or even those vaccines, or some machines in Kenya, and sell to those countries? Because if only we remain here and thinking about Congo and Burundi and these other countries, you know, or Somali, where probably we see they are closer, I don't think there is a level of innovation and competitiveness that we are not going to attain. We need to figure out how to stimulate innovation within our institutions. What is needed? Funding is necessary, because people are not going to bring their ideas and put them on the table and struggle on their own. They need, you know, something, promise them something, facilitate them. Already the government started this, the National Research Fund, the Kenya National Innovation Agency. They are there, and they are doing something, but certainly more can be done. Within our institutions, for example, where I am, where the Vice Chancellor offers a grant, it's called an innovation grant, and tells people, come up with an idea, we are going to give you some money, and see how you can develop it further. But we also need to build the capacity of our people to compete for external grants and funding. So we don't just sit here. Creating an ecosystem for research and co-creation. How can we make sure private sector, has been mentioned here, are working with private public bodies to create products? How are patents, you know, this issue of technology transfer, commercialization, how are they being managed? Do we have this enabling regime and environment? So this is a summary of, for example, some of the things that we are doing at Kenyatta University, the Chandaria Business Innovations and Incubation Center. So we admit people from KU and from outside. The space there is allowed 30% can come from anywhere. And when people come there, you get supported with all kind of things, you know, training, mentorship, linking you to people who know how to do things, and other organizations like this. And we are quite proud of some bit of our successes. That is on my last slide, and I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. You've just been on time. Exactly 15 minutes. Let's appreciate him. Again, that was a very insightful presentation that built on what KIPPRA is doing. And we can see that there's a lot of linkages. Indeed, the government is encouraging the university or the academia industry linkages, and we can clearly see the value of that in his presentation. And tomorrow there's a section on, there's a theme on human capital, and I believe there'll be a lot of building up. So these themes, the way I'm seeing them, they build on each other. So thank you very much, Prof. Our next presentation will be helping us see the fair trade practices in promoting trade competitiveness. Will be given that presentation by Mr. John Goge Mwaura. Kindly come to the floor. Thank you. So John is the Acting Director, Weights and Measures Department, and is a member of the Institute of Trade Standard Administration in Kenya, the professional body of legal metrologists. He holds a master's degree in business administration and postgraduate diploma in legal metrology. So welcome. We hope you'll keep to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is John Ngoge Mwaura, Acting Director, Weights and Measures, and I'm going to present. This is going back, and this is going forward. Okay. Fair trade practices in promoting trade competitiveness. Okay, I've been given 15 minutes. I want to go to rush on it. Yeah, forward, yeah, okay. Okay, the first slide is explaining who we are, weights and measures. We are told, in fact, we started in 1890. I just want to go very fast. And there was a history until we came to the Ministry of Trade. We started in the police section. We were part of the police, and they discovered that there are issues that we could not be able to handle under the police. That is now when we moved to Ministry of Trade. Okay, that is the current state of our department. The structure, we have 2 levels. We have fair trade practices is being handled by county, but national office handles consumer protection. Okay, fair trade practices for sustainable development, importance of legal metrology. So what do we do in legal metrology? Legal metrology is science of measurement that is controlled by Act. So metrology is science of measurement, and when we apply law in those measurements, it becomes legal metrology. That is what we usually do. We ensure that all weighing and measuring instruments used for trade are verified and are within the standard that have been set. Therefore, so for fair trade, we ensure that all instruments are within a given standard that will be able now to work. All the competitors are working together. So let us talk of the issue of fair trade. In the Bible, I think here we are Christians, we are Muslims. In the Bible, in Deuteronomy 25:13, states that do not have 2 different weights in your bag, one heavy and one light, so that the heavy one you use to buy, the lighter one you use to sell. So you get advantage, you get more, you sell less. In Leviticus 20:35 to 37, Do not cheat anyone using false measurement of length, weight, or quantity, using honest weights and honest measures. God also controls weights and measures. Through these verses of the Bible and also Quran, we have Surah that 83 states, in the name of Allah, the most merciful one, the compassionate one, misfortune to those who commit fraud when they measure against others, but take full measure when they measure and weigh for themselves. You see, God is also trying to bring in issue of fair trade, because when it comes to fair trade, the competition is on the level ground. Okay, the mandate of weights and measures is to execute through the following laws: Weights and Measures Act, Cap 513, and also Trade Description Act 505. I want to go very fast so that I keep my time. Weights and Measures Department, so that one is fair trade practices for sustainable development. As I've said, we maintain standards of legal metrology. And when we ensure that all weighing instruments are verified, even when even this the measurement of the amount of water inside here is measured, and we ensure that each and every person gets what belongs to him or her. Fair trade practices, we also control, we do what we call approvals of equipment. All equipment that have imported are supposed to be approved to be used in Kenya. And of late, we have found that most of these electronic machines, mostly those that are being used in butcheries, have not been approved. Let me give an example. Just imagine, you have a family of 5, and you are sure that when you buy 1 kg of meat, you'll be able to fill your family and be able to be satisfied. Only to be given a half kg. And when the mama has cooked in the kitchen, the husband will bring that quarrel. Anasema, wewe umekula hii nyama yote kwa jikoni. Because there was that issue of being given less. So those are the things that are happening all over. Those electronic machines, some of them are manipulated to ensure that you are getting less. So weights and measures are supposed to ensure that fair trade in that. So we have standards, our legal metrology standards. We have a primary standard, we have secondary standards, we have secondary reference standards. All of them, we maintain them to ensure that we have the traceability to international standards. Okay, that is an example of what we do. We measure weight bridges. You have seen them in the highways. We ensure that all weight bridges are within the permitted errors. And also, we start from weight bridges to the smallest weighing scale in the market. Okay. That one is done every year. Verification is done every year to ensure that they are within the standard. So when it comes to pre-packaging control, I think we can, most of you have passed maybe through route from Eldoret to Nakuru, where the potato is being sold on the way. You are given, maybe there is that indoor, they call it gorogoro, that gorogoro. You find that they arrange those potatoes such that down there, we call it false bottom. Down there, there's nothing. But up there, it is filled. But down there, there's nothing. So you find that the way they handle that, they make sure that they transfer that to your container very fast, and then you are sure that you get maybe that value, that quantity, but in actual, you have gotten half of that. So that is pre-packaging. Maybe I can give an example of those packages. Those packages, the containers are too big compared to the product. That is a way of cheating. Those are containers, very big, But whatever is inside is very small. So that is how cheating on pre-packaging. Also, look at those two. We have 30% bigger and 40% bigger, but they are of the same size. Now, what can you say about that? They are of the same size, but you are told that the other one is 30% bigger, the other one is 40% bigger. So that is cheating in terms of pre-packaging. Also, you find that in bread, we have the same issue. Bread, you are told this is 600 grams, and this is 400 grams, but they are of the different size, and therefore you are cheated. You go to, and the one that is 400 is cheaper than the 600. So obvious, you will go for the cheaper one, isn't it? But you think that you have gotten the 600. So those are the things that are happening in the field. And therefore, when it comes to fairness in trade, it is better that Ways and Measures comes in and ensure that there's fair trade in whatever they do. So another example that I might give is you are traveling maybe to Kisumu, to your rural area, and you have a family, and you are traveling to Kisumu. You put a fuel in your vehicle, a fuel that you are sure is enough to take you to Kisumu or Siaya. And only to find that just somewhere near Kericho, that the gauge shows empty. And you are in that forest, and it's around 11 p.m. with your family there, and the gauge is saying empty. You cannot move. It is at night. Just imagine what will happen. And you have your family, you have even your children are there. That is that's how serious it is. So when what happened? You are not given enough fuel as you were filling in the petrol station. You find that you get less than what you asked for. So those are things that Ways and Measures deal with when it comes to fair trade. We ensure that you get what is yours, that worth your money, so that you can be able now to move forward. So what I'm trying to bring to us here is that when you go to a shop or to a petrol station or to wherever you are buying something, ensure that, make sure, for example, those that are filling their vehicles, ensure that the meter starts from 0. They like those attendants, like those people who say, Jaza, you are in the vehicle, you give them the key, weka 500, ama Jaza, and then you are there waiting for it to be Jaza. You end up getting less because they know how to manipulate those meters. So make sure you get out of the vehicle, you go to the meter, the pump, you look at start at 0, and then you are sure that it gets, maybe it is 2,000, you're sure that it is at 2,000. Otherwise, you'll be conned. The same thing happened with these other dispensers. Make sure that you observe. And therefore, when it comes to Ways and Measures, we are there. You can complain to us at any time. That is our contact. You can be able to contact us, and that comes to the end of my presentation.
I expected you to appreciate him better. Haven't we all been educated? Yes? Yeah, so when you are feeling your whatever petrol, make sure you step out. So thank you very much. Yesterday we were taught a lot about values. Fairness is one of those values, and the government is at the center of it, and particularly in matters trade and exports. So thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. Our final presentation is from Mr. Samuel Chemisto. please come to the floor. Yes, thank you. And he'll be talking to us about managing trade in counterfeit and contraband. I think that's a very interesting topic. Allow me to briefly introduce Yes, Mr. Chemisto is the acting director, Kenya Trade Remedies Agency. He is a career civil servant who has served in the Ministry of Trade for many years, 20 years, and he has served in both Kenya and overseas, advancing Kenya's trade and economic development agenda. Before the current engagement, Mr. Chemisto was the head of multilateral division in the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Department. Welcome.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Yeah, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and also for the brief on the IT. So this morning, I'm going to take you through some aspects of managing counterfeits and contraband. When I was preparing for this topic, I thought I should look at it from the broader perspective, so that I'll closely touch on counterfeits and contraband in the presentations. Basically, you've heard this morning about trade and legal trade. So maybe the chapter or the session that I'll be taking you through, it will take you more or less on one other aspect of trade. That is what we call negative trade, or sometimes you may refer to as underworld trade or unfair trade practices. So for this topic, I'll try to look at it from the introduction. I'll look at global context. I'll look at forms and definition of illicit trade. I'll look at the rationale, or why this kind of trade exists. We'll also look at the economic impact, and then strategic response to this illicit trade in Kenya. And then briefly, I'll look at trade remedies, because that's where I belong, and this will be an opportunity for me to introduce you to trade remedies, since we're the new baby in the room. And let's look at introduction. Now, Kenya has been confronted with some heightened level of illicit trade, which is perpetrated by individuals and organized networks of illicit trade. Illicit trade in all its forms, either smuggling, counterfeits, or tax evasion, is costing governments billions of dollars, not only in Kenya, but globally. And then in the process, legitimate trade is undermined, and consumers are also faced with unsafe products. And then the magnitude of this illicit trade is growing. It's not only growing here in Kenya, but globally. And it is undermining our goals that we have envisaged to get in or under the Vision 2030. Now, let's look at it at a global perspective in terms of how this illicit trade is. Now, in 2013, there's an organization called Business Action to Stop Counterfeits and Piracy, which is an intellectual property arm of the International Chamber of Commerce. And they pointed out that illicit trade or counterfeit and pirated goods, their value was in the range of $923 billion to $1.3 trillion. That's That is the global perspective in terms of the size of counterfeit and pirate trade. And PASCA forecasted that by 2022, this will be in the range of $1.2 to $2.81 trillion economy. And this is an underworld economy. So you can imagine the magnitude of this volume of trade globally. And in a World Bank study, yes, yes, sorry. No, I can if I, okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't move the slide, so that is one challenge that comes with technology. So I hope I'll be able to adjust. So if I not, I'll call for what we normally refer to it as technical assistance. So thank you for alerting me. And so when we look at the global perspective, as we said, so we're saying that PASCA, in terms of its forecast, is that by 2022, this is going to increase and it will be in the range of 1.2 to 2.8 trillion by 2022. And World Bank also has looked at this kind of study and is saying that since the 1990s, this has increased 7 times more than the normal business. And it is well over $1 trillion in value globally. So you can see that this is an underworld economy, but it is very huge in magnitude. And it is not only for us, it is global perspective. And then also the IMF and the World Bank, in terms of in one of their studies, they have estimated that this is between 15 to 20% of GDP. So it's a big chunk of the economy. So what are the forms? Or we look at the forms and the definitions of illicit trade. Now, there's no single definition because of the broad scope of what illicit trade covers. But generally, it has been agreed that the definition could fall under any of these two. So one, it can be defined as trade that infringes on rules, regulation, licenses, taxation systems, or it can also be defined as trade that infringes on embargoes and all procedures that countries have put into in terms of to organize trade, protect the citizens, raise standards of living, and also enforce codes of ethics. And we've heard that yesterday we were taken through ethics. So part of this kind of trade is also that trade which it affects that kind of enforcement of the codes of ethics. And then the concept extends to money, goods, value gained from illegal or otherwise unethical activity, which is taking on ethical conduct. And then it also includes all actions or contacts intended to facilitate illegal activities. So that's where illicit trade covers, and that's why it's so broad and it's so deep, and that's why it's one big chunk of this. So what are the forms? So we're saying illicit trade takes these forms: smuggling, intellectual property infringement, trading in illegal weights and measures, which we have gone through, human trafficking, environmental crime, illegal trade in natural resources. This could be form, and then trade in harmful or substandard goods, and also substances which have serious implication on public health. It also, in drugs, you can say in illegal drugs, trade in illegal plant parts, seeds, animal material, illegal manufacturing, illicit arms trade. Those of you who come from northern Kenya, or those of us where you hear the kind of security situation happening in Isiolo, issues happening in Kerio Valley, it's revolving around illicit arms trade. And also illegal manufacturing. Those of us who have had challenges, of course, we have, when you have Kariobangi light industries, you've heard of so many things that go there. it constitutes part of illegal manufacturing. But of course, there's another way that we could go into turning it. And that also illicit financial flows. This is something that is also happening because the trade cannot happen without the movement of money. So some aspects of it happen in illegal trade. So what are some of the technical terms now referred to in here? So we'll have counterfeit. Now what this means is fraudulent imitation of genuine goods. And then contraband, goods prohibited by law from being imported. And then, of course, undervalued goods, that is where the invoices are presented with less than the value. And then uncustomed goods, that's part of products. So it means these are goods which have not gone through customs. Substandard goods, these are goods now which do not meet certain technical specifications which have been given by law, and that's where our colleagues from KIPPRA come in. Uncustomed, that's where KRA comes in. Dumped goods, these are goods sold below the market price in this country. And then let's say it is a product. So in its country, it is 10 plug. When it comes to Kenya, it's 8 shillings. So from the country of export, it's sold at the country of where the export market is sold cheaper than from the source market. And that's where KIPPRA comes in. Subsidized goods, this is where goods which get governmental support. And that's where KIPPRA also comes in. We look at, sorry, let me see. Yes, and then the rationale. Why does this happen? Why it happens is it takes weaknesses. This trade happens because it takes advantage of weaknesses in regulatory regime, which facilitate movement of goods. And these weaknesses are in legal and regulatory framework. That's the law governing. And then also the global financial regulations. That's in the commercial banks and the central banks. Regulations may not be very strong. And then in in transportation systems also, which facilitate movement of this. So maybe there are weaknesses in the transportation system, both transit and also across borders. That's where we might have challenges. And then it's also in digital technology. You will find that digital technology is facilitating this illicit trade because you find copyright of software, audio visuals, and products which perform better, like just the originals. I've seen some of you, we have been using your computers, you can see maybe if you are operating on Windows software, sometimes when somebody tells you, say, please don't activate it. Or maybe once you have already installed in your laptop, you can see somewhere saying, this may not be an original software. So those are the kind of technology which is facilitating this, and it's also giving us a lot of challenges. What are the economic impacts of this? So we can see that the economic impact, KAM in 2012, they undertook a study and found that 40% of the market share is counterfeit. So you can imagine significant share of that. That's 2012. So in 2008, OECD undertook a study, and they found that the East African region is losing close to USD $500 million per year in terms of tax revenue from this. So the other impact is also in consumer health, because imagine what happens in counterfeit medicine, what it does to you. It's a big problem there. And also food security. We have issues of counterfeit fertilizer and the food decline that's gone together with it. So you find that we also missing in terms of that. And then, of course, innovation and creativity industry. You have heard about our musicians, our local filmmakers saying that they can't make money. They can't make it because of piracy and counterfeiting. Because the money, the things that they do in terms of their production or creative art, they don't get much. And then to address what is the strategic response to this? Now, of course, it has been realized that government has strong laws, but each of the entities is working singularly. They work on their core mandate alone. So in terms of that, it's creating some of the loopholes. So the Ministry of Trade has come up with a national strategy to address the files. Now, the strategy stresses the use of a multi-agency approach. The multi-agency approach is the way now all the agencies dealing with enforcement come together and enforce the law. That's where you see KEPS, you see weights and measures, you see KRA, and then you see also institutions like KIPPRA, which are coming in to address some of these problems and then work together. So they synergize and coordinate efforts of these different stakeholders. So what is the aim of the strategy? It is to dismantle the FIs and disrupting the cartels, networks, and seal loopholes in law. And also strengthen partnership between the private sector and also the main enforcement agencies. The strategy is guided by the aspirations in the Vision 2030 and also our national obligations and also regional obligations. The rationale of the strategy is to protection of industries from losses, from illicit trade, and also to protect intellectual property, to make sure that those who have in creative industry get their fair share of returns. And also, it also seeks to reconcile the trade-based economic objectives with the broader public policy objectives as the health and welfare of Kenyans and citizens. And then the strategies will be implemented by the multi-agency approach coordinated by the Ministry of Trade. So I want to introduce you to trade remedies because it was not part of this, but as one of the agencies also part of this, is this is a new institution which is being established, but it's also addressing one of the unfair trade practices. And this is, there are trade policy tools available to a government to protect domestic industry, which are suffered as a result of imports or unfair imports, which is causing material injury and also causing material injury in terms of retardation. And here, they are broadly divided into three. We have anti-dumping measures, which addresses problem of dumping, which we have seen is part of the unfair trade practice. We have countervailing measures, which addresses issues of subsidies. And subsidies, which are given by government. Dumping is a practice by the private sector. And then it also addresses issues of safeguard measures, which addresses certain import surges. I'm almost there, just give me some few minutes. So I think the issues of dumping, we had discussed and looked at it in a broad sense. And then what are we? So we are domesticating the multilateral trade agreements on this area. So that is the global perspective now, trying to look at the international instruments which are giving us protection under this. And then Section 5 of the Act, which provides for the establishment of KIPPRA, and that is how we have come into being. And then maybe the last aspect, okay, that's it maybe. Thank you, and
thank you very much. Another very educative, insightful presentation. And I don't think we really appreciated him well. Aren't we learning? Very well. Thank you very much. Another one for all our presenters. Excellent. So now we move on to the next segment of this session, where we will have some panelists engaging us further in this area of trade competitiveness and frontier products. So I kindly request our panelists to come to the floor, please. So we have, is Linda in the house? Linda, please come. Caroline? Yep. Maureen? Tobias? Thank you. Mr. Frank? Oh, I was hoping you're Maureen. Are you Maureen? Please come. Yes, we have a very powerful panelists here to engage us further. And I'll briefly introduce each and every one of you. I will start with the way you're seated. So we have Maureen. Yeah, Maureen is Policy and Advocacy Research Officer at Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And she has over 9 years of experience in this area of public policy analysis, project management, and research. So she has served in different capacities, and including working with KIPPRA, Danish Liberal Democracy Program, the People Dialogue Festival at the Center of Multi-Party Democracy in Kenya, and as a senior qualitative researcher with InfoTrack, staffed in the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association. She holds a Master's of Arts and a Bachelor's of Economics and Statistics. We have Mr. Tobias. Mr. Tobias Odogo comes from the State Department of Trade and Enterprise Development as the Assistant Director at the ministry. He is trade policy and negotiations expert and also overall head of tripartite free trade area desk in COMESA, EAC, and SADC, with over 10 years of experience in trade policies. Allow me to introduce Caroline Gathi has a very rich profile, so allow me please to summarize. She has a wealth of experience in the area of trade, finance, and risk, and works with First Idea Consulting Limited. She's worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers, KPMG, East Africa, and the European Union in this area of trade, finance, and risk management. She serves in different capacities, including being the immediate past president of the Organization of Women in International Trade, and has continued to support this organization as a board advisor here in Kenya and in Africa. She's a non-executive director at Faulu Bank and current chair of Risk and Compliance Committee at the Central Bank of Kenya, and also serves at Africa Economic Research Consortium. She has a master's degree in financial management and a bachelor's of science degree, and she's a certified public accountant, and also holds a diploma, international diploma, and international certification in enterprise risk management. Caro and I also share a very happy past, so I'm delighted to also have you here, Caro. Then we have Linda, sorry. So Linda is representative of Youth in Trade and Business Association. Well, that is very good. We have representation also from the youth. She is an entrepreneur in agro-processing and value addition sector through her company as CEO and founder of Rift Valley Organics Africa. So if you see that in the supermarkets, you have an opportunity to engage her. Linda is currently working with International Trade Center as a policy analyst. She also has a very rich profile. So allow me to summarize that, Linda. So, dear panelists, I'm privileged to engage you, and I have a set of questions for each and every one of you. I plead with you in the interest of keeping time. We try to be very brief in our responses. So, yes. I'll start with you, Linda. Please highlight the challenges experienced by youth and women in trade to access export markets.
Okay, the youth experience a lot of challenges. First, I'm glad that almost half of the population that is here is comprised of the youth. That is good. One of the biggest challenges the youth experience when it comes to not taking advantage of export opportunities is lack of information. Most of the youth who are here don't even know where to start to get information. Like we have the president of Zambia who's in the country. MOUs have been signed on investing on trade in their countries. How many people are aware of how to take advantage of the market opportunities in Zambia? The president of Sierra Leone was here like 2 weeks ago. How many people are aware of the existing market opportunities that are there in Sierra Leone? As long as access to information remains a challenge, the youth won't tap into it. Secondly, access to finance. Most of the young people don't even know where to get capital to start their businesses or scale. That's why people like us, we are always online applying for grants, accelerator programs, hoping to get finances also from angel investors in order to capitalize on trade opportunities, business opportunities in the country. So access to capital is the biggest challenge. Also, not having the right quality of products needed for export markets is what makes most of the youth or women or SMEs not to tap into these markets, because if you don't have the right quality of products that is needed for the export markets, who are you going to sell for your products? Also, there's certifications, licenses, and permits that is needed for export market. It's really cumbersome, especially where to go to get them, which offices do you need to visit, is there an online portal that people can apply for these permits? It's really a big challenge. Also, we haven't taken of value addition opportunities. I'm currently incubating at Kirdi. Most of the SMEs don't even know about Kirdi. How will we capitalize into value addition opportunities if we don't know about the existing manufacturing and incubation hubs that exist? And even with that, Kirdi is not in all counties. So how do you expect someone traveling from Turkana to go and leverage on Kirdi that is in either Kisumu or here in Nairobi? It's such a hard task. Also, most of the women and youth don't have basic training on entrepreneurship skills, and that is something that the government needs to support us women and youth when it comes to entrepreneurship, because we need to be supported to know how to apply for these proposals, how to apply for these grants, if there are trade missions, how do we present our products, and such kind of things. So we really need a lot of support, not only from the government, but also from private sector organizations, so that you can be able to leverage on such opportunities. Also, facilitating market access for our products. Market access is such a challenge, and it's also because as youth, we haven't capitalized on online platforms to sell our products. If we are not visible, who will know that we exist? I'm glad that Dr. Amakove is here. We were talking with her the other day, and we are talking about how we youth, we aren't really visible out there. We were talking about her Wanderlust Diaries platform. A lot of people know about it, but if she wasn't visible with her passion for tourism, how would she have created her own business profile? So if we don't even have catalogs for our products, like for me, I can't come to this forum carrying samples of each of my products. If you need to know about my products, I have online catalogs, websites. You can go visit and know more about it. But if I'm not visible, someone who wants to buy my products and they're in another country, how will they get access to me? Yeah.
So thank you very much, Linda. You're quite articulate on the challenges you encounter as a young entrepreneur. And I'll come back to you with tangible recommendations of how government can support you. So I want to move on to Tobias, and I try to understand the country's product base for exports, we find that it is quite narrow. And with AFCFTA, we want to understand how we can expand this product base to benefit AFCFTA to ensure enhanced market access for the Kenyan products.
Very much. I think looking at the presentations we've just had, we saw that the product base, particularly export product base, was quite limited. We were only able to export maybe 5 major products even to the region, and basically we export them to the region. So we need to at least improve on the product base, but not only on the product base, but even on export destination, we need also to improve so that we diversify. So majorly, what needs to be done is diversification of our product base. That needs to be undertaken so that we improve on some of the products which we sell to the region so that we can be able to sell more. Because basically we sell tea, coffee, horticultural products and all that. And therefore, what needs to be done is that some of the products we make in this country can also be exported. And therefore, what is lacking is what my colleague has just said, information about some of these products. And therefore, what needs to be done is that we need to undertake a lot of trade shows and exhibitions within the region to enable us to exploit the CFTA market. Because basically CFTA market was meant to improve the inter-African trade. And therefore, for the inter-African trade to improve and to benefit Kenya in particular, we therefore need to improve on the product base. But for us to do that, we need to have a coordinated export promotion, whereby, as KIPPRA is doing an export promotion, other agencies in this country, we also have realized, are doing their own promotions. Like even the government, if you go to some country governments are trying to do promotions. I therefore think that we need to consolidate some of these export promotions so that it be done by agencies or in collaboration with agencies so that we be able to make an impact. We need to access some of these markets which we were not accessing before in Africa, particularly the northern, the central, and even in the West Africa. We do very minimal trade with the West Africa, Northern Africa, and even the Central Africa. And therefore, what needs to be done is that we need to penetrate this market. And for us to penetrate this market, we need to look at the products which we can be able to sell in those products. Therefore, that would therefore improve on our product base. And therefore, also the destinations where we basically take our products is within the region, particularly the EAC. And that is not enough, and that is why we have CFTA. And therefore, with CFTA, we need to come up with some of these products which we do have and try to export them within the region. And KIPPRA should take lead in this because that is their main mandate, so that they incubate and try to improve on some of these products which Kenya is manufacturing, so that they can be able to be exported within those regions. This is an opportunity of a very big market for us, and therefore we need to strategize on how to exploit it and how to benefit more from the CFTA. And for us to do that, we need to do a lot of work in terms of sensitization, making people to understand that there's a big market, and this big market needs us to be innovative and to be able to come up with the products which we can be able to sell. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Tobias. You've actually linked the challenge, the base you've given us, you've kind of linked to the presentations about the product base, and also you've gone on to indicate how you think the government can prioritize towards giving an intervention. And KIPPRA, that has actually come to you. We'll come back to you on very clear areas of prioritization in trying to deal with this issue. I want to go to Alice. Linda gave us a perspective of the youth. I want you to give us a perspective from the women, because I know you operate at that level of empowering women access finance. So kindly help us understand the challenges that you find women encountering in accessing finance for their trade.
All right, thank you very much, Pauline. So a study done by Afrexim Bank stated that women have $42 billion deficit for their businesses in Africa. Now, that's a very huge deficit, and I know there are very many interventions in the market today addressing financing for women businesses. And just by working with women and the challenges they face to access finance, there are very numerous challenges, but I'll name a few of those challenges. The first one is, where do these women or even youth get this finance? Majority of the finance comes from financial institutions. And for you to get money in a finance institution, the financial institution has to conduct something we call a credit risk assessment, or an assessment. And this is where the crux of the matter is. So when a financial institution does credit risk assessment, some challenges that women face is that they run very small businesses, so their cash flows are not attractive enough for the financial institution to lend money. Number two, women, by their nature in Africa, do not own property. A study done in the world shows that women own 1% of the world property. And in Kenya, women only own less than 2% of property registered, land registered in Kenya. So if a financial institution is looking for somebody who can give collateral, then it is impossible for women to be able to access financing. And then the other thing is that women businesses tend to be in service sector, which is not an area which is financed. We have several women in manufacturing, but running very small enterprises which are not very attractive for financing. Again, there's also a perspective. When you go into a bank, we did a mystery shopper, and a proposal was written to a financial institution. It was presented by a woman, and the proposal was declined. The same proposal was presented by a man without any change, and the money was given to a man. So there is this perception that, women do not really run proper businesses. The other challenge women face is lack of patient capital. Yes, they could access this capital, but the capital is not patient. What do I mean by that? If I'm running a manufacturing enterprise, the period of manufacturing from purchase of raw materials to getting materials in the shelf could be anywhere between 3 weeks and 8 weeks. But what our policy is saying, I get money from a financial institution. If I get it from a microfinance, by 30 days, by the 31 days, I'm on the red and I have to start paying back. Those are only 4 weeks. Have I turned around my business? Not yet. That's why we have so many people in CRB listing, because these policies are not conducive for business. If you have borrowed from a bank, by the time it is 91 days, your loan is on the red, and the bank will request for that loan, and they will come hounding you and taking you to CRB. Now, the cash, the money we have in Kenya is not patient. And these are policies and regulations that need to be looked into, because then if I'm running a business and within 30 days, I have to pay back, how will I do my business? The other challenge that women face is inadequate financing. Like I've said, they don't get enough amounts of money because of the nature of the businesses they run. And they also get a low end of the stick where if I'm a woman business, where will I likely to go and borrow? If I go to a bank, I don't have adequate savings. if I go to an MFI, and remember, microfinance institutions are created for the lower cadre of businesses. But the policies and procedures they have is that are punitive. So if my loan is 31 days, that means that I need to look for money to pay back within 31 days. So they also access very low capital, which is not adequate to run a proper trade enterprise. And then also lack of know-how. If you speak to majority of the women who are running enterprises, they do not understand trade finance. If you tell them, maybe you talk about letters of credit, factoring, invoice discounting, these are terms which are not very well known. And then hence running their businesses, they would then go to cheaper, or more available and convenient sources of funding like Shylocks, where they would get very high interest rates. And some of these businesses then tend to then pay very high interest rates. We have some women we are working with who have a lot of loans which they are not able to service. So we help them even restructure their loans, look for cheaper ways of accessing their loans, help being intermediaries between themselves and financial institutions so that we can advise them on how they can go about financing their businesses.
So thank you very much, Carol. That is quite a lot and has brought out issues about where we are, even with all the effort that the government and other sectors have made towards empowering women. Now, fellow panelists and the audience, we want to break this panel discussion, go out and take a tea break, and then come back and continue, because obviously there are very interesting things that are coming out. So I kindly request that we come to an end now, temporarily, and then after the break, we come back. So I want to invite Linda to break.
All right, thank you so much to this panel, which has been chaired by Pauline Gimwa. So the reason we would like to break this conversation at this moment is because we want to have a very hard start at 11, where we have our opening session. And this panel will come back right after tea so we can finish the conversation for about 10, 15 more minutes, and then we get into the official opening ceremony. Our chief guest is just about getting in now, so I'd like us to very quickly run for tea at 11 o'clock. Please be back so we can have a hard start at 11. We will also be live on TV from 11, so we kindly request that you're here on time.
Habari mbaya zimenifikia, mandugu zangu wananikulia, kumbe sahani yangu misikia, inaniuma sana. Yule mpenzi niliaminia, nikamuweka mbele ya dunia. I must be tripping nikikurudia, umenitesa sana. Nairobi, yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Oh, sana Nairobi, yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Oh, sana Nairobi, yule nakupea, pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Mombasa na Nairobi, papara pam pam papara para, papara pam pam pam, papara pam pam papara para, tirin tin tiru. Marashi yako yalinivutia siku ya kwanza ulikupitia, kumbe si ni peke nilinusia Yolanda ya lavenda, na mbogi yangu iliniambia eti nikusale basi kusikia. I don't wanna do this no my dear, najuta kupendana Nairobi, yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Mombasa na Nairobi, yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Mombasa na Nairobi, papara papa papara para, papara papa papa, papara papa papara para, tiriti Nairobi, yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Mombasa na Nairobi, yule nakupea pia nanipea, akikuletea ananiletea, wanakula fea, sote tunashare. Mombasa na Nairobi.
Chum chum malo, chum 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 chum malo.
Kenyans build a land, 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 Kenyans build a land. Chum chum malo, chum chum malo, chum chum malo, chum chum malo. Kenya lijenge, Kenya lijenge, Kenyans build a land. Kenya lijenge, Kenya lijenge, Kenyans build a land. Chum chum malo, chum chum malo, chum chum malo, chum chum malo. Let's come together, Kenya, let's build it in our hands. Let's come together, Kenya, let's build it in our hands. Tuje pamoja, Kenya, tulijenge in our hands. Tuje pamoja, Kenya, tulijenge in our hands. Rise up, unite and build Kenya.
Oklo, Jehovah, Oklo, 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 Oklo, Jehovah, Oklo. Umakoja chien, ibade runda runda runda. Onyono nyono nyono kitende mulwar kucha. Umako jachien, ibade runda runda runda. Onyono nyono nyono kitende mulwar kucha. Umako jachien, ibade runda runda runda. Onyono nyono nyono kitende mulwar kucha. Oklo, Jehovah, Oklo, Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Umako jachien, ibade runda runda janjo. Unyo kitende monor kucha. Umako jachien, ibade runda runda janjo. Unyo kitende monor kucha. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo.
Pokaneni Yesu,
Kijongo gimana.
Wende pokaneni Rabi,
Kiweyo yamba wasigoloya.
Pile pili kedona,
Jetenwe.
Toyawa pile pili lochona.
Pokiweya wasigoloya.
Pokaneni Yesu,
Kijongo gimana.
Wende pokaneni Rabi,
Kiweyo yamba wasigoloya.
Pile pili kedona,
Jetenwe.
Toyawa pile pili lochona.
Pokiweya wasigoloya.
Isoti ngotunga malo,
Kakatumjowi.
Osiepayo isewiro ya gimo manyien.
Pokiweya wasigoloya.
Pokaneni Yesu,
Kijongo gimana.
Wende pokaneni Rabi,
Kiweyo yamba wasigoloya.
Pile pili kedona,
Jetenwe.
Toyawa pile pili lochona.
Pokiweya wasigoloya.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga. Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga. Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga. Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota linga linga. Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga. Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Utiota linga linga, Yesu tiota linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Sama Yesu tiota
linga linga.
Welcome to WE Center. WE Center stands for West Electrical and Electronic Equipment Center, a facility that deals with electronic waste management, and the so-called e-waste. E-waste is a growing form of waste globally, and it is the most toxic form of waste that nations, countries, and organizations all over the world are struggling to cope with and to manage. As an organization, we have set up a facility in Kenya that deals with e-waste management at a national level, and we work with a number of corporations and government agencies to make sure that electronic waste is properly managed. And regionally across the continent. We are partners in other African countries, 18 of them, where we have managed to replicate the e-waste management activities that we undertake here in Kenya. E-waste is a trash, yes, but e-waste is also a resource. So our main aim as an organization is to try and see and to come up with modalities, mechanisms, and programs that enable the youth, organizations, and community members to manage electronic waste in sustainable manner. We manage electronic waste to protect the environment because toxic components in e-waste harm the environment in serious ways. And we also manage electronic waste to protect human health, that is public health, because the toxins that we get from e-waste affect the health of people. Toxins in e-waste contamination or e-waste contamination affect human beings in two main ways. One is through the food chain poisoning. If you have vegetables and crops and other farm produce grown in contaminated areas, these crops or farm produce will take up the toxins from e-waste. And when you eat them, you get the infections or diseases that are related to poisoning from electronic waste. E-waste also can contaminate the environment through the groundwater, get to the fish, you drink water, you eat the fish, and you can also get poisoning from e-waste. So we work with a number of organizations and local entities, especially the youth in the informal sector, to make sure that this e-waste is properly collected in environmentally manner, and we also make sure that proper transportation, storage, and processing of this electronic waste is also done in a proper manner. Once we segregate the e-waste and process the e-waste, we do treatment for fractions that are problematic and toxic. And this process is also a bit expensive. We spend quite a bit of money to make sure that the e-waste or the toxic e-waste is properly treated. The other element that we look at in our e-waste management program is the social impact. When we engage the youth to process electronic waste, we make sure that the output or the revenue that they can generate from engagement in electronic waste management is something that can improve their social and economic circumstances. They get paid for the services that are they render when they're involved in segregation of e-waste transportation processing. Of course, you're paid. There are also fractions that you can use as spare parts for repair of other electronic devices. And there are also fractions that can also be used as raw materials, like the pellets from the plastic that has been crushed, glass, copper, and many other components of electronic waste. So in general, we operate a circular economy model on electronic waste management, just to make sure that there is zero waste that gets into the environment. And as we engage in electronic waste management, we do management in a manner that protects the environment, improve the social and economic circumstances of the team or the youth or the community members involved in this program. Thank you.
As Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat, we are here to appreciate the progress that has been made since inception of this project. We were here about 3 years ago with the board, and now we see a massive improvement in this. One of the other reasons that we are here is to just tell Kenyans that a lot is happening.
This is the Ndongo-Kundu Special Economic Zone that many of us have talked about for a long time. It was officially launched or inaugurated by the President in 2019. It's a huge place. It's about 3,000 acres.
The SEZ is a multi-sector zone. It has a free trade zone. It has industrial park.
Mwachie yote. Bwana Yesu anaweza. Bwana Yesu anaweza. Bwana Yesu anaweza. Mwachie yote. Bwana Yesu anaweza. Bwana Yesu anaweza. Haleluya anaweza. Yesu mwachie yote. Neno lako ni nuru, taa ya kuniongoza katika giza la chomoza. Neno lako ni nuru, taa ya kuniongoza katika giza la chomoza. Neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa la chomoza. Neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa la chomoza. Neno lako ni ngome, kwako mi salama katika giza la chomoza. Neno lako ni ngome, kwako mi salama katika giza la chomoza. Neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa la chomoza. Neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa la chomoza. sote tu washindi.
Katika giza la chomoza,
Neno lako ni nguvu, sote tu washindi.
Katika giza la chomoza, neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa, la chomoza, neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa, la chomoza, neno la okoa, neno la bariki, neno la komboa, la chomoza.
Mungu Baba, nimesikia habari zako. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Mungu Baba, nimesikia habari zako. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho.
Mungu Baba, nimesikia habari zako. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Mungu Baba, nimesikia habari zako. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Kwa macho, 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 nione kwa macho.
Mungu Baba, wagonjwa wewe unawaponya. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Mungu Baba, wagonjwa wewe unawaponya. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho.
Mungu Baba, wagonjwa wewe unawaponya. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Mungu Baba, wagonjwa wewe unawaponya. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho.
Leo nataka nione
kwa macho, nione kwa macho.
nataka nione
kwa macho, nione kwa macho.
Leo nataka nione
kwa macho, nione kwa macho.
nataka nione
kwa macho, nione kwa macho.
Mungu Baba, wenye njaa unawashibisha. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Mungu Baba, wenye njaa unawashibisha. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho.
Mungu Baba, wenye njaa unawashibisha. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho. Mungu Baba, wenye njaa unawashibisha. Leo hii Baba, nataka nione kwa macho.
Leo nataka nione
kwa macho, nione kwa macho.
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 Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo.
Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo. Oklo, Jehovah, oklo.
Omako jachien, gibade orundo rundo rundo onyono nyono nyono gitende molwar kucha omako jachen
Yesu omako jachen ya nyono
gitende molwar kucha omako jachen
Yesu omako jachen ya nyono
gitende molwar kucha oklo Jehovah oklo oklo Jehovah oklo oklo Jehovah oklo oklo Jehovah oklo omako jachen
Yesu omako jachen
ya nyono gitende molwar kucha omako jachen
Yesu omako jachen ya nyono
gitende molwar kucha oklo Jehovah oklo oklo Jehovah oklo oklo Jehovah oklo oklo Jehovah oklo
Pokaneni Yesu
kijwango ngimana
to bende pokaneni Rabi
kiweyo yama wasigoloya
pile pili kedona
chetenwe
to yawa pile pili lochona
pokiweyo wasigoloya.
Asante sana to the Kipra choir. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you always so much for bringing in the much needed smiles and energy. Please take your seats so we can move on to the next step. I'll call you back in case we will have you perform during the official opening ceremony. All right, I'd like to call back Pauline, Dr. Pauline, to take us through about 10 minutes with the session that had begun earlier. And as soon as she's done, we'll then kick off with the official opening of the conference. You can call your panelists.
Yes.
Just take them.
Yeah, please let me have my panelists back. Who are we missing? Yes. They are all here, yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. So yes, we've just been given 10 minutes, and we will do the very best to maximize on that. So I want to turn to Maureen. Maureen, yes. So I would like you to briefly tell us what advocacy strategies are being employed in the private sector to enhance local farms' competitive advantage in the regional market.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Maureen Wanyonyi. I work as a researcher at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Just to come back to you, I am picking up from the conversation from the youth and the women challenges. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers has a sub-wing called the Women in Manufacturing that supports initiatives by women in manufacturing to help them ace the challenges that they're facing. And in terms of financing, is already coming up with something called the revolving fund, where we are getting a partner who will enable women in manufacturing to be able to do that. Other than that, Kenya Association of Manufacturers also participates in export market access trainings, where we offer trainings to some of our members, including young people in manufacturing. But in terms of advocacy, most recently we had the fourth band tariff, the 35%, that we had been lobbying as manufacturers and among other stakeholders. And the passing of this allows for promotion of local manufacturing. So it might have its effects, but however, local manufacturing will be promoted greatly by this 35% for the fourth band rate. We have also ongoing advocacy around Bear. I don't know if anyone has heard of it. Buy East Africa, Build East Africa, largely borrowed from Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. So we are looking to consolidate production within East Africa and also initiatives around buying products from within the regional bilateral trade. We also are supporting regional value chains, sectoral initiatives around leather, textile, and apparels. We have advocacy around the industrial policy that is the ongoing regional industrialization policy that covers competitiveness, among other challenges that affect manufacturing. We also have advocacy around ECMA, the ESC Customs Management Act, and we're also lobbying for diversification of exports for manufacturing. So just to mention a few advocacy areas that KM is prioritizing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. And you've also been very brief. Thank you. So I want to turn my attention to Tobias. We've focused mainly on the national government. I would like us to look at the county government level. And you help us to understand how this level of the government supports the sustainability of SMEs businesses, briefly.
Thank you very much. We remember our Constitution 2010 devolved the functions of the government, and now currently we have roughly 48 governments, including the national government. And SMEs are key and very important for the economy of this country, and therefore the focus should be geared towards, the government focus should be geared towards SMEs. And therefore, both the government at county level and the national level should come up with the policies that support SMEs for their development and growth. But this is sometimes missing, particularly when it comes to county government, because if you look at their policy frameworks, particularly on licensing, sometimes their licensing framework is geared towards revenue generation instead of growth and development of the SMEs. And that is where we are failing. And therefore, both the governments should be able to work on the policy frameworks which are geared towards the growth and development of SMEs, which is very key. And we also need to look at the area of trade finance. We need to at least be able to support the SMEs to be able to finance their development. And the government, particularly the national government, have come up with so many of those kind of funds which can be able to support SMEs like WESO Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund, all those are there. And therefore, county government should streamline their kind of fundings to the SMEs, because some of these countries are funding SMEs without legal frameworks, and it is just something absurd, which they just decide to give them money and there are no regulations. So that needs to be undertaken, and therefore, and another important area which should be supported in SMEs is their training. Training is key for them to be innovative, for them to understand what is the requirements of the market, for them to be able to grow their businesses. They need to be trained, and therefore government should come up with institutions and they support the institutions which are doing that, the trainings, business training particularly. And this, the national government has done well. We're coming up with the TVETs, and which has really done well in supporting the youth and maybe small businesses. So the government should fund the institutions to be able to do that. Also on the trade regimes, we need to simplify the trade regimes, particularly SMEs which are dealing with the cross-border trading, so that they get the smooth operations in the trade. Thank you very much again.
Lots of recommendations here and wonderful ideas. To the government, you're the government. Yes. Okay, we just have 3 minutes, and I want us to split these 3 minutes between Caro and Linda. And you give us, in form of a parting shot, one priority recommendation you can give to the government. Please take a minute each. We start with Caro.
Thank you, Dr. So some of the solutions I think that needs to be thought through is creating patient capital for women entrepreneurs. I said earlier that MFIs give 31 days period for you to start paying your loan. That is not adequate for businesses in manufacturing. And so creating patient capital requires that we do some policy reforms on the provisions of the MFI Act and the prudential guidelines, which give 91 days. So I think there should be some work that is done to be able to create patient capital. The other thing I wanted to say as well is to establish a credit guarantee scheme specifically for women. This ensures the money in financial institutions so that women businesses, we reduce the risk that financial institutions keep talking about when you're talking about women businesses. So seeking insurance, I think there's one current county which is deposited some money in KCB, and entrepreneurs from that county can now access loans at 7%. So we need such kind of interventions where we are able to de-risk women businesses. And then creating reasonably priced financing, like I had said earlier, depositing insurance and monies in financial institutions, and creating de-risking for businesses, as well as revising the credit assessment models that financial institutions use, so that we are able to even come up with other ways of collateral. For women, we can think about what are collateral that women have that they can be able to use for the banking institution. For example, in some of the countries in Africa, like Egypt, they use jewelry as collateral, and this has been used to be able to provide financing for these businesses. So I think we need to think about creative ways of thinking about collateral that women can use, including the women like who come from the remote areas of Sambulu, Pokot, using their beads as part of collateral to be able to get credit facilities. Also looking at things like jewelry which women own and seeing how we can be able to use that as collateral for their businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Caro. Very, very detailed, and also thinking outside the box. I like the jewelry thing. Linda, you only have a second, if there is anything like that. One PV recommendation.
What I would like to encourage first, both county and national governments, you should encourage inter-county trade forums whereby the youth can come to trade with youth from other counties, see what products are there that can be value added or even exported. Also, we can't be worried as a country about mulot gang when the government can invest on innovation hubs for these people, utilize those skills. There's no reason why Kenya shouldn't have a Silicon Valley when we have young people wasting their talents on swim swapping and all that. Also onto sports and services. We have great football talents, athletics talents in this country. I don't see why we shouldn't have young people who are here playing for mighty clubs like Arsenal and other football clubs in the world, whereby we can tap on their great potential. Lastly, the youth, no one owes you anything. Go out, look for those opportunities, knock on those doors, apply for those funds, get into those export businesses. The best they can do is to do all the policy work, negotiate for us, but we are the ones to trade. And the government people, when you're going for those negotiation forums, tag these people along. We need to know how you people are negotiating those bilateral agreements on our behalf. We can't be talking about women and youth trade protocol in the FCFTA, yet we are not even part of that delegation. We need to be included. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Yes. That was very powerful. Maureen is negotiating for, have a second, 2 words.
Thank you very much. I'd like to mention just 4 priority areas that will be important to grow exports and also to grow the manufacturing and with support from government. Number 1, it should be possible for the government to provide competitiveness and level playing field. It should be possible to enhance market access. It should also be possible to enhance pro-industry policy and institutional frameworks. These are already very vague terms that could have been discussed further with time, but also there's need for industrial sustainability and resilience. And I'm glad that we have Linda here. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to see you. And also I would like to request that we become a part of organizations that are lobbying for export promotion and for local production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We definitely needed more time for this. So we'll be coming back. Thank you very much. I think this has been an honor, great honor to moderate this session. We would have, there's a lot that needs to come out. And I believe the organizers of the conference have heard and captured these recommendations. So thank you very much. Let us appreciate our panelists as they sit. And unfortunately, we could not pick questions from the audience. Please bear with us. It is in the interest of time. But I do believe that you have followed the engagements that we've had. You've also followed the presentations that we had in the morning. Again, I want us to appreciate the panelists and the presenters who presented wonderful presentations in the morning. Kindly let us appreciate them. So thank you very much.
Let's give another warm round of applause to Dr. Pauline Gimwa for expertly managing our first plenary session this morning. Asante sana Daktari. Choir, please come in, give us the KIPPRA anthem before we start our formal opening of the conference. Let's give a warm round of applause to our KIPPRA choir as they come to open for us our official ceremony.
Wakenya tuna furaha kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele.
Wakenya tuna imani kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele.
Wakenya tuna baraka ya taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele.
Wakenya tuna baraka ya taasisi ya KIPPRA
kupeleka Kenya mbele. KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi, KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi.
Wakenya tuna furaha kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
maendeleo Kenya.
Wakenya tuna furaha kwa taasisi ya KIPPRA
maendeleo Kenya.
Wakenya tuimbe leo tukifurahia
kuwa na KIPPRA Kenya.
Wakenya tupige vigelegele tukifurahia
kuwa na KIPPRA Kenya. KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi, KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi, KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi, KIPPRA kufanya utafiti, KIPPRA kufanya uchambuzi. Kenya
kujenga uchumi kwa utafiti na uchambuzi.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele
kuhifadhi mali za utafiti na nchi ya Kenya.
KIPPRA hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele Kenya, tunasonga mbele Kenya, tunafurahia KIPPRA inafanya kazi Kenya, tunafurahia
kuhifadhi data za utafiti na uchambuzi. ya Kenya.
Kipra hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele. Kenya tunasonga mbele. Kenya tunafurahia. Kipra inafanya kazi. Kenya tunafurahia.
Viongozi wote wanaongoza vizuri sana.
Kipra hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele.
Na wafanyakazi wanafanya kazi vizuri sana.
Kipra hoye hoye, tunasonga mbele. Heko viongozi wetu. Heko wafanyakazi wetu. Kipra inafanya kazi. Kenya tunafurahia. Kipra inafanya kazi. Kenya tunafurahia. Kipra inafanya kazi. Kenya tunafurahia.
A very big round of applause to the KIPPRA choir. To all companies, organizations, state agencies, I think you now have a choir for hire. Next time you do have an event, let's give them a warm round of applause as they take their seats so that we can begin our official opening of our conference. Our chief guest, Honorable Ambassador Ukur Yatani, Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Planning, represented here today by Chief Administrative Secretary, Mr. Eric Wafuko, the CS, Ministry of Sports and Culture and Heritage, Ambassador Amina Mohammed, represented here today by Dr. Henry Obina, Secretary Administration, the PS, State Department for Planning, Mr. Saitoti Torome, the KIPPRA Board Chairman, Dr. Benson Ateng, Executive Director, Dr. Rose Ngugi, members of the board, ladies, gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very good morning to you and welcome once again to the KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference 2022. It has been an incredible 1.5 days so far, and we are just setting the ball rolling. Now this will mark our official opening of the conference, and I'd like to let you all know that we are now live on KTN, our media partners. I'd also love you to be part of the conversation online. The hashtag we're using on Twitter is KIPPRA Conference 2022 and KIPPRA at 25. Without much further ado, I'd like us to quickly run into the program with our welcoming remarks and a recap of the conference. I'd like to welcome Dr. Rose Ngugi, our Executive Director, to take us through the next session. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
I hope it's still morning. Good morning, all of you. Mmekunywa chai. Good morning. Good, that's better. So, we are all happy. Our chief guest, Honorable Ambassador Ukur Yatani, Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Planning, represented by Honorable Eric Wafuko, the Chief Administrative Secretary, the National Treasury and Planning, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, represented by Henry Obina, Secretary of Administration, State Department of Culture and Heritage, our Principal Secretary, Mr. Saitoti Torome, State Department for Planning, the KIPPRA Board Chair, Dr. Benson Ateng, all the KIPPRA board members are present. We have a representation from government, senior government representative present, representation from development partners present, representatives of national government, non-government organizations, all protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 1.5 days. Yesterday, we started our conference, the 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference that is themed Foundations for Sustainable Economic Transformation in Kenya. And under this theme, we are looking at various aspects. One of them, we are looking at human capital. We are also looking at areas that have potential to drive this economy, including gig economy, green economy, the orange economy. And we cannot also forget that all these things would work if we are able to oil the engine, and we usually oil the engine with financial inclusion and also making the markets work. That gives us a clear picture of the themes that we are discussing during this conference. I also want to mention that we have a very diverse representation, this including our students from university, and they had a one-day event yesterday where they were taken through various discussions on life after campus, how they can move on with innovations, and how they can make them of value and therefore make money out of it. But also they got to discuss about how they prepare themselves when they are going for interviews, when they are going to look for jobs, but at the same time how to get mentors who will hold their hands as they go into the world of work. Yesterday, we also had very, very interesting discussions. In the morning, we looked at various aspects, trying to understand the macro environment, both locally and also at regional level, which is defining the transformation, not just for Kenya, but also for the region, that is Africa, East Africa, and the relationship that we also have at the global level, the fact that we cannot ignore the shocks that would come from international arena. We also had a very, very interesting discussion focused on values. We agreed that we can do as much, but without values, we may not go very far. Values define for us the way we behave. It defines for us how we treat each other, and it also defines for us the priorities, even in government, as far as the policy direction is concerned. We looked at values not just at a national level, but we also looked at values from the family level and also from our religious background. And we agreed that when we think about values, we must also think about having a servant leadership. Yesterday, we also talked about the green economy. There are many things that we need to understand so that when we look at the climate change, we've realized that our development agenda can negatively be affected by climate change. And for that reason, we need to understand the actions that we need to take in order to prepare ourselves, but at the same time to mitigate the effects of climate change. We discussed matters to do with waste management and even how we can make value out of the waste that we are generating. We also discussed matters to do with wetlands, and we agreed that we need to be very forceful to come up with clear policies that protect our wetlands because they play a critical role as we think about climate change. So today in the morning, we have also gone through a very interesting session focused on issues to do with trade competitiveness and how we can take advantage of opportunities that are coming with the Africa continental free trade area. And in addition, we've also been reminded that fair trade can also happen at a very individual level, the way we go to the market and what we get as far as measures and weights are concerned. But in addition, at international level, we have to be careful about aspects of illicit trade. So that's the much we have discussed. So we look forward immediately after this session. We are going to talk about the gig economy. And don't be tired. Tomorrow, we are also going to look at a creative economy or the orange economy, among other aspects, including making markets work. And this will talk to food issues, labor issues, as well as cash crop and the market that they find themselves. So at this juncture, I would like to give an opportunity to Professor Lundeki Chwea, the Director General, Kenya School of Government. He's our host. In as much as we are hosting you, we also are happy that KSG has agreed to be a warm host to this conference. So I want to give you an opportunity to say hello to us and also welcome us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose Ngugi, Executive Director of KIPPRA. Our chief guest this morning is Chief Administrative Secretary, Honorable Eric Wafuko, representing our Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning, our Principal Secretary for Planning, Mr. Saitoti Torome, and the Chair of KIPPRA Board, Dr. Benson Ateng, and board members present, and Mr. Dr. Obino, representing our CAS for our Cabinet Secretary for Sports, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome you all very, very warmly to the Kenya School of Government. And just to let you know that we are very, very privileged to have you on our campus this week. I also would like to congratulate KIPPRA for organizing the 5th Annual Regional Conference with a theme that is very, very appropriate for us in Kenya at this juncture of our national development, which is foundations for sustainable economic transformation. Allow me to take 2 minutes, Chief Guest, to just make a personal observation about our efforts to develop our country. I would like to just recognize the fact that Kenya has a grand national development agenda. That is the Kenya Vision 2030. Now, that's an important starting point that we couldn't take for granted. In pursuit of this national development agenda, I just would like to observe that our country has done well. We have done well in trying to transform this country so that it can join the ranks of developed nations around the world. We have, in this regard, developed very, very manifestly our productive sectors. That's the economists call these productive sectors. But we in political science, we call these the means of production. We have done well to develop agriculture, to develop manufacturing, and to develop commerce, including SMEs that we have been talking about. Our chief guest, our country has also done well, in my view, in developing the services sector, healthcare, education and training, social protection so that no one is left behind, security so that we have a safe environment in which to exploit our potential. Our country has also done very well in developing the facilitators of development. ICT and digitization done well in the transport sector, energy sector, water, public service, delivery systems, and even environmental protection, focusing on, not just focusing, but including climate change mitigation measures. Finally, we've done very well, in my view, in developing the governance standards in our country. We have done well in trying to attain the results-based management system. We've done well so far as developing rule of law and promoting justice in our country. We've done well in devolving our governance system so that the local areas and the local people are also involved. And we've done well in developing our national values that include hard work, integrity, mutual social responsibility, and just kindness to each other. And so I just believe, I want everyone to recognize that we have done well and are doing well. Never mind that there are challenges here and there, and which country doesn't have challenges. Challenges are part and parcel of development. In fact, development can be defined as the ability to overcome challenges and realize our goals. So I'd like to thank KIPPRA very much for organizing this conference that has given us the opportunity to reflect on some of these issues. Asante sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much. Tumpigie makofi tena. I want now to welcome Mr. Henry Obino, the Secretary of Administration, State Department of Culture and Heritage, to give us a perspective on matters culture and heritage. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you, Madam Dichi. Our chief guest, CAS, who is standing in for the CS, Principal Secretary, the Chairman KIPPRA, the Director General, KSG, Professor Luteki Chweya, who I'm privileged to have attended induction with in this institution when it was called KIA. And that time we were having our classes up where the university took over in 1988. And he has progressed now to become the Director General after serving in many capacities in the country, which you all know. Distinguished presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be on record to correct my credentials. I'm Henry Obino. If I was a teacher, I would have said I'm Mr. Henry Obino. But I'm not a teacher, therefore I just say I'm Henry Obino. And since you are seeing me, you can decide to call me Mr. For that matter. But I'm not Dr. Obino. You know, in this age where we are struggling with so many people who are struggling with their papers, I'm not Dr. Obino so that I'm not misrepresented in the papers and somebody can go to court and say that we want to establish where you attained this doctorate, whether it's genuine or not. But, so I've not attained and I've not registered actually for one, but going forward, I may wish to register. So I'm here on behalf of Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohammed, CS for Sports, Culture and Heritage, who was requested by CS Ambassador Ukuri Yatan to come and join him during the opening. But she has a function in Narok and another one in Naivasha, and therefore she was not able to come in person. I got the summoning to come here very late, and I came, so I have no speech. And to make matters worse, another lady here, Dr. Rose, has insisted that I speak. I was telling her, let me not speak, but she has said, since you are here, you must speak. And true to form, I'm here speaking. As I was coming here in the morning, I occupied myself in going through the papers. And the headlines in one of the major dailies is about actually people struggling with their educational papers. And when I listened here, I sat through the presentations, part of the presentations in the morning. And the good lady who was introducing the speakers went into details to detail their academic papers, including my friend Chereliko and my friend there from Weights and Measures and my friend from Trade. So I wondered, how come we have Kenyans with very good papers and a lot of Kenyans who dominate our news space for lack of papers? So my plea to all of us is that part of our national culture and heritage, we encourage Kenyans to stop this panganga of talking about their papers, go to school and get papers so that it becomes easier. And on a more serious note, that's part of culture, that we encourage a culture of having our people educated. Culture is not about the traditional way of doing things. Culture is dynamic and goes with time. It's organic, and therefore it grows with time. And therefore, we encourage people to use our libraries. Libraries, by the way, are under our ministry, and we encourage those who want to go to school, not wait for times like this, to go to school and get the papers. The other thing I want to say also is that from the introduction given by Dr. Rose, we have covered a lot of issues to do with innovation, to do with performing arts, and that's an area that I would want to encourage us, that if we find that we have kids and students and pupils who are talented even in sports and performing arts and other areas like graphics, let us encourage them to pursue those areas and develop their niche so that they can make a living out of it. In May, we went to Italy, and there is an Olympics of art where artists from across the world are exhibiting. But I can tell you from Kenya, we had only 2 artists, and their art is sought after worldwide. and goes for millions of shillings. So these are areas that we need to encourage our people to tap into and make a living. There are also areas like in sports where we have new emerging areas. In the past, we have talked about our athletes in the long races, but in the recent past, you know very well that we are having new exploits in the short distances, and just last week, our Kenyan won in the 100 meters in the Africa Senior Athletics in Mauritius. And this shows you that we are developing into new areas, and we need to really focus on these new areas if we have to do well or continue doing well in sports. Last month, our team was participating in the Deaf Olympics, and I want also to bring it to your attention for those who may not have followed, that we had a Kenyan winning a bronze medal in golf, a deaf golfer winning an Olympic bronze medal in the Deaf Olympics. I play a lot of golf with this deaf man, and I know him. I know even his swing and his abilities and strengths. I would want to encourage that let us look at those sports not as elitist, but as sports that we can all participate in and be able to make a living and be able to progress our Kenyan name. It's through sports, it's through art, it's through culture that we can have an identity that we can grow. Now, I didn't have a prepared speech, so I want to end it there as abruptly as I started. Thank you very much.
Tumpigie makofi tena. At this juncture, I want to welcome Dr. Ateng, the chair of KIPPRA board. Karibu.
Honorable Eric Wafuka, CAS, representing our chief guest, the CS for National Treasury and Planning. Principal Secretary is present. Chief Executive Officers of various organizations who are present here. The national government officials who are present. County government officials who are present here with us. KIPPRA Board of Directors, KIPPRA Executive Director, students present, the media present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to the 5th KIPPRA Regional Conference. We had a busy day yesterday, and those of you who are here would agree with me that the day warmed us up to what was coming. Everything was wonderful. Everything was memorable. And it is my belief that what we started with yesterday was just a beginning. The remaining half day today and tomorrow will be the climax of this conference. The theme of the conference, Foundations for Sustainable Economic Transformation in Kenya, did not just come by accident. It was intentional. It is very appropriate given what the country is going through. The selection of the theme was informed by the transitional status in which the country finds itself. For example, the country will soon be ushering in a new government. following the upcoming general elections. Also, soon, the country will be ushering in the 4th medium-term plan. In addition, the government is focused on economic recovery after devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic. And on top of that, the country is going through drought in various parts of the country. And not too long ago, we were also affected by the effects of the desert locust. Furthermore, the country, like many other countries, is experiencing the effects of geopolitical crisis that is happening in Europe. It is therefore an opportune moment to have a conversation on the growth and development path for our country. In this regard, the conference provides a platform to engage in taking stock of what has been achieved in implementing our development agenda. We are also looking at the emerging issues and opportunities yet to be exploited. And we are making proposals on policy direction going forward to accelerate the development process. Ladies and gentlemen, since March 2020, the country has faced a very difficult period with COVID-19 disrupting our economic activities. While the vaccination program continues, the rise in confirmed cases of COVID-19 could heighten the risk to the growth of economic trajectory. Today, while most countries have removed the restrictive measures, others are going back to the restrictive measures when hit by new variants of the COVID-19. Such moves could disrupt the economic recovery efforts. Some sectors of the economy took advantage of the opportunities presented by the pandemic. It was not all gloom. What we learned from it is that during times of tragedy, we can take advantage of such tragedies. Those of you who were here yesterday, a 17-year-old girl made a very inspiring presentation. She told us how she and her brother took advantage of the closure of schools during that period, and they came up with a wonderful project that has been taken up by the National Geographic. And I encourage you to go to KIPPRA's website and listen to her presentation of yesterday. Very much inspiring. And as I told you, others took advantage of the pandemic. As the pandemic subsides, firms, for example, producing personal protective equipments, the PPPEs, for example, they will again find themselves in a transition process. They will have to think of something else to do. As such, in the recovery process, we need to focus on a strategy that sustains economic growth momentum for all. Right now, the Russian-Ukraine war has not spared Kenya. Some of you may not know that Kenya, like many other countries, imports a significant proportion of wheat and fertilizer from the region. And with the continued war, compounded with the sanctions, the effects of the war are being felt right here at home. It is time for us as a country to think about how to choose existing gaps in supply of wheat and fertilizer. For example, by expanding our own local production. Further, as the economy experiences the rising oil prices that have seen the pump prices take a consistent upward trend, accelerating the transition to other forms of energy, especially clean energy, becomes a priority. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Vision 2030 is founded on a transformation agenda in realizing an industrialized economy to attain a middle income status. In some areas, we have made significant progress, but in other areas, we still have a long way to go. You are aware of the industrialization and the role it plays in providing an opportunity to enhance productivity and support growth in other sectors. Manufacturing becomes key in economic transformation by offering direct and indirect employment opportunities, as well as supporting the value addition to primary products. Our manufacturing sector is yet to gain the desired momentum. And a conference like this is supposed to provide the impetus for our manufacturing tech sector to get ready to go. That said, Kenya has made significant milestones with the establishment of county governments. Devolution was aimed to have the citizens play a more active role in shaping their development agenda. With devolution, this also means that a county is a critical unit in the baking of the national cake. How can we support them? In what ways? Thus, supporting the counties with the necessary ingredients becomes a policy priority in achieving strong economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as we hold this 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, the Institute is also celebrating its Silver Jubilee. If you did not know, we have been in existence for about 25 years. We appreciate the support we have received from all of you in the last 25 years. We have walked the journey together in generating evidence on various policy issues, building capacity policy making process, providing technical and advisory services, especially through the technical working groups, and engaging in exchange of views on emerging policy issues. This confirming that all of us have a role to play in the socio-economic transformation process of this country. We therefore look forward to continuing our engagement in strengthening evidence-formed policy-making process, in living our motto, think policy together. Finally, to our youth, you form a significant proportion of the population of this country. And to all of us, our youth, when challenged and when provided with appropriate motivation, can be very innovative, as we saw yesterday when that 17-year-old girl talked to us. So the youth, come out of wherever you are and do something for this country. May your presence be felt as we think of policies to improve the country. To the participants, the presenters, the discussants, and all of us, this is your conference. Make a difference. Say something that can help KIPPRA. Come up with public policies that can help in advising our government and other interested parties in finding new and innovative ways of improving the livelihood of our people. And finally, to our host, I learned something from him yesterday that I would like to share with you. Something that to me is very important. Yesterday, we were talking about values, and he came up with one value that I think all of us should pay attention to. He was talking about the value of time keeping. And he said that time keeping should be one of our national values. And I believe him. You may not believe him, but please, when you go back, try implementing that, and you will see a significant difference. Thank you very much. Karibuni.
Can we appreciate him again? Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want to welcome Mr. Saitoti Torome, Principal Secretary, State Department for Planning. This is our mother ministry, and this is where KIPPRA belongs. So, karibu sana. Yes, yes.
The Chief Administrative Secretary, Honorable Eri Wafuko, representing the CS National Treasury, the Chair of KIPPRA Board, Dr. Benson Ateng, the Executive Director of KIPPRA, Dr. Rose Goge, KIPPRA Board of Directors present, Chief Executive Officers present, the Director of Kenya School of Government, Professor Choya, Senior Government Official present, County Government Official present, students present, members of the fourth estate, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to participate in this fourth KIPPRA annual regional conference, themed Foundation for a Sustainable Economic Transformation in Kenya. The conference is very timely, coming at a time when the government is developing its fourth medium-term plan. This gives our stakeholders a platform to make contribution to the development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Planning has the responsibility not only to provide leadership in the preparation of the economic development, but also to coordinate the implementation and monitoring of progress. If you go to the website of the State Department for Planning, you will find various reports posted on the status in implementation of the medium-term plans. For example, the achievements made so far in implementing the third medium-term plan are documented in the annual progress reports, APRS, implementation status of the Big Four agenda, and various monitoring and evaluation reports prepared by the ministries, departments, and agencies. Those are the MDAs. The findings from the mid-term report for the MTP3 are generating evidence that is informing the preparation of the fourth MTP, which will actually run from 2023 to 2027. Ladies and gentlemen, you notice that the Kenya Vision 2030 framework has 3 pillars built on a foundation. This means that when the foundation is shaky, it would be difficult to hold up strongly these pillars, making it difficult to realize the aspirations. during the second MTP, ending emergencies of drought and the national values and ethics were added to the foundations as key drivers of the transformation agenda of the country. The foundations of the Vision 2030 include traditional role that the government plays to facilitate activities of private sector, including provision of infrastructure, stable economic policy, environment, and security. In addition, the foundation focuses on necessary inputs to drive the development agenda, including labor, ownership by the citizenry, and institutional structures. Adequately providing for these foundations help to solidify the grounds for sustainable socio-economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight some of the key achievements made across the various foundations of Kenya Vision 2030. Infrastructure, we have roads, rail networks, seaports, airports, pipeline, and energy. Provision of adequate and appropriate infrastructure serves to expand the capacity for economic activity by building and enabling business environment. For energy, the total installed electricity generation capacity increased from 2,265 megawatts in 2017 to 2,984 megawatts as at June 2021, with the total number of customers connected to electricity increasing from 6.8 million in 2017 to 8.2 million customers by August 2021. To promote a 24-hour economy, 58,276 street lights lanterns were installed across major cities and towns countrywide under the National Street Lighting Project to enhance the existing transmission and distribution network. 1,238 kilometers of transmission line, 2 new high voltage substations, 1,330.3 kilometers of medium voltage distribution lines, and 41 distribution stations were also constructed. In addition to the completion of the first phase of the standard gauge railway SGR from Nairobi to Mombasa, the construction of 120-kilometer SGR phase 2A from Nairobi to Naivasha, together with an inland container depot in Naivasha, were completed. Further, Nairobi commuter railway services was revitalized, the refurbishment of the Nairobi Central Station, acquisition of 11 diesel multiple engine, and rehabilitation of 168.6 kilometers of track. The rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway corridors, which include the Nanyuki, which is 180 kilometers. Then we have Nakuru-Kisumu, which is 217 kilometers. Kisumu-Buteres, which is only 69 kilometers. And Gilgil-Nyahururu, which is 78 kilometers line. They were all completed. The second container terminal phase 2 at the Mombasa, at the port of Mombasa, with additional capacity of 400,000 20-foot equivalent unit, is over 80% complete. One of the first 3 berths in Lamu Port was operationalized in 2021, while the other 2 are 91% complete. Revamping of Kisumu Port Phase 1, which comprised of repair of docking facilities and roads, and rehabilitation of yard areas, railway tracks, and the link span and berth was also completed. For the information and communication and technology, that is ICT, The population, the proportion of the population with internet connectivity increased from 73.5%, that is 33 million, in 2017, to 91.2%, that is 42 million, and 2020. With the licensing and rolling out of the 4G broadband networks to homes by private operators, mobile phone subscription grew by 43.5% from 42.8 million in 2017 to 61.4 million in 2020. And that informs you that since, according to the census, the population of Kenya is 47 million, and yet we have 61.4 million, which means many Kenyans own more than one mobile phone. A total of 78 MDAs were connected by the Government Common Core Network GCCN program, while 21 MDAs were connected to the Integrated Government Unified Communication System. To facilitate the e-government services, a total of 21,638 schools and 16 level 4 and 5 hospitals were provided with broadband connectivity, while 67 underserved or unserved areas and sub-locations were provided with 2G basic voice infrastructure. In addition, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019 was enacted and operationalized to regulate data processing. In land reforms, the National Land Management Information System was rolled out in Nairobi, and preparation of Land Value Index completed in 14 counties. In the labor market, job opportunities analysis was carried out to provide insights on the number of vacancies, skills requirement, and location of jobs in different sectors. The development of the national internship policy saw the draft shared with shareholders for validation. In addition, the National Employment Authority and Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism for labor and employment disputes were operationalized. Regarding the national values and ethics, all MDAs are required to report as part of their performance contract activity across all the 17 national values as well as the government commitments. These activities are reported in the annual presidential report, which is presented by His Excellency the President in the Parliament during the national address. On ending drought emergencies, the drought early warning system was modernized by adopting mobile phone technology for data collection and transmission, use of remote sensing to produce the vegetation condition index across counties, production and dissemination of drought early warning bulletins across the 23 ASAL counties, and production of 46 short rain and long rains assessment reports by multi-stakeholder team. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to encourage your participation in this conference upload to enable the KIPPRA working together with other players in this field, but to put together an informative policy document to guide the country in enhancing socio-economic development. I think one thing that I want us to note, if you look at what I have mentioned as some of the progress that we have made in various areas, and if you listen to His Excellency's presidential address in the National Assembly, you know there was a time when Kenya was known to be very good in production of plants, and then other countries will come and benchmark with us, then they bypass us. I think that is now long gone. Since 2003, the government has been very keen on implementing the plan. In fact, most of the MTPs, the MTP 1, MTP 2, and now we are in MTP 3, the implementation could be almost 80%, which means we are doing well. We don't just plan in nowadays, but we ensure that we actually implement what is in the plan. And that is why you have seen, we have mentioned so many things that we have achieved as a country, and it is because we are keen in making sure that whatever is planned is put into execution. I applaud KIPPRA and other like-minded institutions for developing such a timely conference in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic that hit the economy hard, not only in Kenya but globally. And at the time, we are developing the fourth medium-term plan. I wish you a fruitful deliberation during this conference. And now, it is my pleasure to invite our chief guest who will speak, who will read our CS message. Honorable Wafugo, karibu.
Good afternoon. Am I close to the speaker or something out there? Okay. Introduction again. My name is Eric Simiyu Wafuho, the Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of National Treasury and Planning. I stand here on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, Ambassador Okuri Atani, who would have wished to be here, but because of other commitments, he has sent me here to deliver his message. And I'm glad that I'm here in a sense that every time I come to KIPPRA events, I feel I'm coming back home. And I want to thank you for our conference well put together. The music and everything around this conference is just in harmony. It's resonating well. And I was asked earlier by the CEO what I thought of the choir. And I said, let me listen to all the tones and all the notes. And I finally told her that this is good, right? So, cabinet secretaries that are present here, the PS, State Department for Planning, Mr. Saitoti Torome, the principal secretaries, the chief executive officers from the different organizations that are present here today, the national government officials are present, the county government officials that are present, the KIPPRA Board of Directors, led by Dr. Benson Ateng, and the CEO for KIPPRA, Dr. Rose Ngugi, students who are present here today, members of the media houses, represented distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to join you during the 5th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is themed Foundations for Sustainable Economic Transformation in Kenya. I am delighted to see a diverse participation of stakeholders, including government officials, the private sector, the development partners, students, the academia, civil society organizations, and the media. This demonstrates that indeed the conference serves to trailblaze the whole of government approach by providing a platform for exchange of policy views in building strong foundations to propel sustainable economic transformation in Kenya. The Kenya Vision 2030, which is the government's long-term development blueprint, identifies the following as the key foundations for economic transformation: the macroeconomic stability, security, peace building and conflict management, information, communication and technology, the infrastructure, public sector reforms, land reforms, the human resource development, labor and employment, the national values and ethics, disaster risk reduction and ending emergencies of drought, and science, technology and innovation, the STI. We are past halfway since we began implementing the Vision 2030. And it's a good time to get a report, as we have received partially from the permanent principal secretary, and also been referred to the website for more details on the reports that we do have. So ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, at the moment, the government is implementing the Big Four agenda with the third MTP, which is anchored on the Vision 2030. The agenda is also aligned to the government commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the Africa Union Agenda 2063. The Big Four agenda focuses on providing basic needs that include putting food on the table, having a roof over the head, money in the pocket, and good health for all Kenyans. Across the world, 811 million people are chronically hungry. This tells us that our food systems, that is the networks that are needed to produce and transform food and ensure that it reaches consumers, are not meeting the needs of large sections of society. In Kenya, the food systems disruptions are often linked to shocks related to climate change, especially with the increased frequency and intensity of drought conditions. Ending emergencies of drought was identified as a key foundation in building sustainable food security. The disaster risk management policy was prepared and the disaster risk fund established. Counties are also putting together climate action plans to mitigate the effects of climate change. The government, through the Kenya Mortgage Refinance in the area of housing, continues to play a leading role in the delivery of affordable housing in Kenya. It is important to note that since the year 2020, the fund has disbursed over 2 billion Kenya shillings to 7 primary mortgage lenders, and is currently preparing to provide an additional 7 billion Kenya shillings to the same fund. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is progressively addressing the cost of healthcare in the country to expand access to quality and affordable healthcare services. Key among these initiatives include the free maternity program that is dubbed Linda Mama, which currently benefits over 1 million mothers annually. With the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the government enhanced its investment in the health infrastructure, which has seen more than 90% of the counties equipped with CT scan, X-ray equipment, an increase in number of hospital beds from 14 beds per 10,000 population in 2019 to 17 beds per 10,000 population in the year 2020. In addition, the number of health workers has improved to 58,000 registered nurses, 12,000 registered doctors, and 12,000 clinical officers in the year 2020. However, based on the global target of 23 health workers per 10,000 population density, most counties are yet to meet that threshold. A digital health platform has been developed to support the effective monitoring of the health sector. Further, the enactment of the NHIF Amendment Act has seen an increase in NHIF cumulative membership to about 23.06 million beneficiaries, consisting of 9.96 million cumulative principal members. The NHIF is currently implementing 4 subsidy programs which target various segments of the population, and this include Linda Mama programs, the Health Insurance Subsidy Program, the Older Persons and Persons with Severe Disability, and the Inua Jamii 70+ program. In the area of manufacturing along the Big Four, the government has made significant steps in providing conducive environment for manufacturing. For example, the enactment of the Special Economic Zones Act in the year 2015 is providing a framework for establishment of special economic zones, as well as industrial and technology parks. The parks are aimed to foster collaboration between the government, the universities, the private sector in enhancing development transfer and commercialization of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is committed to finalizing the construction of the various zones and parks and has allocated additional funding in the financial year 2022 to 2023 budget. And this to cater for the Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone, the development of the Special Economic Zone Textile Park in Naivasha, the Kenani Leather Industrial Park and Athi River Textile Hub, the Freeport and Industrial Park Special Economic Zone in Mombasa, in addition to the modernization of the rivertakes. Further, recently the government has moved to reduce the electricity tariff rate by 15% through supporting Kenya Power and Lighting Company to undertake reforms to increase its efficiency. This has not only brought immediate relief to the consumers, but also led to the realization of the broad benefits, including the reduction of prices for goods by manufacturers and the overall enhancement in the ease of doing business in the country through the reduction in costs. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, in the bid to ensure sustained power generation in the country, the government has tripled power generation from 1,300 megawatts to the current 3,900 megawatts, and of this, 73% is from green sources, thus consolidating Kenya's lead in generation of green energy in Africa. This has significantly increased the number of households connected to electricity to more than 8.3 million in 2021 compared to 2.3 million in the year 2013. So ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the foundations supporting the Big Four agenda, a lot has been achieved. For example, science, technology, and innovation is identified as a key driver for knowledge-based economy. The ST&I Act of 2013 provides a platform to leverage ST&Is in transforming the economy. In addition, other policy frameworks have been developed, including the bioscience policy, the atomic energy policy, the nanotechnology policy, the Kenya Space Science and Technology policy, and the natural products policy. Various institutions have also been set up, including the Kenya National Innovation Agency, the National Research Fund, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, Kenya Space Agency, Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, and further, the designing of the ST&I Statistics and Observatory has been done for capturing, developing, sharing, and storing national ST&I information. The first National Information Survey has also been carried out. So ladies and gentlemen, the construction of the first phase of Konza Technopolis complex was completed, while the construction of the Konza horizontal infrastructure is at 60% completion. With the COVID-19 pandemic, it has become clear that ICT plays an important role in ensuring business continuity, as was witnessed in the country. On that same note, the government completed construction and rehabilitation of 2,500 kilometers of national optic fiber backbone, the infrastructure connecting 47 county governments' headquarters. This also has helped to support the government in strengthening Huduma centers in all the counties to enhance access and delivery of government services. Currently, there are about 46 services that are offered by Huduma centers, including the issuance of identity cards, the birth certificates, police abstracts, registration of business names and limited companies, and student loan application, among other services. Under the land registration processing and issuance of title deeds, a total of 1.8 million titles were registered and issued, while 224,000 land parcels were geo-referenced. To modernize land registries, 8 land registries were constructed, 75 land offices refurbished, and the National Land Information Management System developed and launched with the National Land Registry operationalized. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is also taking advantage of the emerging opportunities. As you are aware, Kenya currently imports over 70% of the country's medical products, including vaccines and biologicals. Thus, manufacturing of highly specialized healthcare products by institutions such as the Kenya Biovax Institute will be a significant step towards self-sustenance in supply and availability of medical commodities. The government recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the Moderna for its first mRNA vaccine manufacturing facility in Africa. Kenya aims to have a full-fledged vaccine manufacturing capability by the year 2024, 2 years from now. In trade promotion, Kenya ratified the Kenya-United Kingdom Economic Partnership Agreement, the IPA, on the 9th of March 2021 to allow Kenyan goods access to the UK market duty-free and quota-free post-Brexit. Further, the ratification of agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area provides a wider market access for the goods and services that beyond East African Community and COMESA regions, as you discussed yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is in the process of preparing the 4th MTP, covering the period 2023 to 2027. The theme of MTP4 is accelerating socio-economic transformation to a more competitive, inclusive, and resilient economy. In accordance with the Constitution, the preparation process of the MTP involves a wide consultation with the stakeholders across the country. Following the planning launch of the preparatory process for the 4th MTP in February this year, consultations across the country and across the counties were undertaken. And these consultations are critical for gathering information that enables prioritization and development agenda. Guided by the Kenya Vision 2030, the 4th MTP priorities and foundations of economic transformation, including investment to improve infrastructure, creation of sustainable and decent employment opportunities, land reforms, investing in disaster risk management, and providing world-class standards in skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in the 21st century. Of course, the 4th medium-term plan will be completed when it incorporates the development priorities for the next government following the upcoming general elections to be held in the month of August this year. Towards this end, the government has secured an adequate budget to facilitate the elections and put in place measures to ensure the process is smooth and seamless. Ladies and gentlemen, as I finish, I want to remind us that socio-economic development is a process, and emerging issues must be prioritized. For example, sustained economic recovery is critical to guarantee youth jobs. Resources are constrained, and data sustainability remains a priority. Food and nutrition security remains a challenge in providing societal welfare, and technological advancement is becoming necessary in enhancing productivity. I believe that the conference provides us with an opportunity to share on emerging policy issues, dynamics in areas that are prioritized so far, and opportunities to exploit in maximizing potential of what is yet to be fully implemented. I wish, therefore, to encourage your full participation in this conference as it helps in the consolidation and consolidating more information that will shape the development agenda of this country. The recommendations from this conference will go a long way in informing government plans towards building back better. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and pleasure to declare the 5th KIPPRA Annual Conference officially open, as I look forward to productive discussions and a successful conference ahead of us. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Ambassador Ukuri-Yatani.
We have to appreciate our chief guest again. Yeah, thank you very much for the words of wisdom and food for thought as we continue our deliberation, our engagements, our sharing. We will make sure that we can make a difference in terms of shaping the next development agenda under MTP4. At this juncture, I want to bring back our moderator for this session.
Let's give another warm round of applause to our Executive Director for taking us through the official opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we will quickly jump into our next session, which will be focusing on the gig economy and digital innovation. But I'd like to get some housekeeping out of the way in regards to registration. So if you have not registered, please visit the information desk at the front, because you'll need your registration to access your lunch voucher. So if you haven't already, please make sure you do so before we break for lunch. All right, so we'll get into our next session, and as I mentioned, this plenary session will focus on the gig economy and digital innovation, and it will be chaired by Nzomo Mbithuka. Nzomo is a former member of the board at KIPPRA. I'll give you a brief introduction. Mr. Nzomo Mbithuka represents special interest groups and is an ICT professional with over 15 years business leadership experience spanning banking, telecom, satellite, and technology sectors. He's currently the cloud technology lead, public sector at Oracle Corporation. He's passionate about breaking barriers to access and transforming lives through innovative technologies. He was an independent director and served as the chair of the HR and General Purpose Committee of the board at KIPPRA. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he introduces his speakers and the next panel session. Karibu sana.
To the Cabinet Secretary in National Treasury, here represented by the CAS, Honorable Eric Simiu Ofuko, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Planning, Mr. Torome Saitoti, the Cabinet Secretary, Social Services, here represented by the, I think, Chief Administrative Secretary or something, the Board of KIPPRA, led by the Chair, the Executive Director, staff of KIPPRA, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Terian put it, this is a very interesting session, and I think it also defines who I am in terms of the gig economy and the digital economy, because our introduction was not complete. I think as part of the digital culture is that I shifted from Oracle, it's not updated, went to GSMA, and just joined Safaricom. But I'm not here to represent any of those companies. So I request that you join me in introducing on stage my panelists, starting with Faith Atika. A round of applause for her. Ken Gwantai, a round of applause for him. And I think for housekeeping, I need an extra seat here. I also require Moses Kenimbaro to join us on stage. A round of applause for him. Dr. Humphrey Jogu, if you are here with us, kindly join us on stage. Last but not least, Kano Evans Ombati. I think we'll be able to give the profiles once we come to the panel discussion. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just give a brief intro about what the gig economy is, probably what it is not. But in a nutshell, I would say that the gig economy speaks about flexible working, and COVID taught us a lot, with regard to remote working, people being able to do multiple jobs. We saw the advent of the likes of Bolt Food, Uber Food, all these companies delivering for us, and yet the staff that are delivering all these things to us in terms of consumables, for food, for lunch, none of them is employed by those companies in the strictest sense. So the question is being posed, is the gig economy the end of employment as we know it? And the numbers speak to this. Across the world, in the US, currently 36% of the entire workforce is working in the gig economy. In the UK, the number is a bit low at 15%. When you look at the EU, currently 28 million of the residents or the population of the EU is working in this gig economy. And the projections are that by the year 2030, 80% of the entire workforce in the world will be in the gig economy, including all of us here. So let's ask ourselves, will we be part of that change? Are our jobs at risk? Are we looking at the comfort? So I'll invite on stage the first presenter to just give us a PPT on some of the aspects that go into the gig economy. And to start us off would be Paul Langatia, if you're here with us, to just share a bit about shared services. Or Nordin Qureshi. So Paul is taking us through shared services. I don't know whether you have a presentation there or it's running on the brain.
Distinguished guests, conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Langatia. I'm just here to share snippets on a specific topic on the gig economy, which is shared services. Just briefly, about 2 or 3, maybe 4 slides. So very quickly, I think we all know that data is the new oil. That's a proven fact, I think, from the year 2000, if I'm not wrong. Things have shifted. We're no longer looking at building assets through physical attributes. A lot of what we are doing nowadays is what is driving economies around the world is actually technology. And majority of the aspects that we are dealing with, Kenya is already at the forefront if you look at our regional disposition. A lot of things that we still have work to do, but I think we have made great strides. If you look at what the Ministry of ICT has done, ICTA has a whole department for shared services through which a lot of organizations within government, a lot of departments are able to now leverage the resources that government owns so that they can extend services to general public. So I'm speaking a little bit about the intersection between technology and people and where we come in as practitioners, not necessarily speaking for government, but where we can see an enhancement of services and what more we can do as an industry. Yeah, so just a quick snapshot, a quick brief on the case of shared services, the ideal ecosystem, imagining and building Node, which I'll go into, and then a brief example of what shared services look like in one industry. So I'm not sure if any of you are in the advent of the books that we used to call Encyclopedia Britannica. I know that's a whole generation back, maybe what, 20, 30 years. If you went to somebody's home and you found Encyclopedia Britannica, those were people who had more or less made it in life, truth be told, because they were very expensive books. It was a whole case, I think, of 30 publications, if I'm not wrong. And this used to be issued every 2 years. To buy the whole set was anything between $1,000 to $1,500. So not many families, not many people were able to afford this. But this is what a lot of the knowledge around the world at that time was captured in. So if you had the Encyclopedia Britannicas, you actually had a lot of the knowledge that we nowadays take for granted because it's mostly at a click of a button. And then in 1996, I think Microsoft came up with an idea to try and compress all the information they could get across the world into flash disks and into CD-ROMs that they could sell and make some money. And so at the same time, there's a group that we call the Wikipedia Foundation that came up also with an idea. How about you open up a resource portal or platform where people can contribute ideas, information, data, and get a committee or a group that sits and filters that information and sees what is right, what is accurate, and what can be put up for publication. At the same time, of course, that was now in competition with Encarta and Encyclopedia Britannica. And shock on us, everybody thought, because Microsoft had all the money in the world, they were able to put up the best scientists, the best data gatherers, writers, on a schedule of about 10 years, trying to put together this information that they would now be able to sell to the rest of the world. But on the other side, the Wikipedia Foundation would call on people, anybody and everyone. Anybody who had information, you just upload the information, it gets verified, validated, and it's published. If you would imagine, in the normal way of the way commerce works, the people who are being paid will probably do a better job than those who are doing it for free, right? That's basically what we always assume, because there's higher incentive in doing something that you're being paid for than just working. At the end of the day, by, I think it was the year 2010, 2011, Microsoft had folded Encarta because Wikipedia had grown to such an extent that they could not compete. Yet they had sunk millions of dollars into Encarta, and it was not making money for them, as compared to this other free thing, which at that time they had about 70,000 contributors to Wikipedia, and it had been translated into about 200 languages. Something that Microsoft could not get to. And of course, also Encyclopedia Britannica, which is a print version, could not keep up with. So at the end of the day, by that time, Encarta was closed, and Britannica I guess, reacting to what was going on in the marketplace, shifted. The last print they did was, I think, in 2012, shifted from publications to an online version, which is what is currently run. What does that mean? There are times when you'd imagine you're a custodian of information and you want to take advantage of that information to make money or sustain yourself. But half the time you realize that much as information is power and it's data, sometimes the more you give of it, the more you get back, the more you can make from it. Suffice it to say, I think now Wikipedia has about 110,000 people who contribute to it. It is now in over 300 languages, and they issue about 55 million articles, which are now online. This is all free. It's a resource. But it is free because people are giving of themselves. It's a good example of what shared services can do to just enhance the development of humanity in the world. Now, when it comes to our local scenarios, I think a quick example I want to use is what everybody can relate to. We all talk about getting vehicles. Everybody thinks about when I want to progress in life, there's a house, children going to school, a car that I can move from point A to B. It feels like development because now you're in charge of your own time, your schedule, you can move from one point to another. However, this is obviously contrary to what you would call a proper setup for shared services, because what happens with more cars, we have to convert buildings into parking bays. We have to expand the roads. We have to enhance the services that supply the services to people who own cars. And that comes with the attendant challenges of traffic in terms of where you can go, what you can park. And if you don't have a system that can be able to manage all those things, it means that we then defeat the whole purpose of this development. So not every time that everything that we call development is actually good for us. There are some things which, yeah, you could call it development, but ideally transport should be a shared services. If we want to make this work properly and address even the whole spectrum of our society, transport is one of the things that actually has to step up to being a shared services, in the sense that public infrastructure, public services have to provide that service so that where we are driving one person to, the town, and along the road you pass so many people who are sitting or are waiting for public transport, and you're alone in your car, sometimes 5-seaters, others are, these massive cathedrals, 7, 8-seaters. But you drive to the office, park the whole day, and then drive back in the evening. It has carried a capacity of about 8 people, but it is only you who drives in that car. If we have a shared service model, it means you can have a routine where you know the bus is coming at a certain time, you get out of your house, you stand at the road, the bus comes at the time when you expect it to come because there's a timetable that is printed. For those who are alive and working in the 80s, 90s, you remember Kenya bus services. At every bus stop, they used to have a schedule. It was a printed schedule that was pinned there. Whether there were people or not, the bus would show up at a certain time, and it will leave at a certain time, whether there are people or not. That's public infrastructure that is shared, and it has a lot of more enhancement than everybody of us getting into capitalism, buying cars or setting up matatus, and in this new world we're talking about the green economy. Of course, we keep polluting at every instance, and all the other attendant pains that we have. So even as fuel prices are going up, of course, the pain is being felt by a lot of the motorists. But if we had a way of channeling all these transport services into public infrastructure, we'll probably be in a better place because we will develop the buses better, we'll start going green. I know there are some people who are already manufacturing those, but it would enhance our environment as well as make it easier for us to move around and save the money that we're spending in traffic to other more profitable things. So what do we do in terms of just stepping up from where we are at? I give a small snapshot of where government is in terms of the growth spectrum and where we are heading to. When you talk about GovTech 1.0, that just simply means automation of discrete processes, which is where we all start off. The biggest challenge we've had in digitization is a lot of us do not keep documents, even for our own good. People who work, you can't remember when you went to school, which documents you got when, and without going into politics. Keeping our records has become a challenge. And that also follows in companies and in public sector as well. It's very hard to digitize when you don't know what happens where in terms of your value chain. So the first thing, of course, we have to do is try and now get the documents and then digitize those documents, convert them into a format that can be kept and disseminated much, much easier than physical documents. And I think that's where we are at in terms of digitizing. A lot of government processes, documents are being digitized. I think Lands Ministry was the first one that attained, if I am not wrong, 100% at HQ. And I know that is being devolved down into the smaller divisions across the country. But that's just one example. I know there are many others. The challenge with government, of course, is many things happen behind the scenes, but government is not very good at shouting about the things that they do. Public sector, a small thing that they achieve, private sector, they put up a billboard and tell us this is what we've done. We've gotten 20, 50, 100 million customers. Government just does its stuff quietly behind the scenes. So it's about time that we started hearing more about what's happening, where we are at in terms of the progressions, the good things that are happening so that we can celebrate them. GovTech 2.0 is basically building the end-to-end digitization of service delivery, which is unified e-government portals that help us to access services, the likes of Huduma, the likes of NTSA. They are trying in their small way to try and get us in a place where we can convert most of what we've been doing physically into digital stuff. Now even applying for visas, we can do those online. Unfortunately, we are still operating in silos. So the next challenge will be, how do you enable a proper national open digitization ecosystem that allows for people to contribute? Remember the example of Wikipedia. Contribute the information that is required and build up from that to get to the point where we need to get to as an organization. This is a snapshot of what happens in those three elements of a digital society, the rights and governance, the digital economy, and how the digital infrastructure and adoption happens. So if we can be able to get to that aspect where, for example, if I carried, for example, a relative of mine, I'm living in Mandera, and they get sick, I should be able to go to the hospital in Mandera, and they should be able to pull out records from maybe my home district, if it is Eldoret or Kisumu, and can tell when is the last time my patient visited the hospital, what were they prescribed to, other than the situation we have now where you have to go with every new hospital or clinic you visit, take new x-rays, get fresh tests done, and then they start from there. Whereas you already have a whole dossier of information that is in different hospitals, different clinics. This is one of the areas that, of course, digitization and shared services would be very helpful. And how do we build that? From the economy, the delivery platform, which is something that central government is putting up, of course, and then the governance structure, which puts in the safeguards for security and other aspects, and then the community, which is you and I, how we are going to use those services. At the end of the day, we have to look at the delivery platforms, the governance, and the community so that they build up that whole ecosystem that allows us to experience and enjoy the benefits of having shared services. In the example of e-health, I've just given that. If you have a portal that puts all this information together, we don't all have to keep carrying our x-rays around whenever we go to hospital. We don't always try to remember what did my mother take last time she was sick, because there are records there that can be pulled, and we have the inherent securities that allow for that protection of information so that we feel safe as a country. At the end of the day, shared services helps with reducing the duplicity and reducing the cost, of course, so that we don't have every entity building its own infrastructure. Increase the efficiency because you can quickly tell what information you require. Scale and expand and grow. It means you can start a new department if it is lands. If they set up a new lands unit somewhere in some remote region, they can pick the records from HQ. Standardize the processes so that when you go, if you know you need to pay 50 shillings at a government hospital, it's 50 shillings even in the counties that you will go to. And then reduce the red tape and bureaucracy. The challenge that we have where people set up business in Nairobi and you want to expand it to the county, you already have licenses in Nairobi, you have to go and get new licenses again in the county. How about the central government does that licensing, and then you can pull those records when you go to the county, and some of the revenue that was paid in Nairobi is given to the county that you're setting up. That will help us to get to the level we want to go to from a shared services perspective. With those few remarks, asante sana. I hope we can get to the level where we are comfortable in sharing information so that we can build a shared services community. Asante.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Here waiting for Nordin Qureshi. Paul is a former colleague of mine at Oracle. The lesson that we derive from this is sharing, collaborating, outsourcing and key costs to someone else. You become more agile and you focus on your core business. I only learned last month that there's even a bus service that offers shared services, which is called Swivel. All the way from Westlands, you can be able to go to Kitengela. They'll pick you at the stage and drop you at the last stage, and you pre-book it. Karibu Nordin.
Thanks. There's this will support me in yes. Good afternoon. My name is Quresh Nordin. I work with the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, and I'm here on behalf of our AGRA president, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, who couldn't make it. She's out on a mission. I think some of you know Dr. Kalibata was former minister for agriculture in Rwanda. And at this juncture, I also like to really appreciate the support from the Kenya government. AGRA works in 11 countries, headquartered here in Nairobi, and we've been part of that team that has supported several initiatives by the Ministry of Agriculture. First, the Agriculture Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy. Last week, the Agricultural Sector Institutional Capacity Strengthening Plan, which was just launched. And currently, we're also supporting the review of the extension policy, especially on the aspect of digitalization, and also supporting the Ministry of Agriculture in reviewing the fertilizer regulations. So we really appreciate. So I'd just like to quickly share some of the experiences we have in digitalization and really bringing it down at the lower level, because sometimes when we think about digitalization, maybe we think at top level, but as the board chair said, there were examples here yesterday shared of how local level capacity development is taking place. So most of you know that in Africa, not just Kenya alone, we have challenges in agricultural transformation, key being inadequate or dysfunctional extension services. In most African countries, you find that the farm extension ratio is very low. You have like one extension officer serving 3,000 farmers, in some instances, in some countries, up to 10,000. Slightly in Kenya, we are much better. One extension officer, maybe to 2,000 farmers. Ethiopia has done better, 1 to 400, which is the recommended ratio. So we find that most of the time farmers cannot access up-to-date information, especially on improved technologies, especially right now, like with the issue of climate change, accessing information, seeds on drought-tolerant, pest-resistant seed varieties, blended fertilizers, and most of them still use like blanket recommendations. So together with the governments in Africa, including Kenya, county governments, for example, in Kenya, we've partnered to complement the first services being offered through what we call a private sector-led, public sector-enabled extension approach, which uses what we call village-based advisors. So some of you might be familiar with community extension workers. So it's basically like the same scenario. So village-based advisors, community members, mainly farmers, who are trained, selected through the county governments. There's a special criteria that they use with a gender focus of 50%. So they are self-employed. And like the other community extension workers who are relying on projects and what's the end, that's it. So the VBA approach, as I said, utilizes farmers, or what we call agripreneurs, because we see a lot of youth here. So it doesn't have to be a farmer, it can fit along the various value chains. So currently, we have around 35,000 village-based advisors across 8 countries, and in Kenya we have 4,000 of these across 14 counties, and more so in Embu, Makueni, and Kiambu. But we are in 14 counties. So how does the VBA model work? So the village-based advisors, especially like in Kenya, works with around 100 to 300 farmers. Once they are trained on good agronomic practices, agripreneurship skills, then they select other farmers that they'll be working with. Now they offer extension services, help private sector to create awareness and demand on new technologies, but to be able now to continue with these services, because some of them have farmers maybe 10, 15 kilometers away from where they live, they need to generate income. So what happens is that they have different revenue streams. Some of them become agents of mechanization. Like a good example is Hello Tractor. Some of them become like agents of seed companies. Some of them graduate into becoming village-based agro-dealers or aggregators. So in that case then, they are able to provide extension services but ensure last-mile delivery of services, because information alone is very important but not helpful in leading to agricultural transformation if farmers then cannot access inputs and other services at that local level. So examples like we have this lady from Embu. She ventured into day-old chick selling. But then she noticed that there is high mortality. So she discussed with the farmers and said, look, I can rear this for you for 1 extra month, do all the vaccination, but you'll add me 100 shillings more. And the farmers agreed. Another example, recently in Makueni, there's a program also by the government on climate smart agriculture, and one of the practices then regenerative agriculture is tillage, minimum tillage. So there's a lady, Catherine, who has 490 farmers, and each of these 490 farmers puts like 1 acre under minimum tillage. She hires a tractor at 1,500 Kenya shillings with the tillage equipment, and then tills for a farmer at 1,700, making 200 Kenya shillings. Half of that she pays the other person she supports. She employs like 50 people during this. She remains with a cool 49,000 for one season, 2 months. Okay, so these are some of the things. So the challenge.
Terribly sorry. I think some of you have seen the Askari come up to me, so this is urgent. There's a KCC 737C that has blocked a loading zone. It's a white Harrier. Kindly move the car urgently.
No problem. So one of the challenges that has happened is that most of the VBS, because they vary, you know, it's interesting because you have mamas who have never stepped into class as VBS. You have graduates also. So there's that wide range. One challenge has been most of them use manual means to communicate. So the best they can do is just use a form. But if they keep farmer records, it's like 200 farmers on a book, in a book. If they're to place orders to agro dealers, they have to take it manually. So that's where now, together with, as I said, with the Kenya government and other governments, we've been piloting this digitalization of the village-based advisors to enhance their efficiency, because they're already engaging with the private sector. They're already engaging with agro dealers. They're already engaging with farmers. So if they want to call a meeting for a farmer, at first they just had to walk around, spend all that time, but nowadays they just, at the push of a button, they are able to call all the farmers to one place. So AGRA initiated this a digital strategy in 2019, so it's also still a learning process for us. But we know digitalizing VBS enhances up-to-date localized extension services, and here we work very closely with KALRO because they already have this content. And right now, with the Agriculture Transformation Office, we are supporting them to, with the e-voucher, a system where we have potatoes and coffee. So this is one aspect that we're already working on. Then VBS enhanced their linkages and diversify the value chains, because when you digitize, as was said, you bring in other service providers, you bring mechanization, you bring crop insurance actors, you bring off-takers on that particular platform. So VBAs are able to get this information. And more importantly for us is attracting both youth and women into this sphere. Because as I said, we open opportunities along the whole value chain. Because when you talk to youth, most of the time will tell you it's very drudgery. When you engage just at the plowing stage and all that. But when you open it up, if they can become threshers, aggregators, then we've seen lots of youth coming in. So I'd just like to share a few examples, some from other countries. Like in Ghana, we have Farmerline, which is working with the village-based advisors. For us, we said we are intervening through the village-based advisors. Most apps will go straight to the farmers, but we've seen sometimes farmers have challenges, especially when it's knowledge-intensive information to interpret such of this. So that's why we have the village-based advisors there who work with ward agricultural officers to receive this information and then work with farmers. Coming back home, the AgriBot is a chatbot that we are developing with Microsoft Kenya, supported by KALRO, as said, and the Agriculture Transformation Office. Currently, we've piloted in 3 counties, as I said, Embu, Makueni, Kiambu. And basically, farmers are able to access several information, crop advisory. You get feedback on what farmers prefer. Like our first value chain was maize. But when we went into that system, we find farmers asking for poultry, fall armyworm information. So this has been a powerful tool. So that's just a simple interaction. So farmers will send a particular code, then they're able to choose their county, they're able to choose the value chain, the services they require, whether it's weather alerts, and all that is pushed to them. But the good thing is this is interactive. Most of these tools you find is just push messages. But here farmers are able to come back to the platform and give the information. And then for management purposes, you have easily generated dashboards there, which can make you have quick decision to make. Okay. The other one that you are utilizing also is through another organization known as Cropin, using an integrated digital ecosystem, but principles are the same. It's an end-to-end system, providing e-extension services, making sure there's last mile delivery, there's financial providers on that platform, off-takers on that particular platform. For example, the smart farm, and again, one of the challenges we've had is most of the apps are very limited, localized. So we took this ambitious approach of saying, okay, can we work across multiple countries, across multiple value chains, with many VBAs reaching many farmers? So this targets 6 countries, targeting 10,000 VBAs, able to reach around 2.6 million. Because for you to entice, let's say like private sector to come in, you have to show the value. And having many farmers there who can purchase some of these inputs then makes it very easy. So we see the power of digitalization really in crowding in investments from the private sector. This was at a higher level. As I said, we're also working in Kenya, but we also share examples from other countries like Ethiopia, also the good digitalized e-voucher system, and some of these experiences is what we are using here. But as I said, we are still new. There are so many things to learn. Okay, it's a good transferable asset, which we see it's really working both the VBA approach as a means of complementing the services being offered by government in terms of extension, but the value of digitalization, we've seen many companies of takers said they've saved up to 30% losses which they used to have, because the VBAs are trained in post-harvest management. So when they go out there to collect, they make sure it's to the standards, quality required by the private sector. So they don't have to, private sector saves, they don't have to go through all those processes of cleaning and all that kind of stuff. But there's still some learning questions. Does digitalization improve VBA performance in input sales, in the services? Because they're already doing it. And they always ask, will this thing improve what I'm doing? So that's still a learning question. And then does digitalization enhance collaboration among ecosystem actors? Does digitalization diversify the range of businesses? And does it enable female farmers to reach and serve more farmers? Of course, we need to engage with KIPPRA because there are a lot of policy issues here. Data protection, how do you get farmer consent? All those are issues that we need to engage and address in policy. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Nordin. Initially, I should have set a time limit of 3 minutes for each presentation, and I want to limit that for all our presentations, conscious of time. I'll do it very different. I'll have a panel in the midst of the presentations so that we can also go into hearing, voices from industry, from government, in terms of, what the gig economy is, what is the difference between the gig economy and the digital economy, are they the same thing? We can start off probably from Moses. You can do a brief intro about yourself, what you do, then answer that question. Is the gig economy the same thing as the digital economy? And what is the play of the private sector? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Moses Kemibara. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called .Savvy. And we've been in the digital space, building websites, applications, social media and the likes, I think for now almost 20 years. So from the perspective of the gig economy, I think for me, the gig economy is not possible without the broader digital ecosystem. And I think when we look at some of the things that have made this possible, obviously internet access, affordable, widely accessible, high-quality internet access is key. The advent of the smartphone, which essentially puts a supercomputer in everyone's hands, and mobile applications that allow you to therefore access many of the services such as the Ubers and the Bolts, Upwork for those who do virtual assistant and such services online. So all these pieces have to work together to orchestrate what then becomes the gig economy. I think the thing that is wonderful is, especially for the younger people in our population, is that the advent of the gig economy means that you don't have to have a formal job. You can be unemployed in the formal sense, but you can still earn an income. You can use the skills and capabilities that you've learned. We found that when we're recruiting a lot of young people coming out of the universities today, many were already having what they call the side hustle well before they graduated, and actually come to the workplace knowing how to serve customers, whether they're building websites or building apps and so forth. So for me, I think you can't separate the two. They're very much part and parcel. But what is clear, especially, and what we saw during the pandemic, is that there's been this digital transformation where anyone and everyone is now able to utilize the gig economy to earn an income, to create a career, without necessarily having the shackles of your traditional employment contract. Thank you.
Just another question to you around digital marketing and curricula that is going to support us in terms of that growth in the gig economy, the digital economy. Do you have curricula already in the country, or is the country dependent on the likes of? I've seen a company called Digitally Smart from the UK, which has a curriculum on digital marketing. Do you have those skills presently for our youth who wants to get involved in the gig economy, for them to sell their hustles out there? Do you have that?
Yeah, I think it's one thing I've learned about this space, having run a business in it for 20 years, is it's very, very dynamic. Meaning that the skill sets and the platforms you might have used 3 or 5 years ago are no longer relevant. So given that it's so dynamic, we find that if there's curricula and programs, we do have some, of course, on the ground, but it's such a dynamic space that I normally encourage young people to go online. The Googles, the Facebooks, and all have certifications. Many programs are now offered for free. And in order to stay current, there's this wonderful thing called YouTube, where there's a lot of videos and content that can teach somebody how to start from scratch. Platforms like Code Academy and so forth. So a lot of interest is required by the person concerned to go out and look for these insights, to look for that training, and the resources that are available online, either paid or free, that can allow them to be competent and capable within the current status.
Thank you. Probably the next would be to Faith. Sitting at NCBA, the focus on banking, this is unstructured, if you may, non-traditional setups. Industries that banks never knew about, but which were brought about mainly by the Great Recession in 2008. We saw the fall of Lehman Brothers, and actually that formed the basis for banks to go digital. How are banks viewing the gig economy? If I come to you, serving in this gig economy, a platform kind of employment, can I be able to access funding? And how are you seeing it in the entire development scope as a bank?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Faith Atiti. I don't think you got the second one right. I do work for NCBA Bank, and as most of you are aware, we've been one of the frontier banks within the digital space. So we're also keenly looking, of course, at the gig economy. Certainly, this is where the labor markets are moving to. This is where e-commerce is moving to. This is where basically everything is moving online. And even as banks, we are aware we'll get to a point where most services have been digitized. Everything is accessible online. So we have to find ways of certainly interacting with that aspect of the market. So are we looking at gig economy? Certainly, if you there are businesses behind gig economy, and with that there are asset and liquidity requirements, and that is where we come in as banks. This is primarily where we're looking at digital, why we're looking at digital finance quite keenly, to be able to interact with this system and sort of provide back-end liquidity to some of the businesses and people operating within these platforms.
Thanks, Faith. And listening to Moses and Faith, this intersection of technology, financial services, money is involved. Kanolombati. From a safety and security perspective, where do you see it? Probably I can get the presentation.
Can I get the presentation?
In the meantime, you can introduce yourself.
All protocols observed. My name is Kanolombati from Interior, and currently the Director, National Computer and Cyber Crimes Coordination Committee. I'm waiting for my short presentation to be loaded. But what is important when we are talking of this transformation, we must be aware of the new change of working environment. That means we are working from the normal, manual, transferring everything to e-businesses. You understand what the other day we saw in the newspapers of the losses that our Bitcoin investors are actually losing. And I see a perspective where researchers, especially in these developing economies, can be able to come on board and support our very enthusiastic young generation into various investment programs so that the risk is reduced. Importantly, I want to appreciate that ICTs, and in this regard, cyber, is a very key foundation in this discussion as it provides a very good environment for a sustainable economic transformation, and especially in Kenya. I want to note that Kenya is highly connected, highly devised in terms of the usage, highly reliant from the government to private sector entities to individuals. And I can note that each one of us here may be having 1 or 2 mobile phones, and as I was seated here, I could see almost 50% at one time you don't take a minute before you check your device. Yes, and that is where we are. So with that, I want to appreciate that uptake and availability of those ICTs. And as you may be aware from the main speech of the launch, it was indicated that Kenya is really highly connected with fiber all the way up to sub-counties. Our hospitals are getting connected, our schools the same, almost all of us. But that connection is going all the way to Mombasa, to Ethiopia, to Uganda, to Tanzania, and the rest. And now that brings a new challenge. How do we protect our activities? How we protect our IP, our intellectual property, our innovations, our products, so that they do not get consumed wrongly by wrong people. I want to confirm that as of today, we have almost 36,000 plus Kenyans who project almost 12 billion Kenyan shillings out of the gig economy. And that is not a small amount of money that we can just assume that there is no need for safety. Importantly, I want to confirm that this new environment where we are, just like any normal environment, has got its own security issues. Please note, the issues in this environment are the same as we had the conventional security issues. Any warring nation against Kenya now can perpetrate the same using this environment. Any warring organization that doesn't like you or does not like a Kenyan organization to grow will perpetrate that agenda through this environment. And therefore, the reason why we must be very concerned. That will be my scope. Very quickly, But importantly, I want to bring to the perspective of the threats that we are currently likely to experience and we are experiencing in this domain. One of them is the challenge at the national level of Kenya being at war from any country in the world. So our fears is not Somalia, our fears is not Uganda, our fears is not Tanzania. And some of us look at it like it's just normal statement. This is a reality. Any country in the globe is able to project any warfare activity against the country because of the connectedness. You appreciate the effects of social media. Somebody can sit in any country in the globe and generate messages that can confront our stability in this country. That is a fact. Social media here, I mean things to do with Facebook, things to do with Twitter, things to do with Instagram, TikTok, and the rest. So we need to think how we project even some of these agribusinesses, all these things that we are seeing over here. Many of them, I see them being endeared in those platforms. So we need to be cautious. That is what I'm calling for. And also, stealing of information, aspect of sabotage, aspect of terrorism, which we have been experiencing from the past. All these are being perpetrated in the social media, in the internet, and in the online platform. So as we do all this, we need to research more on the opportunities and the challenges so that we meet there in between. We seem to be so fast running for the opportunities and not considering the risks so that at least you take some little precaution. There's nobody here who constructs a house and gets into it to sleep without a door. So that's what I'm calling for. Is our network protected? Is our devices, the computers we are using, protected? Our connection even in our houses for internet, which we use for almost everything that we do, is it safe? The perpetrators are the same perpetrators. We are talking of nation states. We are talking of non-state actors, which is individuals like you and me. Some of them have already been influenced from external. You find your son or daughter just against you, just against a system. You wonder where this came from. What is happening with my son or daughter? It is because of this environment. So we need to take a bit of some caution because the threats and actors are able to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, and security of all those things that we are trying to invest in. I want to confirm that the government of Kenya is alive to this issue and putting up quite a number of initiatives, laws, policies, and measures. And I allowed to the launch speech, it confirmed to all this. So as we play, we must appreciate that the government must provide the leadership in that domain. Security is for all of us. Security calls for all of us to come into play and think some of the measures that we individually, organizationally, and nationally we can put in place to have that. Coordination is key. We must be unified. And that unity of effort can make this country leap so many advances in appreciating this transformation, especially in the gig economy. Yes, I want to move very quickly because I have 3 minutes. So we have some of the key aspects of the mandate, which is to facilitate detection. This is one of the bodies that the government has established called NC4, that is the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, which is a multi-agency approach kind of committee comprising of the key entities on national security organs, the AG, the CBK, most of the fraud actually happening in the banking sector, and the DPP, the Communications Authority, and the rest. The basis of this is to bring a unity of effort so that all crimes is managed. I see a lot of crime, but some of us say it was phishing, it was impersonation, it was fraud. But me, I look for the individual, for the groups of individuals, for the state or organizations that has committed that crime. They exist physically amongst ourselves. And we must be able to come front and report them so that they can be managed to allow an environment that is peaceful for economic development. In light to that, the government gazetted critical infrastructures in 5 sectors. Telecoms, all our data is classified. What does that mean? We must all protect data, whether it's personal, whether it's organizational, or national data, government. On the same note, all systems that manage key processes like elections, judicial, education, health, food, as some of us have just mentioned, are critical. In this sense, what it calls for is for you to awake. If you are managing such a system, if you are managing a system in KIPPRA that is managing research information, that is critical information that must be safeguarded and given out on need basis. The same applies to other entities, energy, banking, defense, and security. What it means is that all those sectors must implement controls, must establish operating centers to monitor, detect, and be able to report arising issues, must be able to conduct risk. And this is where we have failed as a country, I'll confirm. We do not look at risk. You simply want to move forward and make money. And at the same time, you actually end up losing much more than you invested. So we need to also provide some reporting. Importantly, as a way of conclusion, the government of Kenya wishes to strengthen most of the structures on protecting this economy, which is either a digital or a gig or a cyber. And in light to this, we're putting up structures from the national level up to the lowest level where we have the individuals to protect all those devices that we are using. Similarly, we are putting up updates and review of our laws so that any perpetrator, because some of the perpetrators which have been reported, maybe somebody is reported of impersonation or committing fraud, like the case, I'll give an example, Safaricom. Someone decided to, steal 10,000 worth of airtime and distributed it amongst his friends. 10 million. Now, when he was taken to court, he was given bail of 10,000. Then he walked out there and told Safaricom, Mutadu. So you can see that is already a very clear challenge. The kind of penalty that we're giving this perpetrator or this criminal is not substantive to the case. And I have so many cases from the banking sector where somebody has stolen almost 5 million Kenya shillings and is given bail of 200,000. So at the end of the day, we are perpetrating that crime. We are almost allowing it to continue. The same case as aspects of capabilities from the national level. The government is putting measures to protect internet from the borders to the ISPs, to the organizations, and up to the individuals. But all this calls for unity of effort from all of us. In conclusion, GOK will continue to spearhead its responsibility to defend and protect all Kenyans from any threat, whether foreign or internal, to protect our citizens and this economy that we are referring to, gig economy, from any harm. And to do this, we must establish both local and international partnerships with key agencies, research industries, our academia, so that whatever they are researching on, they are able to fit within the problems that the country is facing. Our businesses, operators, and owners and organizations also have an obligation to implement measures to protect those systems. It's not about the role of government only, it's all of us. Our citizens, where we are as individuals, also have a responsibility to be cautious, to ensure that the devices, the computers, the networks that we access are reasonably safe. And we must be able to protect our data and information at all levels. I have a very short time, and I want to confirm that we're here to ensure that we do research that is geared towards managing the problems that we are facing. But as we invest, as we take advantage of the opportunities that gig economy provides, we must also research on some of the, the downsides. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Kano. You've spoken about the hardware, a bit of the software, but I want to find out about the policy landscape. Dr. Humphrey Jogu, tell us a bit about enabling policy, how it is, whether you feel that government has been able to do enough in that respect.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I really want to appreciate the presentation that has actually been done by Colonel Ombati. I think it has been very clear in terms of where we are as a country, because every day I think we are digitizing our data. We have many systems. Just take a stock of the last 10 years, where we were in this country. You can actually see in terms of applications, digital applications. I mean, the graph is like this. Every day we keep on, producing, coming up with new applications. And what this means is that we are also, again, exposing ourselves to criminals who are lurking everywhere. And we are talking of, Kano talked about the internal intruders and also external intruders. So we are in a space where we are all faced by many criminals emanating from all angles. I'm happy because I think as government, there are a number of initiatives that we have put in place. Recently, we enacted the Data Protection Act of 2019, and we have the first data commissioner in the office. The key objective of this law is to protect our personal data, which, again, this is what actually the intruders are actually looking for. They want to gather data, misuse it, sell it, and they're able to get a lot of money from it. And in fact, out of all these many types of data that you're dealing with, personal data is actually rated quite high. Other than that, I know we haven't actually started seeing the real effect of the Data Protection Act. The office is very new. They are still building their capacity in terms of having the officers to execute a number of activities in the office. So, but I can tell you that from a government point of view, I think there is so much that I think we are doing. Similarly, we have the Computer Misuse and the Cybercrime Act, which the Kano talked about. So this act is very clear in terms of what are the acts, what are the offenses, what is the coordination mechanism of protecting the country against the cyber criminals. Yeah, there's so much that I think is also happening in that space, and I think we also expect that we're also going to see quite a lot. In addition to that, this space, there is a lot of other policy initiatives that we have actually seen. Recently, we saw Joe Moshero, the ICT Cabinet Secretary, launching, together with the President, the National Digital Master Plan. And in that plan, it's very clear, and I think it has very good perspective of how, as a country, we are going to build our digital, our digital economy, our gig economy skills, and again, in terms of even building our digital infrastructure, because without the digital infrastructure, we can't be able to do quite a lot. You can't be able to do quite a lot. I was actually just watching a documentary from India in terms of how they are embracing digital economy, gig economy. I can tell you, where they are today, they're also facing similar challenges as we are also facing in Kenya. Gig economy is quite very new, but I don't want to say it's quite new because initially we had some forms of a gig economy. Talk of the seasoned workers, the temporary workers, who actually used to, who still also work in our country, but they're not using digital platforms. But now with digital innovations, I think that's why now you see the hype of a digital the gig economy. It's because we have brought the digital innovations, and you're able now to have people working from wherever they are. And I think this is quite good. But I think as a country, in as much as we are saying we have put a lot of policy initiatives, we still have a lot of gaps. If you look at our rural areas, we're still experiencing the digital divide is quite real. We have a digital infrastructure concentrated mostly in the urban areas. And what that means is that even if I want to embark on being a gig economy, I can't be able to do that because, one, I'm facing a challenge of infrastructure. So this is actually a big issue. And I'm sure when, think about us, when we go to our rural areas, sometimes you want to maybe to ask for Uber services, you can't be able to get some of these platforms. And this is actually tied to the gaps that we have in our infrastructure. Again, also, I think you see also keep on embracing some of these emerging economies, gig economy, digital economy. I also find there is also an issue of gender coming in. I happen to look at the research that we've done in this country in terms of just clearly understanding what is gig economy. Yeah, it's quite good because this is an economy. Gig economy is, it's worth more than 12 billion, sector, employing more than 35,000 workers. But if you look at the participation of some gender, and I'm talking about female, you actually be surprised. So for instance, if you look at the online cab drivers who are doing the Uber and the other, retail cabs and all that, only 5% of those who are doing the online cab are female. This is actually an issue, and I think this is maybe the areas that I think, Michael, we need to actually think about how we can actually start addressing. There are so many other issues that I think our policy documents have actually not been able to address, including defining who is a gig worker. So we are talking of somebody who is a freelancer, somebody who is an independent worker, who is using a platform managed by somebody else. So look at the example of Uber. Uber itself is an IT platform. So Uber platform do not own vehicles. So we bring vehicles to the platform. So then we start now, using the platform to look for customers, and they have very good algorithms of doing the pricing, looking for customers, and they're able to get the revenue. But see here, from a policy point of view, we have so many actors who are in that policy space. So here we are talking of Ministry of ICT, which is in charge of the platform, digital platform. Again, because they are gig workers, the drivers, their issues need to be looked at from the Ministry of Labor point of view. Again, because you're also doing the public transport, we also have Interior, the NTSA, Ministry of Transport. So it's sort of like many actors that actually need to work together so that we're able to improve the coordination and many issues that gig workers are actually facing, including the pay, that they also getting. So I think I will just keep it short like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Humphrey. As I wait for Francis Nyakundi from Kenatco, probably I can hear from Ken around the future of transportation, because you're in that sector. Just give a brief introduction about yourself, what you do, then tell us what the future holds, because Dr. Jogu has spoken about Uber, all these aspects. Kindly enlighten us a bit more.
Thank you very much for that. My name is Kenneth Guantai. I am the founder of Autotrack East Africa Limited, a company that is committing to introduce electric mobility in the country. And to demonstrate what gig economy and digital innovation is all about, I really like in such a panel to give a demonstration using myself as an example. In the year 2015, I was actually working with a bank. And one day, as I was coming from work, where I was working at Apple, I saw some young people demonstrating using the conventional mkokoteni. And the reason was that the government wanted to ban the use of the conventional mkokoteni from town. And so I took time to question them. Why is all this being done, yet it's employing a lot of youth who are not skilled, who use them mkokoteni to do their business. So that disturbed me a lot. And 1 week later, I decided to solve that problem of the mkokoteni. And I went back to the bank, and I told the manager, sir, I'm resigning from my bank job. I want to go into innovations. The first thing he told me is that I need to bring him a psychiatric letter from Madari to demonstrate that I'm okay, because he couldn't understand how someone can move from a bank to go and do innovation in mkokoteni, which you even don't know where you are heading to. So I didn't give up. I finally resigned. I started researching about the mkokoteni. How can I be able to come up with a motorized mkokoteni that can assist these people? So around 2016, I went around the universities, University of Nairobi, and JQ, asking the engineer there whether they can assist me to come up with a an electric mkokoteni. But again, they rebuked me and told me, you guy, you are chewing a lot of mirror, this is impossible. Again, I didn't give up. I went on with my research, and finally I decided to use the digital technology to do research outside Kenya, and finally I got a Chinese who told me, if you can bring me some industrial design about what you want to do, I can be able to actually manufacture an axle, an electric axle for you. So to cut the story short, in the year 2016, at the end of the 2016, as I was going now about my other businesses, because I've already resigned from bank, I saw someone reading a newspaper in a matatu, and in one page it was written, if you have an idea that can transform Africa, apply. So I went and bought the newspaper when I got to where I was heading to and applied. Finally, we applied 70,000 from across Africa. It was from one of the Nigerian philanthropists called Tony Rimeru. And finally, out of those 70,000, with my mkokoteni idea, I was selected. So I traveled to Nigeria, where I was given some seed capital, 500,000. And now we armed with this seed capital, I was able to send the money to China, and they were able to do the kit for me. Then now there comes the implementation. I said I don't want to do this the Juakari way. I went to KVM in Thika, and they told the MD, I want you to assist me to do an electric mkokoteni. He told me, you guy, we tried it here, we are unable to do it. So go and do it elsewhere, you come back, we do a mass production for you. So I didn't give up. I took some engineers from around the factory, and I told them once you are done with your work in the evening, I rented a shop near Thika, whereby they can come to handle now the assembling of the mkokoteni. After we are done with the electric mkokoteni with function, now the challenge was now how do we move forward to commercialization. I'm giving this story for the sake of innovators who are here and other dreamers like me. So after that, there was no money now to proceed to commercialization. So I decided now, because there is a government, and I used to hear the government are not assist, but I want to debunk that theory that they don't assist. I decided I will visit all the relevant CSs in my in the area that I am doing, the youth CS, youth treasury, and also industrialization. So I wrote a letter to all of them. And when I realized they are not replying, I used to go on the campus, they endorsed them, so that they can meet me there. So finally, they give me the attention. And in one of the industrialization ministry, they were partnering with the Royal Academy of Engineering program in UK. And they told me, you young man, now can you apply just like anybody? And if you succeed, you'll be able to be funded. So I applied again. In Africa, they needed 16, and I was accepted. So I was taken for 8 months training in London, South Africa, Cape Town, then finally Nigeria again. And later on, I presented my case at the Paris in London, where by now, when I came back, I was awarded 5 million grant fund, which now I utilize. When I came back, I saw a message in my phone, you have been appointed at the NYS, can you come for appointment letter? I was shocked. Because that time, that is when NYS used to have a lot of scandals, so I almost refused. I realized I might be part of the change, so I accepted. So when I went there, I was able to diversify from mkokoteni to an electric tuk-tuk, a 6-seater self-recharging tuk-tuk, which is able to recoup energy and self-charge itself. And from there now, I won several other awards internationally. The UN was doing a pilot project globally where they have selected few startups from across the globe, from Europe plus Latin America. Then Africa. In Africa, Kenya was not there, but finally I was selected, and I'm the one doing piloting in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. So after that, I applied with the same government, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, to allow me to be a national assembler for motor vehicles in Kenya. And last week, I was approved and given that letter. Don't even back there and thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm now a motor vehicle assembler in the Republic of Kenya.
Makofi kwake. Wow, what a great story. Makofi tena kwake. It all says that in the gig economy, one of the distinguishing factors is that don't listen to people that tell you you rise in the corporate ladder. You create your own ladder. And I think that's what Ken has exhibited. And, congrats to you. We can only wish you well in terms of growth. You're trailblazing and you, giving hope, to those of us who want to venture. Can we hear from Kenatko, about the future of transportation? Because there's congruence in what you're doing and whether you can be able to also support them in their business as they seek to work in the gig economy. Thank you.
Yeah. Our protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is, as you have heard, I am Francis Nyakundi. I work for a company called Kenatco. Many of our attendants here, the participants, I think they are our customers, and I'm very sure that as you are coming, some of you have been brought here by this logo. This Kenatco Taxation Limited is a company that is fully owned by the government through an incorporation by ICDC, but currently the name is KDC. It was established over 5 years ago in 1986 by a company called ICDC, which is now KDC. You can, those are the tools we use. That is our fleet. We do the small transfers, executive. We even do what we call the higher capacities, and sometimes we do staff transport. A formalized staff transport. We want to relieve organizations so that they concentrate on their objective. Like KIPPRA, if their work is research, let them do the research. We just do the mobility for their staff to go to the field and do research, so that much of their allocations or funds can be used for research. That's why we operate. We have an headquarters in Nairobi. We are in Kisumu, Eldoret, and Mombasa, and we are set to move to counties to beat Devolution. Those are some of our services. We have group transfers, staff transport, airport transfers, corporate transfers, and individual transfers. So suppose you want to move, organizations want to move people from Nairobi to Mombasa, you don't need to use your vehicles. You only need to board a flight. At Mombasa or in Kisumu, you will find us there. Those are some of the vehicles we use, and that's our security. Those are the key value proportions, the experience, the customer service, online booking, the call center, and the time, 24/7, the kind of staff we use, the software installed. Customers can always recover the items in case you forget your phone, your technology items, in case you are traveling to a conference like this. Once you forget them, you will always get them back. Well maintained vehicles and strict observance to COVID, which I think we are navigating from. That's how you can reach us, through the app. You go to any app store, you download the What Kenatco app, you will be able to access it, our offices and our services. why you need to use Kenatco for organizations and for public and private organizations. It is a cost reduction. You don't need to buy your vehicles. You only need to come to us. We have a service when you need it. Instead of you buying vehicles, then they lie idle at your offices, and you also need to look for security parking spaces. We are there to serve you. You just give your needs. You use the vehicle when you need it, and you pay for only that. You can see our branches, the safety, the customer service. Our payments are flexible. You pay at the end of the month. You can look at some of our clientele. And that is how you can reach us. We have a call center, the reservations, our website, of course, the address. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. I think I'll speak to your CEO to give you a promotion. You've done a very good pitch on sales. You deserve promotion or even at least a bonus at the end of the year. But there's a real risk in the future of transportation as we know it, because one, there is advent of autonomous cars. With intelligence, where in the future, the very near future, we'll not require to buy cars from a showroom. I'll only hail it based on requirements, and using artificial intelligence, those cars can even be able to query my requirements. Do I need to go to the supermarket? I've been going to this particular one. It can even send me an SMS, and I think that's one of the challenges that we need to contend with in the very near future around taxis, whether the gig economy around transportation is going to be sustainable, or what new jobs are going to be available. At this juncture, I've seen a sign language interpreter at the very corner there. I don't know why they are hidden. I want to invite Luke Muluka to tell us, is this gig economy for everyone? I've seen the program says that gig economy and PWDs. I don't know whether they have a disability from what, about what, for what. Is a grantee of mine from GSMA. He qualified among more than 50 countries to get a grant because of innovations that he did. So let's hear from him in terms of industry that he serves, whether this gig economy applies. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mithuka. My name is Luke Muleka, not Muluka. Yeah, I'm the founder and managing director of Science Media Kenya Limited, where we propagate social, economic, political, and talent development of persons with disabilities. As a way to get the deck, I got ushered into disability at a very early age. The lady that I immediately follow in our family was deaf and epileptic, and this really, we were good friends until when she went to school and came back with a different language, because initially I was rudimentary interpreter, but she came back with the sign language that I could not fathom or had practiced before, so we became a little bit of strangers. And really, growing up later on, I realized that these are some of the challenges that people experience, especially those with children with disability and deaf kids, for that matter. What I've been told to talk about will traverse in the areas of disability, not just to be premised in the deaf community, but most of what I do is actually within the deaf people. And we realize that digital economy or the digital space helps persons with disability to navigate restrictions around finance, education, medical, communication. And also you realize that during COVID-19, when everybody was moving to working from home and restrictions around travel, you realize that that was actually another area that persons with disability were to navigate using the digital space. And when we are talking about their participation in the socio-economic development, we are not just talking about them being in school and all that, but we are looking at how do they participate from agriculture all the way. So I've been able to make a presentation that is able to help all the persons with disabilities and the innovators to think, how do we incorporate all these people into the space of innovation? For example, in Kenya, we have people, organizations that, like Safaricom, that is working closely with the M-Pesa. And we realize that M-Pesa has really been revolutionized to see how does it help have persons with disability participate without necessarily going to some banking institutions that actually probably are inaccessible because of the lifts, and whereby we are looking at people building a lot of metal ramps without necessarily thinking about our mental ramps in terms of bringing persons with disability to the place. So agriculture, we're looking at artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, blockchain and drone technology. How do we make sure that a person with physical disability is able to participate in agriculture? Then that is where we can use actually drone technology to help them, because people, as innovations are going on, people have come up with some applications that are able to help identify which plants need water or which plants need fertilizer, and that is how we can actually bring persons with disability to participate in the agriculture effectively without necessarily thinking about how will they be in the sun. But this is something they can monitor at the comfort of their phones. The health sector, we are looking at, and this is something also that we looked when we were innovating. I will go through then come to what we did at the end of the day. During COVID-19, how would a deaf person participate? Let me say if they are in isolation, how would they participate to get sign language interpretation, and all the people were in masks? Because lips and gloves, our hands play a crucial role when we're having interpretation services for a deaf community. So health sector, we looked at how people are going to make accessibility of services also to people who have disability, and also the deaf people. For example, we were being told that if you're a person with visual impairment, then you are supposed to be, we were being told you should be 1.5 meters away from your neighbor, but as a visually impaired person, you have to hold the person leading you at the elbow. How will that work? And that's where we are being told to sneeze from. So that was a challenge, but how do we navigate that? We are also looking at financial banking sector, whereby persons with disabilities are not able to participate well. But we've seen innovations, and I was very pleased the other day when we were attending a certain conference, and they were praising one of the corporate in the banking sector who have actually made their services accessible. How are we doing this? By making sure that some apps are so accessible that persons with disabilities are able to do banking without necessarily going to the banking institutions. The other issue is where we've had mobile technologies and applications that give lending opportunities, the M-Pesa, Zenka, Cash, whereby people are able now, persons with disabilities are able to use that. And you realize that some of the data, some of the documents that these organizations will have wanted physically that a blind person, let me say, or a visually impaired person will carry, that of course have Braille, then through some of these applications, like using automated way of communication, they're able to pick this data and offer loans directly. So education sector also, we used to see during that time, during COVID, whereby people were able to be given this. And as I'm doing this, I will also go back and say, how have we intervened in the whatever, as an innovation company. We are looking at persons with disabilities having challenges to travel, because if you're looking at physical disability, then you find that there is a challenge in you accessing some of the transport sector. So we realize that companies like Uber, companies like Bolt, that can now make you come and collect me at my doorstep without necessarily going to the roadside and look for transportation. So that becomes some of the innovations that we have in the technology, in the digital technology, that are able to help persons with disabilities. E-sector, We have, now you can purchase stuff online using Amazon, Alibaba, AliExpress. And these are helping persons with disabilities to not think about how do I go to the supermarket. And rather than I can make these orders, pay online using payment channels, and I'm able to receive these. Then came 2020 when COVID was happening. And we realized that now what I was talking about, the deaf people could not access sign language interpretation, and we came up with Assistol, which is a sign language interpreter's mobile application that enables interpretation to be offered like Uber, whereby you don't need to have a physical interpreter. We've cut down on logistics. Now, through that, we know that a sign language interpreter plays a crucial role in the life of a deaf person, aiding in effective communication, service delivery, and service acquisition. The moment you cut off interpretation services from a deaf person, you've actually made them unable to participate in the economy or to participate in the development of our country. What we are doing as science media through our app called Assistol, we have been able to introduce mechanisms whereby you can get sign language interpreters when you need them. Employers have been not employing the deaf people simply because they feel that it's very difficult to have an interpreter seated there only waiting to interpret. Now you can only get an interpreter when you want. Deaf people have been going to hospital, and it's very difficult for doctors and nurses to communicate. Can you imagine treating a sickness or diagnosing a sickness from a person you cannot communicate to? So we've been able to bridge this gap of communication. And we have issues whereby the banking sector has been missing about 260 customers who can grow their loan book and who can grow their deposit book. So we've brought a situation whereby they can now reach out to this particular population in our country and help them grow, because in the corporate sector, the competition is about that next customer. What about the crime at the police station, where you realize that deaf people, some of them witness crimes, or some of them crimes are perpetrated on them, and it becomes difficult for them to report because of barrier of communication. So that is what we want the police officer to hail an interpreter immediately. They get to record this statement, and also just make sure that this deaf person will be able to be at the court to present evidence the way you and me will do in case we witness or were had a crime. The other thing is we are providing solutions whereby it's not a must that a deaf person should go to a bank or a customer, an institution to be served. We can do this through three-way call, in which a deaf person will be able to, you are a corporate, you download Assistol or you become a subscriber to Assistol, a deaf person will be able to use Assistol and reach out to your call center that will ping directly to an interpreter who will be able to serve you on a priority basis. And that eliminates, for example, reporting a PIN that probably that wants to block my PIN, a deaf person has been stolen from, and they want to block their PIN. So it becomes very easy, not waiting until Monday. Probably it happened on Friday night, not waiting till Monday. They can do that directly, and through Assistol, you'll be able to communicate to the deaf and be able to serve that deaf person when they did that service. Thank you very much. I think I've kept to the time.
Thanks a lot, Luke, for the session. And I think as a country, we don't celebrate ours enough. Because what Luke has come up with, nobody else in the world has ever thought about it. This solution serves not only Kenya, but also other countries. Yet we have the lowest prevalence. Asia has the best in terms of innovations. They've never come up with this. It only came from Kenya. And as it goes to sit, kindly, again, a round of applause. Colonel Lombati has just whispered to me that in this session, KRA has detected that there could be money in the gig economy. And the way mnauliza kwa social media, gig economy ni kitu ya kushtakia mtu kweli. Huh? Can we hear from Moses about the opportunity, whether there is money in it, as I wait for Dr. Mohamed Omar to come forward to tell us how KRA is going to support the digital economy for it to grow.
Could you repeat the question?
The opportunity, whether there is money, what's the future, the near future?
Yes, absolutely. I think the gig economy has a lot of money, and I think it depends how you get into it, right? So you could be an Uber driver who seemingly nowadays always seem to complain about what you pay them and what they get to keep, but there's instances where there are people, and we know certain cases exist in Kenya, doing something called NFTs, which is digital art. And I saw a video actually that was done by Safaricom of an NFT artist. So basically this is art that's sold using cryptocurrencies. And there's a young man there who was talking about that when he sells his art in Kenya, it goes for 20,000 shillings. But when he sells it online on these NFTs, it goes for $3,000. And this is a guy who just graduated from university. So you can imagine, depending on what it is that you're doing and how you're leveraging gig economy, whether you're using platforms like Upwork and so forth, depending on the services you provide, there are people who are making a full-time, essentially job from doing gigs. And again, even locally, you'll find that there are many freelancers, including those who we work with, where it's a developer, a designer, and they don't have a full-time job, but they serve companies with their services, and it is a full-time thing. They're earning very good money doing it as independent freelancers. So absolutely, there's money there.
Thanks, Moses. I think you've betrayed us, and the reason why Mohammed is here. Kindly take it away.
Okay, thanks. I don't know if this is working. Is the presentation there?
Yeah.
Okay, I think the moderator, as usual, when you hear KRA, what springs to mind is the revenue. But I want to start off by saying that the mobilization of resources for the government and the mobilization of revenue is dependent on the wider economy. So if the digital economy is doing well, then KRA will be able to hit the target and we're able to get the money. So we have an interest in the economy growing. Okay, in Kenya becoming the software hub, and surely we are becoming. So as I give up the perspectives of KRA, I just want to start off by saying that the context was given by a number of speakers. I will also give that context a little bit. The gig economy, in my view, is a subset of the wider digital economy. So it focuses on the flexibility, the shorter timelines, the ability to be able to work on different projects and so on. So the context is that there is the transition has been fast-tracked. Whenever there is a disruption or a crisis, it increases the speed of change. The environment has already been changing. The pace with which the workers are working is changing. We now have knowledge workers whose terms and conditions and methods and approaches are different from what we used to have. So the idea is that we are not going to look at the digital economy the way we have looked at the traditional brick and mortar economy. And it's not about digitizing manual processes, automating a process that is manual, and basically transposing it on an online setting. That's not what it is. It is about the entire recalibration of the way we do business. So as a context, that's what we are talking about. The skill sets change, so you have skills in programming and coding, in machine learning, and so on. Data science, data analytics all come into play. So that is the context we are talking about. The business model changes. The way a startup or a company does its business, how they make money, how they generate revenue changes. So what we are talking about is a shift from the traditional to a new one in looking at different dimensions. So it has touched all facets, all sectors of the economy, some more than others. We have seen transportation sector. There's a lot of telemedicine, healthcare, a lot of apps that use, healthcare is using a lot of apps, transportation, but we have only scratched the surface. I think there's a lot more to be done. We've had agriculture in the morning, so the music streaming, you're able to work across borders, different time zones, and collaborate on a project. We've seen in the education sector during the COVID. So I think what this one gives is just cryptocurrency is there, games and online betting. So the variety is just huge, and I don't think there's still scope for expansion in terms of now the economy. Remember I told you the revenue depends on the wider economy. There's a symbiotic relationship between the wider economy and the gig economy. When the economy is doing well is when the gig economy expands. So that's just to give you a flavor. Now, what has the National Treasury, the government, represented by the National Treasury, done, and what have we done in terms of the legal, regulatory, and policy framework to ensure that the digital economy is facilitated? So there's the parent laws, the traditional. First of all, even before the advent of the digital services tax, the Kenyan law, the tax laws did not preclude online transactions. So even if we didn't do the DST, the laws assume that if you are earning a salary, income, you are making profit, you are bound to pay your taxes. So, but to be clear and to remove ambiguities, a number of laws were introduced. So Finance Act 2020 introduced the Digital Services Tax, which became effective in January 2021. Then there was the Digital Marketplace, the VAT component. So that was the initial law that really, in a specific sense, identified and brought into play the digital economy taxation. Initially, both the local companies, locally domiciled companies, and those that don't have permanent establishment here abroad, but they're able to do online transactions in Kenya, were being affected. So for the foreign companies, it was final tax. For local, they will offset against their final tax liability. We realized that was cumbersome. So subsequently, the law was refined so that the DST now deals with the foreign entities. I will be speaking to that. It is about 1.5% of the turnover of the transactions that you do in Kenya. If you are Amazon or Netflix or Airbnb or wherever you might be, and you are not based here, you are creating value in Kenya, then you are bound to pay your taxes. Okay, so that's what the local laws have done. Globally, there's an ongoing discussion at the OECD where beyond the OECD members, they are trying to bring in a lot of other countries, developing countries included, to ensure that there's a discussion and an agreement on how to handle the digital economy. The genesis of all this was that countries, they call them destination countries or market countries, where the giant tech companies, the bulk of the companies that offer the transactions are normally from other developing countries. So the framework was to counter and make sure that there's value to be had, there's tax to be paid to these countries, including Kenya. So out of 141 countries, 137 signed up initially. About 3 or 4 did not sign immediately, Kenya included. It had a high threshold for digital tax to be paid. It had a number of exceptions, a number of sectors that were not taxed, and there was this feeling that that was not the best. But now there's been a lot of discussions, and the idea is that multinationals might be avoiding taxes by shifting their profits to low tax jurisdiction or jurisdiction that charge zero taxes. So OECD came up with 15 actions, 2 of which deal with digital taxation, so that there's fairness, there's a residual profit that comes to, out of the residual profit, there's something that comes to countries like ours. And that is now, so at the national side, in Kenya, we have our own framework. At the global side, this is what's happening. 2 of the pillars are dealing with this to ensure that there's tax to be had by countries that are developing or market countries. Now, the gig economy, I think I've given some examples there, the Ubers, the Bolts, the professional services, co-working spaces, and so on. This is just to give an indication of what the gig economy is. And if we were to describe using adjectives, we've thrown in a number of things. So I think I said a little bit about that. Independent, short-term, decoupled from the normal routine that we know, alternative, ambiguous, so that if you are dealing with gig economy, the routine set of rules and procedures that you see in traditional offices may not apply. So it is you who independently plans, make sure that you are delivering your targets and so on. So this is just to tell us about what the gig economy, mobile apps are prominent. Youngsters are the ones that dominate, young people and so on. So what is it that's driving? What are the thrusts that drive the gig economy? So number one is the flexibility. First of all, there must be the underpinning infrastructure. So we talked about the policies, national policies on taxation. I know there's an ongoing national tax policy that not only is supposed to enable and facilitate not just the digital economy, but generally to inject predictability and stability into the tax system. So that has to be there. The physical infrastructure, the data centers, the ICT infrastructure has to be in place. But beyond that, you've got what is driving, of course, the younger generation, their approaches and habits in terms of the use of technology, smart technology, the flexibility, the digitization that is becoming prominent. Those are some of the drivers. Okay, so I think I have addressed this, the 1.5 on the digital services tax, the DST, and that's what applies. So the challenges. I did talk about the difference between the traditional, the brick and mortar, and this one. Of course, having sight over the transactions is a challenge. So you are based in a different country. Our people here have access to the apps. They are able to do business. When you are importing physical products, it's easy. So you come through the airport, you have a consignment, or through shipping lines, the customs is able to see. But when you are downloading a software, or you are working across borders on, of course, if you really apply smart technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and so on, eventually do. But that is one of the challenges. The business models I did talk about. If you expect the traditional way, the traditional flows of transactions, it doesn't apply. So the business models are different. Whether a company is established in Kenya and abroad is a different dimension. Electronic cash, cryptocurrency. So all these come into play. And if you are dealing with digital economy, you have to deal with this. Multinationals talk about double taxation in order to avoid taxation. So these are the challenges that we deal with in terms of taxing the digital economy. Looking ahead now as I finalize, what do we see? I did talk about the workforce, the skill sets required, the kind of disciplinary specializations required. So today, I don't think they are enough. There's a fight for talent. The best developers are headhunted every day. They are being given sign-on bonus. They go to a particular bank, they go to telcos, they go to these, they're able to choose. Multinationals are offering more. So that one is there, and that is supposed to continue. The disruptive nature of COVID, I think I mentioned that really fast-tracked the gig economy. And then, of course, the normalization of that flexible working method is also to be expected in the future as we go forward. I think that should be the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner. for enlightening us, and we are glad that at the end of your session you've not asked for the tax. It will still come. As we wait for Mr. Richmond Komodo to come on stage to do the final presentation, I want to just pose a question to Faith. Having listened, and I think it was last year but one, we saw a lot of repossessions of these Suzuki Alto vehicles, which were, a lot of them were in Uber or Bolt. From the banking perspective, how do you score this risk, and how can banks support the growth of the gig economies? Thank you.
All right, thank you, and certainly a good question. I think the pandemic was a novel experience for most of us, including the financial sector. Certainly, it changed the narrative quite significantly, and unfortunately, some of the contractual conversation we got in had to be enforced. But I think from a bank perspective, there was a lot of, for the willing customers, there was a lot of restructuring of facilities to enable them still have their assets when they still needed them. So for those who reached out to banks, there was some accommodation to that front. But of course, yes, there are other contracts that had to be terminated, hence the repossession. But going forward, how do we support the gig economy? As I mentioned in my opening remarks, there's a whole, the whole digitization process within the bank is meant to integrate with such platforms to enable provision of liquidity at the back end, supporting some of the assets that underpin this gig economy. And even as from an operating perspective, we are also beginning to embrace such flexible work arrangements for staff, and I think it's something we'll still see happening going forward. Yes, COVID was a game changer. There are some adjustments we've had to do as financial institutions, some which will remain entrenched as part of operation, but some which will probably adopt as the infrastructure is developed going forward.
Thanks. Over to Richmond.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. Good afternoon, all. I'm Richmond, and I'm from the African Center for Economic Transformation. I bring you warm greetings from Accra. Okay, so I'll be talking briefly about the linkages between research and development and productivity, technology upgrading and economic transformation, just essentially trying to strike the link between these areas. My presentation would briefly talk about assets, that's the institution I work with, talk about economic transformation, and then briefly look at the linkages, and then move on to give a brief snapshot of Kenya's transformation profile. So ASSET is a think tank. We're based in Accra, and we were established with an understanding that Africa needs more than just economic growth. So ASSET was established to actually help governments and institutions get a firm grasp of transformation issues. So what we do is we help focus economic policy in Africa on economic transformation. We provide analysis to inform transformation strategies and policies with governments we work with. We provide tools that help us to monitor economic transformation. And then finally, we advise on the design and implementation of strategies of on economic transformation. We do analysis, advice, and advocacy services linked with economic transformation. Hitherto, ASSET coming up with its seminal paper which looked at economic transformation. Transformation has been a buzzword that had been used by many experts. You hear a lot about transformation, the economy has to transform, but no one has really taken the time to define what transformation is. In the early 2000s, you heard the narrative of Africa growing, Africa rising. The Economist came up with that assertion, and it was on the back of increased growth across the continent. In the early 2000s, you realize more than 6 out of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world were in Africa. And these were Angola, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Chad, Mozambique, and all that. But by the time the global financial crisis kicked in, many of these countries had their growth buckle. Essentially, they stopped growing for a period, and then we all started wondering what happened. Was it a bust? What happened with all these growth indicators? So Assets first seminal paper to define transformation advocated that there's more to growth than just having high economic growth rates. Growth have to be sustained. Countries have to transform, and that means that countries have to grow with depth. And that's how we came by our definition for transformation. That it's not enough to grow, but when you're growing, you have to grow with depth. Depth is actually an acronym. D stands for diversification. What we mean is that there should be a complete diversification of exports in the production base of the country, so that the country should not be dependent on just one sector of the economy. So you realize if the country is also too dependent on gig economy without looking at the other aspects, then there is an issue. We have the issue of the second E is for export competitiveness, that the country should be able to competitively produce a product and then trade, earn enough income so that you would see growth in certain elements of the economy. Now, what another thing is productivity, that you see productivity increases across the resource input. For us, we focus mostly on labor, that the labor should be very productive. Labor in the agri sector, the value add should be higher. Labor in the manufacturing sector should be higher. And labor in the services sector should be higher. Same thing for the gig economy. And then the technological upgrading, which is one of the key factors, because the basis on which you see this productivity increases across the sectors. So that's where you also see the gig economy taking advantage of various technologies available. But for the purpose of transformation, we usually capitalize on technological upgrading with respect to manufacturing, because that's one of the areas that most African countries have fallen behind. And if we manage to make gains on that side, we'll be able to do a lot. The last bit looks at human well-being, that there should be improvements, people should have better jobs, that growth should be reflected in the lives of the people. I think the keynote speaker talked about the big four for Kenya, and you realize they were very simple: put food on the table, provide health, get jobs, and that's very critical for it. And I think on the human well-being element, we talk about gender, that women should be able to actively participate in the labor market. So through our definition of transformation, growth with debt became the framework based on which we work with institutions. It forms the basis for what we call the African Transformation Report, which allows us to define transformation in the first place. Since then, we've come up with about 3 editions of the Transformation Report, and they look into deep dives and look into various sectors of the economy. Then we have the ATI, which is the African Transformation Index, which measures transformation across various African countries and ranks these economies. I think when I share the website of our company, you'll be able to see where Kenya falls. I must say that ATI is being revised now. We have a new edition coming up, and this time around we have about 33 African economies in there, as opposed to the last edition, which had about 21 economies. And then last but least, we also coming up with a new product called the Country Economic Transformation Outlooks, which I'm proud to say we are working with KIPPRA on. So what the Country Economic and Transformation Outlooks does is focus on transformation, economic transformation agenda at the country level, because what the resource endowment capacities of countries differ. So when you have a good understanding of what takes place in one economy, you'll be able to help guide the process. And I'm proud to say Kenya is one of the first countries that will be coming up with on this. I think I've talked a lot about assets. Let me zoom in straight to the link with around transformation and then the gig economy or the technology side. So we see this manifesting itself in the productivity and the technological upgrading area of the group with that framework. So that if technology is well applied in the sector, it will lead to productivity increase, it will lead to technological upgrading. Now I have a very simple, when you look at countries that have gone ahead to transform, I'm talking about the early transformers, the Southeast Asian countries. You have China, Malaysia, India, and Singapore, who have made a lot of inroads by investing heavily in R&D, and that reflects in innovation. It leads to productivity increases and technological upgrading in them. India is one of the countries that when you talk about gig economy, they are one of the hubs. They are the biggest you can ever think of. Because of the kind of service they provide, you have a huge stock of Indian labor providing digital services to the US market and other developed markets. But guess what? India also happens to be a recognized global pharmaceutical powerhouse. So in spite of its prowess in terms of the gig economy, its link to the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry is also strong. And this is being manifested in, I don't know how many pharmaceutical firms you have here that are from India. I'm sure there are a lot already. So it tells you a lot that there should be, at the end of the day, there should be some sort of a backward integration of the gig economy into the broader economy. This graph just tells you about the integration of it. It tells you that countries that have been able to transform usually have high-tech investments. When you look at China, you see the high-tech investments over there. When you look at India, look at Africa and Kenya, you realize a significant share of their manufacturing exports are in the low-tech, and that's very, very problematic. Now we did a very quick, I have 1 minute left. We did a very quick back-of-the-envelope analysis to see how technology, how R&D investments correlates with technology and productivity dimensions of the ATI. So essentially taking R&D investments in countries and then comparing it with the productivity scores of countries in technology and in technology and productivity dimensions of ATI. And you could see from the board that there's a strong correlation across virtually all the countries. The top one tells you the link between productivity, R&D investment, and then technology. And then the bottom one tells you about R&D development, and then investments, and then R&D investments, and then productivity. So just a quick snapshot of Kenya's transformation. So one thing is obvious: Kenya has had a very remarkable growth. You've had 5% growth annual for a very long time, and that's great. Agriculture and the services sector runs the economy. When it comes to the gig economy, I think you're recognized heavily as the Silicon Savannah of Africa by virtue of how you use technology. You were the pace setter with Fintech, with digital finance, and has been super awesome. A lot of countries, especially in West Africa, have replicated what Kenya has done. But I don't want to say it's an unfortunate thing, but when you look at the economy, despite the remarkable performance, that the technology integration into the economy has been confined to the ICT sector. Its link into the real sector is not so strong. So when you see the manufacturing exports, you see the big gap in there. And then also there are issues around social security issues for gig workers. There's also issue around decent work around these things. And I think our laws are not up there yet, but Kenya has actually done a good work managing this and managing the taxation issues associated with the sector. Thanks so much for the audience.
Thanks a lot, Richmond. Take our greetings to Accra. And thanks for the compliment that we lead in Africa.
As well as the country as a whole. Thanks.
Yeah, for me, I see there is a bright future for gig economy. But I think we need to clearly define who is a gig worker, the environment of a gig worker, because really from all the presentations and the discussions, we are seeing two things here. One, defining a gig worker, the environment is not very clear, even from a policy and a legal point of view. Because we talked about, for instance, an Uber is a platform which employs people who are bringing devices. So for me, I think this is an issue that we actually require many stakeholders, not just the Ministry of ICT, but many other stakeholders, including the Ministry in charge of Labor, so that we can be able to collectively able to improve and empower the gig economy so that we can be able to drive. And again, also, I also see a bright future because as a country, we have been seeing a dwindling of the formal jobs. Now that the gig economy is a platform or is a new avenue of creating jobs. So I think this is actually a sector that needs to be nurtured so that we're able to continue creating more jobs. And now that we have even some very recent initiatives taken by the government, we have the coding syllabus that has recently been introduced by the Ministry of Education. I think this is a good initiative so that we're able to develop those digital skills so that we can prepare those digital workers for the future. Thank you.
Could we hear from Moses?
Thank you. I think for me, as somebody who's worked directly in the digital space for many, many years, I think I've never found, what I always find is that it always feels like it's still starting, like it's always renewing itself, always beginning. And I think when I look at the gig economy, I think the most exciting thing is that, especially for the young people, is, they really have an opportunity to take advantage of something where they can define pretty much what they want to become. Number two, I think the barriers to entry continue being lowered. The insights, the education, the possibilities are almost limitless. And again, in terms of what you can do and what you can, the places you can play with within the gig economy are massive. Number three, I think, I hope and pray that we don't over-regulate the gig economy in Kenya. I think we have opportunities where many of the young people might not go through formal education, but can become practitioners and excel within this space. So I think, as an economy that's a subset of the digital economy, we need to sort of look at ways of encouraging and growing the space without potentially hindering the potential of the young people. Thank you.
Colonel?
Yeah, it's important to appreciate that almost all those speakers never talk of security, except myself. And for your information, without safety, you will never invest in gig economy. Without peace and stability, you will not gain out of that. Maybe nobody talked about the challenges the Uber drivers go through. Sometimes an Uber driver takes you, rides you from point A to point B, but Uber as a company, which is not local, takes all that money. It gives you as I think there's a benefit sometimes they give. The drivers go complaining that now I've done the whole day, Uber from wherever they are, they have given free rides, and I need to eat. So we need to think how to protect that gig economist or that investor. And that is something else that I also want to bring to the fore, that as we do all this, as we enhance, promote, it's not about regulation, but it's protecting those individuals that are putting assets and money in that gig economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel. Last, I want to give it to Ken, and for him to also do his final pitch and request on his behalf that KTN invites him to his studio and showcase what he's been able to do.
Thank you very much. Mine is to emphasize that for gig economy to succeed, especially through innovation of all kinds, the government needs to enhance financing, and not that financing that you are told, oh, come, you apply for this amount of money, you pay this type of interest. In fact, for innovation, there is no way you can succeed with alone. You really need to support these people. Instead of us begging the foreigners to support us, yet we have a government, and we are declaring a 3 trillion budget. Why can't you even declare 10 billion to support innovators, where you give them grant so that they can be able to actualize their innovation? The other thing is the KRA. Immediately I even start doing a prototype there at my doorstep, money. So, Mr. Commissioner, you don't need them banned before you start getting the fruit. Kindly allow us at least to start producing something, and we could even what you have invested before you start.
Thanks, and Commissioner is my friend. I'll talk to him to spare you. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I want to bring the session to a close. But just in summary to say that the gig economy has taught us that work is not a place you go to. It's not the office. It's what you do with yourself to be able to earn an income, to be able to build yourself and build a country while at it. I'm glad, I don't know how many of us are aware that the CS, Amina Mohammed, last week gazetted a task force that is looking at the gig economy. It was gazetted on Friday last week. But for me, I feel that that needs to be expanded to also involve MOICT. I think John Musheru needs to be informed about this so that he can be able to expand in terms of developing the strategy and the policies that is going to build onto this, because the biggest beneficiary is our youth. And those of us like myself and Ken, who don't like sitting in one place and always want to explore more, be flexible, and learn from different experiences. So thanks a lot for your time. I think this is an ongoing conversation. Looking forward to speaking about it as we look at the numbers growing to the 80% that have been projected as the future of gig economy. Thanks a lot. Trian.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Zomo Bithuka and his team for an engaging conversation. All right, it's time for lunch now. A very quick reminder for those who have not registered, please ensure you pass by the registration desk so that you're also able to pick up your voucher. You will not be able to have lunch without a voucher today. So if you haven't registered, please quickly pass by the desk before you head out to the lunch serving station. So I'll allow us to quickly break for lunch, but just before we do that, when we come back from lunch, we will have one session which is touching on progress in achieving financial inclusion. That will be the financial inclusion plenary session. Thereafter, we will have some breakaway groups which will run for about an hour, and then we will converge here once again to wrap with a presentation from the breakaway sessions. So let's enjoy your lunch. Keep it short and sweet if you can, and see you back here in 45 minutes max. Thank you so much. See you shortly.
Present-day Parliament Building along Parliament Road in Nairobi is among Kenya's most iconic landmarks. This Victorian architectural masterpiece is where our elected representatives meet to make laws that affect our country and, by extension, anyone living in it. But Parliament Building hasn't always been on this spot.
Ushirika with Alex Chamwada.
It was started in 1972 with a membership of about 700, which has grown to over 63,000 with an asset base of about 40 billion Kenya shillings.
From the circle, I've been able to take my brothers to school. I've also been able to build a house at home.
Microbiology laboratory is involved in testing hand sanitizers, and we're able to give an assurance that besides the fact that the proportions of the ingredients are okay, we are able to verify that the hand sanitizer can actually kill the microorganism. And the test that we do here for instant hand sanitizer is what we call bactericidal efficacy of the hand sanitizer. Also, along the way, it became mandatory for the public to put on masks, as was directed by the government. And as is the case, we also had a lot of people coming in and producing surgical masks, which were meant to be used by health workers and also by the general public at large. And for the surgical masks, we usually have to verify that they are actually able to filter out the aerosols and guarantee a level of safety that is acceptable for both the health worker and also for the general public. In this lab, we usually test these surgical masks to check for the filtration efficacy against certain microorganisms. And that is one of the tests that also we've been carrying out in this laboratory. Now, as you are aware, we are a standards body, and all the tests that we do are guided by the relevant standards. We have standards that guide us with regards to what to test, how to test, and the minimum requirements that would assure the consumer that the product is fit for purpose. And for instant hand sanitizers, we are currently using an KS-EAS standard 786, which specifies the minimum requirements alongside the requirements for ethanol content and pH. We have bactericidal efficacy, and it requires at least 99.9% efficacy. And for us, we usually test it based on internationally recognized methodology. When it comes to surgical masks, we're also guided by standards which give us the minimum requirements and the methodology which we use to carry out this analysis. And the standard we currently are using is KS 2636 of 2016, which is a specification for surgical masks, which gives the minimum requirement for bactericidal filtration efficacy as 98%.
I call myself Patty Mali, and today is about my story.
Paddy Ubon is a comedian. Paddy Ubon is an entertainer. My real names are David Omondi Atwenga, but Paddy Ubon means Babademian. When cameras are not rolling, when the pens are not writing, and when I'm not dressed as Paddy, I do carpentry. I do painting. Niko na some charity stuff zenye nafanya. I just always want to interact with people. Some people don't know about me. A lot of people don't even know that niko na nywele. Naweza ongea hata Kiswahili hivi. I always tell people I had a very amazing father. He was an entertaining guy. Alikuwa sana guest wakikuja na dance, kumatch mbele ya guest and salute. He used to call me his bodyguard. And then I could notice people are actually even buying me stuff. I remember my first keyboard and nilinunua na cash yenye nilikuwa na get from people. So went all the way mpaka nikafika high school, did drama, it was good. So came out, started doing recordings of music. Nikajipata na work na Mwala, nikajipata na work na Kajairo, did pranks, and then baadaye ndo nilikuja nikakuwa introduce to parodies na vitu kama hizo. The first parody that I did it na Kajairo. The first song was Sauti Soul, Gentleman. Ilikuwa YouTube. The reception was good and it actually kept me going because watu walianza kuni recognize as that mjamaa wa parody.
Chale inapaswa kulambwa. Twist kinywaji ya mgonjwa. Putting mini mtoto.
Nime benefit a lot from the social media. I find people calling me. I want to associate your brand na my brand. And they make it rain. Lazima kacheda kapitie. So I think social media ukicompare na kitambo, the only way we can see you is specific time. Na stima ikipotea, sita kuona, unaelewa. So nowadays, social media imetu expose, imetusukuma zaidi. I can be watched time yoyote. And that's the power that I feel like we have than watu wa kitambo. Mostly you become stronger kama umefight a tougher thing.
You know how I like it when she's riding.
I went through issue na Drake. It was a song yenye nilikuwa nimefanya innocently. I call it Alcohol's Plan. Song yake ilikuwa inaitwa God's Plan. And I was so happy about this song. I'm like, this was the jackpot. Next day naamka kumbe imevutwa. My guy aliweka ni kama rights za hii song zote. Mezangu. It created a very big impact. Everyone wanted to interview me. Kama unafanya ngoma ya mtu, mwachie rights zake. Mwachie, and that's the thing that I always do. I don't make profits from parodies.
2 + 2 is 4 -1 hiyo hesabu peleka kwenu. Hizo brain zenu zimeblock. Na makakis.
The internet iko na spaces enough for everyone. It's all about you creating better from it. Nimetumiwa my pictures of people dressing like Padi, toka kwa gender zote na kila kitu. So I think people are consuming me the way I would wish. So sidhani kama niko na boundaries. And I think my mission is to make people feel better kwa hii dunia. Okay, what up? It's your boy Paddy Wubon ndani ya jumbani yake Paddy Kizila mtu. If you want to get me, go kwa Instagram yangu, YouTube yangu, Facebook yangu at Paddy Wubon mpaka Twitter, kila mahali. See ya. Tokeni hapa.
I'm a streetwear designer, fashion designer, and also creative director of my fashion brand, Naiva. And only recently I get into now visual art and selling NFTs. It's been quite a journey because I originally started as someone who was interested in doing business. So all my art used to be for Naiva. Then after some time, I saw that people are actually getting into selling NFTs, and I figured why not make visual art for my own stories, something about like maybe my personal life or things I go through as an artist. Then slowly I transitioned from just producing art for the brand to now I'm just producing art because my art comes from different like experiences. You'll see some aspects of, or you can see the streetwear designer here, you can see the business person here. I went to the University of Manchester, so I've been able to apply some of the things I learned in my degree in now business and even the art space. But a lot of it has just been communication, learning to communicate with people from different cultures. Another thing I can say inspired me is for fashion, like even us seeing growing up, you don't see that many black people at the forefront of fashion campaigns. So for me, you'll notice so many of the symbols I use glorifying black people, so you'll see a crown on my work. It's a chance for me to switch the narrative. I didn't hear about NFTs till March last year. I dabbled in crypto for a bit, cryptocurrency, but I didn't know about non-fungible tokens, which is now, NFTs. The biggest motivation was seeing that other people are making money through digital art. But with time, I realized there's so much more. You get connections, you meet new artists, you get to see people's stories. You generally build an actual community online. The beginning was difficult because you're still trying to put your name out there. You're not getting as much reach. I felt like it was hard to get my story out there because I didn't feel like that many people celebrated black art. But over time, I realized it's just a matter of finding the few who do. Now you see marketplaces reposting your work or retweeting your work, and then automatically you get more people looking at your work, more followers, and hopefully even a sale. And now we even have a group on Twitter. It's called Mwangi NFT. So yeah, so we have like almost 80 to 100 participants right now. As a platform in its own, it's liberating for artists to now have full ownership of how they sell their work, how much money they make, the royalties they get, because when you sell a piece, eventually someone sells it again, you still get like 10% of each subsequent sale. And that's unheard of in the traditional world. Only recently they get commissioned by a collective called Afrofuture DAO. It's run by the Mohammed Amin Foundation. They chose 5 artists from Africa, and I was fortunate enough to be chosen as one of them. And through that, now you see automatically people now see your name all over the place, and you start getting more opportunities. Since August last year, I've been able to make sales up to 1 Ethereum. 1 Ethereum at the time, which was September, was around $3,200. And I prefer to keep it in Ethereum because that way Ethereum can go up in value. From the beginning till the point I made the sale, it was just 5 months of me posting work, putting it in comments, sending it everywhere. The moment you sell a piece online, first it's a global market. And then someone else can see this piece and think it's worth $6,000 when you only thought you can make 20K. So when I do make my sales, I transfer them from the marketplace to now my wallet now on Binance. Then you can either choose to invest in other currencies or do the P2P transaction, which is done through M-Pesa, where you can just sell your Ethereum to someone and then they pay you. You'll definitely make much more from NFTs than from the traditional setup right now. We had social media, that was Web 2. Web 3 is now the metaverse. So it's like we're entering this new age where first we have most of our ownership, almost full ownership of your digital assets. So I think for me, how I could angle it to being something for the future is like, you see how I have my collection of bags or clothes. I can create art, and then whoever buys the art gets an exclusive piece from my clothing line. So that's a way I can find to integrate, and there's so many other ways of integrating NFTs into the physical kind of marketplace. Talk to people, like don't just put your work out there just for the sake of selling. Actually communicate with people, make collaborations. Another thing is it opens you up to a global market. So I think I'd recommend, especially Kenyan artists, because the amount of talent in Kenya is unbelievable, especially people who do fine art, sculptures. Anything you dabble in can eventually become a digital asset, which you'll benefit from forever once it's on that blockchain. There's so many things when it comes to cybersecurity that you need to be careful about, the law as well. You need to look at everything other than the money when you're beginning, because it's gonna get very frustrating if you're there for the money and then for the first 3, 4, 5 months you don't make any sales. So you'll end up quitting when really it's just been an avenue for you to express yourself. So that's the biggest advice I can give.
I'm the CEO of Ekodudu. At Ekodudu, we deal with the production of insect protein and biofertilizer for the agricultural markets.
Hello, my name is Shuaib Bajaba. I'm the Chief Technical Officer at Ekodudu. Ekodudu is a waste-to-value company. We were founded back in 2018. What we do is we basically try to make valuable products out of organic waste, such as fruit waste. The exact waste we use, mango waste, orange waste, and avocado waste. As I'm sure you've seen the piles. Our process begins with the dumping. We receive the waste from outside, and the first thing we do is we prepare our substrates for use. Organic waste such as mango waste and oranges need some processing before they are ready for use. We do that at the milling machine. We've got a machine that pounds basically the solid fruit waste into more digestible, more easy to eat pieces. So we then mix our fruit waste according to specific ratios, according to what we know our flies need, our larvae need, sorry. We use brewery waste, we use avocado waste again, and orange or mango waste. So our process starts once we go into the shed, into the warehouse. We start with fresh feeding, which is we prepare crates with the required amount of substrate and food. We sprinkle on top of them 5-day-old larvae, such that they start feeding. They stay in that stage where they're feeding, the grow-out stage, for 14 to 21 days. We basically observe their growth, that they're having enough food, they have a healthy population in the crates, and we keep that process for up to 21 days, where they get to the pupation stage. Once in the pupation stage, they stop eating. In time, they freeze, and so we remove them. We separate them from the substrate during that stage. and we keep them in a dark cage, as you've seen. We keep them there for 2 to 3 days until they completely turn into pupae, where they stop moving completely. After that, we take them and put them into the cages, because that's when they start emerging as adult flies. Once they're in the cages, their job is to only mate, basically. They don't eat anymore. We only provide them with water. They take some water for sustenance, but their job is to mate and reproduce to keep the cycle going. Once in the adult phase, they're mating, they're producing eggs. We collect the eggs, and that takes us back to which we then take and put in the nursery, and it takes us back into the beginning of the cycle. So that is the cyclic nature of the process. Our products come in when they're feeding during the larvae stage. When they eat the organic waste, the excrement they leave behind is mostly a soil-like structure called frass. That is rich in nutrients, and that is basically the fertilizer we have. It does not need any processing, so we just take it, we dry it, and that's one of the products that we have. It has a very high nutritional profile. It has quite a few advantages compared to the chemical fertilizers. It is all organic, so once you're using it, it does not leach into your soil and strip the soil of its nutrients. It maintains the nutritional profile of the soil, and then it has a very high water retention, so it keeps your soil moist, so that for the plant to absorb that moisture. So it has a clear advantage over the chemical fertilizers that are commonly in use. Our other product is what we use for the animal feed, which is the larvae themselves. So a certain percentage of our population goes into the cyclic process to maintain the colony, but a certain fraction of those larvae we treat such that they're then ready for use for animal feed, such as chicken feed and so on. They're a rich source of protein and fat, and they have very high digestibility. They're easy for the chickens to consume and absorb the nutrients from. And yes, that basically takes us through the whole process that we've been able to go through with you, and it completes the whole cycle. The insect by itself is the black soldier fly. So those are all just stages of its growth. So it's like you're a human being, if you're a baby or you're a young man, you're an adult, you're so on. So it's the same thing. It's a black soldier fly. It starts with the egg in the nursery, then the larvae, then they have the pupae, and then you've got the adult. With the adults then lay more eggs to keep the cycle going.
We have a public extension service provision that is funded by the government. So we have extension service providers from the county level to the sub-county level down to the ward level that are able to reach the farmers. And recently we have had an engagement with some partners from Africa and another project called Local Development Research Institute, LDRI, who introduced a model of extension service for the farmers that involves the use of farmers. So we train farmers to train other farmers. So it has been able to reach up to 20,000 farmers.
I became a VBA in February 2019. I was introduced to LDRI by the extension officer of my ward, and we were trained by the LDRI, and we were taught about on how to volunteer to help the farmers on how to improve the productivity to their farm.
Our project had 3 main objectives. One was on using the VBAs as a tool or as an extension to the information so that they could reach the farmers. Then 2, on regenerative agricultural practices, adoption by the farmers, and then the AgriBoard came in on the 3rd front, which was dissemination of information to the farmers, stakeholders, and the county officials.
I thought that is a very good idea because currently in Kiambu we have a scarcity of staff, and reaching farmers it's tedious and a bit difficult because, for example, I'm all alone in representing a ward.
I am a VBA with over 700 farmers, of which I've been able to register 510 farmers on the AgriPort, and I have accumulated them over 1 year. We have several challenges as farmers in this area, one being unbearable rainfall. The seasons are not like they used to be. We also have a problem with, like, as the maize farmers, the fall armyworm is really affecting the maize, so that's really a huge problem. And we also have a problem with our soils. Our soils are very acidic. As you can see, because of the tea requires very acidic soils, so it affects the other crops.
Our partnership with AGRA started when we realized we had similar objectives. One, in terms of being able to support farmers better, being more productive and increasing their income. And so partnering with AGRA, one was to get industry expertise and learn from them, but also at the same time be able to really understand what are the challenges and how do we address them using technology.
One of the challenges that I observed among the VBAs and the farmers when they were trying to adopt the chatbot is the fact that most of the VBA or some of the VBAs were using feature phones. And for feature phones, for you to access AgriBot, you had to use the messaging app. And sometimes the messaging app was a bit slow in responding, such that most of the farmers would actually give up in the process of registering themselves.
The bot is structured in a way that farmers can access it through SMS, through Telegram, and also through WhatsApp. So the interaction means that they're using all these different channels to get information and also to ask for information.
Now we have about 900 VBAs that are on the platform, and they are now registering their farmers, not on a book, not on a piece of paper, but on a platform. They put in their details. There's a profile that they put in for their particular farmers. And so by registering, we've seen at least some VBAs registering up to 700 farmers. And now this has grown to about 50,000 farmers in the 2 counties that we serve.
I came to know about AgriBot through AGRA and Microsoft. Beleni tulikuwa tunafanya door to door, unaenda door to door kutafuta wakulima. Lakini kutoka AgriBot wakuje, at least uko na ile message, unatuma message moja which is free of charge. Sasa hiyo message ukituma inafikia kila mkulima. Now it's very easy to give them information.
In the same AgriBot kuna message ya weather forecast. In that weather forecast you can be able to plan yourself wakati utatafuta utapanda, wakati utapariria. Basically it is a good program.
Farmers learn by doing and also by seeing. Because when a lot of writing may not have a lot of explanation, but the pictures and maybe videos, that one would be more easy for the farmers to grasp.
For us as Microsoft, we really want to partner with governments, partners with agribusinesses, international organizations to see how technology can play a role in accelerating the innovation space, but also in terms of being able to be effective in the interventions that governments and other institutions are making directly to the farmer. Because at the end of the day, the aspect is on farmer income and farmer productivity.
This new constitution is an embodiment of our best hopes, aspirations, ideals, and values.
For the last 9 years, Devolution has lived up to its objective by bringing services and governance closer to the people. This is a highlight of the gains, opportunities, and challenges encountered in the journey so far. Health. County governments shoulder the primary responsibility of delivering health services to the citizens of Kenya. In undertaking this mandate, the county governments have ensured that essential services are delivered with minimum interruption. Programs aimed at reducing communicable diseases such as HIV, malaria and tuberculosis have been sustained. Regarding interventions against non-communicable diseases, county governments have improved screening and diagnostic capacity and improved capacity for care, leading to reduced waiting time for surgery, improved clinical outcomes, reduced referrals and efficiency at county health facilities. Maternal and child health programs have also yielded marginal increases in skilled birth attendance, prevalence of use of contraception and immunization coverage. Since the launch of the universal healthcare initiated by His Excellency the President, county governments, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the Public Service Commission, have recruited 9,721 healthcare workers of various cadres to support primary healthcare management. Community health volunteers have played a pivotal role in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic at the community level. County governments remained at the forefront in the management of COVID-19. The transformation change in the sector is our pride. Agriculture. In recognition of the integral role and the contribution of the agricultural sector plays in the growth of the country's GDP, county governments have invested heavily in the development of the sector over the last 9 years. In the wake of climate change and in response to the high demand for fruits in the global market, county governments distributed 2,242,243 assorted fruit trees. Additionally, in appreciation of the importance of potatoes as a source of food, income and employment, counties distributed 257,200 potato vines. This is expected to go a long way in improving farmers' incomes and increasing foreign exchange. The county governments have also distributed subsidized inputs to farmers. Further, county governments have invested in agricultural machinery with over 350 tractors operating in 29 agriculture mechanization stations. This was not without challenges. We experienced disruption in the local and global markets and the food distribution systems. The two factors notwithstanding, the sector has been dynamic, with increased investment, particularly in the export crops. These developments notwithstanding, several challenges including the desert locust, increased input and fuel prices and erratic weather patterns have negatively impacted production. Urban planning. Section 104 of the County Governments Act requires that counties have planning frameworks that integrate economic, social, physical, environmental, and spatial planning. These frameworks act as a tool for guiding county-level management and use of land and other natural resources. They also enhance development control, including zoning for industrial, commercial, agricultural, and residential development. 4 counties have completed and approved county special plans, while 21 other counties are at different stages of preparing their special plans. 18 counties have established functional GIS labs, a critical system in supporting decision-making and in managing, analyzing, and displaying easily understood geographic information. In 20 other counties, the process is ongoing. The Council of Governors, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands, has developed the County GIS Implementation Guidelines that provide an extensive guide to GIS data acquisition, management, and use. The Urban Areas and Cities Act provides for the establishment of different categories of urban areas, their functions, and management structure. Together with the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, county governments have continued to partner with development partners to ensure effective service delivery for the people of our counties. Additionally, the Kenya Urban Support Program has continued to significantly impact our urban areas and has over 600 complete and ongoing projects ranging from modern markets, organized parking, recreational parks, stormwater drainage systems, connectivity, street lighting, waste management, solid and liquid, among others across various municipalities throughout our counties. The infrastructure development has transformed the beneficiary urban areas into thriving commercial hubs with livable residential neighborhoods. Apart from creating local jobs, the projects have also improved municipal revenues, urban mobility, economic efficiencies, pedestrian safety, public safety, and security. Climate change. 33 county governments have enacted Climate Change Acts. These county governments have established the County Climate Change Fund through these county laws. Under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, county governments are expected to establish county environment committees whose main role is to coordinate environmental activities at the county level. So far, 46 county governments have gazetted their county environment committees. Through the county environment committees, counties are implementing specific environmental management and conservation programs. Water and sanitation. County governments are responsible for the provision of safe water and sanitation services for all. Over the years, there has been tremendous improvement in the establishment of water reticulation infrastructure to ensure an uninterrupted water supply in both urban and rural settings. Currently, the households connected to piped water in the counties are approximately 5.8 million, which is about 48%. In 28 counties, over 50% of the population have access to safe and clean water. Counties have developed water master plans to solve the issues in the sector. 30 counties have either a Water Act or a water policy or both. County governments have made considerable progress in investments for both hardware and software for municipal waste management. 28 counties have enacted solid waste management policies and laws, while 10 other counties are in the draft stage. These policies provide a platform for promoting a circular economy that includes waste collection, segregation, recycling, standards, and design for materials recovery facilities and engineered landfills. Devolution is indeed working through a transformative agenda and the support from development partners as well as the private sector, civil society organizations, and the Devolution family.
hii mtu. Between pesa and maintenance kuna space hapa. Happy Eunice. Happy Eunice. Happy Eunice.
Ameenda look ndio yule.
Yeye anafaa kusolo.
Songa.
Ndiye ameingia modimu.
Shiva. Ameenda look.
Ndiye ameingia look. Si lazima ibaki. Ndio base wa mwisho. Hao wanatembea kwa nini kule ni kama unaogopa kutokea kwa nini?
Ngoja.
Tunaimba hivyo. Hao wanaogopa watu kuliwa na kamera. Kwa sababu wanataka watuweke hiyo. Tunaacha nafasi hapa. Watuweke hiyo. Hapa kuna baki. Doko, umebaki tu kupuliza.
Oh,
Mungu yu mwema.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Mungu yu mwema.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Mungu yu mwema we.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Mungu yu mwema.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Mungu yu mwema we.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Gai ni mwega.
Gai ni mwega. Gai ni mwega. Ni mwega.
Oh, Gai ni mwega.
Gai ni mwega. Gai ni mwega. Ni mwega.
Oh, chichirima.
Chichirima. Chichirima. Chirima.
Oh, chichirima we.
Chichirima. Chichirima. Chirima.
Oh, Mungu yu mwema.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Mungu yu mwema.
Mungu yu mwema. Mungu yu mwema. Yu mwema.
Oh, Gai ni mwega.
Gai ni mwega. Gai ni mwega. Ni mwega.
Oh, Gai ni mwega.
Gai ni mwega. Gai ni mwega. Ni mwega. Mwalimu.
Amodimo alitenga raruna
Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga raruna
Hayo matata.
Matata
Hayo. Hayo. Hayo matata.
Matata
Hayo. Hayo. Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga raruna
Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga raruna
Hayo matata.
Matata
Hayo. Hayo. Hayo matata.
Matata
Hayo. Hayo. Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga
Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga
Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga
Hayo matata.
Amodimo alitenga
Hayo matata.
Matata hayo
Hayo. Hayo matata.
Matata hayo
Hayo matata.
Amurina Jesu alitenga Litama tobina Amurina Jesu alitenga
Hayo matata.
Matata hayo
Hayo. Hayo matata.
Matata hayo
Hayo. Hayo matata. Hayo. Hayo. Hayo matata. Hayo. Hayo. Hayo matata.
Barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gaston, na picha yake ulinitumia, iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh, Baba Gaston. Barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gaston, na picha yake ulinitumia, iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston asemaje? Oh, Baba Gaston. Barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gaston, na picha yako ulinitumia, iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh, Baba Gaston. Barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gaston, na picha yako ulinitumia, iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh, Baba Gaston. Baba Gaston asemaje? Oh, Baba Gaston. Kunao siwezi kulala, nikikumbuka mapenzi yetu. Ninaota kama maua tu. Oh, Baba Gaston. Usiku nao siwezi kulala, nikikumbuka mapenzi yetu. Ninaota kama maua tu. Oh, Baba Gaston. barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gasoe, na picha yako ulinitumia, iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh Baba Gaston, barua kwa mpenzi wangu Gasoe, na picha yako ulinitumia, iko kwa kichwa cha kitanda changu. Oh Baba Gaston, Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh Baba Gaston, Baba Gaston ni mwimbaji. Oh Baba Gaston, Baba Gaston asemaje? Oh Baba Gaston, Baba Gaston asemaje? Oh Baba Gaston. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho, pesa zasumbua roho yangu, jamani pesa. Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika.
Asante sana to the Kipra choir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm round of applause as we settle in for our afternoon session. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch and you are ready for our next session, which will be on financial inclusion. And right thereafter, we'll have some breakaway sessions. And the key topics will be the green economy. The second breakaway session will be on fintech, values and social institutions. We will have another breakaway session that will focus on human capital, and a fourth one on frontier products and macroeconomic stability. When we come to that time, I'll tell you exactly where to go. So kindly settle down so we can quickly kick off this afternoon session. All right, and to start us off, I would like to welcome Winston Asugo. Winston is a research scientist at the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, KIRDI, and he will be giving us a presentation. I will give you 7 minutes so that we can quickly move to the next stage. Thank you, Sana. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes to join us on stage.
My name is Stephen Mashura, and director at Pick and Spices, where we manufacture tea masala and pilau masala. And in the course of the year, we will be adding a lot of products in our product portfolio. I'm one of the young people who heeded to the president's call on manufacturing as part of the Big Four agenda. And myself and my business partner, SK Kamau, we decided to venture into spices business. And we approached Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute, where we were able to develop our product, and right now we've managed to venture into the market. And they're going at a very market-friendly price. So like the 50 grams container is going for 110 shillings, and the 10 grams sachet is going for 25 shillings only. There's no need for us to keep on importing goods that we can actually produce here in the country. One thing I would say to my fellow young people is we don't have to wait for the white-collar jobs. We've all gone to school, we have a technical skill in one way or another, and there's a way we can make use of these technical skills to make our country better. No one will actually come and build the country for us. It's up to us. On the funding aspect, I would also like to thank the President because he brought in the Mbele na Biz program where we actually got the funding to help us do this product development. And now we are able to even launch further and see how we can broaden our market in the country, and in the nearby future, see how we can even explore export, of course with the assistance of the government and the relevant institutions. There's so much that we can do in this country, only that we've not explored, and we need that positive energy, we need that positivity as young people. And with the support from government and any other institutions around, I know we're going to make this country better.
Great, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. It's a wonderful day. I want just to share something for another 5 minutes because 2 minutes is gone with that. I hope young people are observant. I'm also happy that there's a young person in the name of Linda that we also supported and they're exporting now. So it's becoming crucial as young people on the kind of information that we are sharing across that will make us to build across. As a country, we know very well that diversification is something important for us to gain more market in terms of export. I'll not go unless some of us does not know Kirdi. Kirdi is a state parastatal under Minister of Trade and Industry. We deal with an array of research, and we will take your time. I know you have from our website. You'll be able to know what we are dealing with. We does a lot of research, allied technologies in engineering, from engineering to power resource and mining technology up to ceramic and clay. There are a lot that we do as an institute, which I don't want to be delved on now. I just wanted to take us through why we need to link as young people and even as SMEs in this particular nation. You know, we've been talking of the tigers, Asian tigers, but all we know that they were small and medium enterprises that grew to build the nation. How can we as Kenya build the nation through our SMEs that we have across? So as Kiridi, we are offering value addition on various technologies across, and we also do reverse engineering. That's why we say when you have a product that you think can be consumed within this particular nation, instead of us importing the product, you come and we have engineers who do the reverse engineering to that particular product, so that we can actually manufacture it within Kenya and we stop importing. Importation actually does us a harm as a nation. Our goods must be competitive. That's why you must work through the research process. And we are doing product development, array of products, several products that you come across. I can just pose a simple question. If you look, I know this is a conversation that has been going for quite a long. If you look at yourself or in your house, how many products do you think you are consuming that is imported? And how many products do you consume that you think it's homegrown, is domestic? Just food for thought. And if you find you are consuming 70% more of imports, then you're doing a lot of, you're really doing a very grave mistake to our own SMEs within. Tell them what kind of product they need to improve on so that we have a product that is more competitive. If we cannot be competitive within this particular country, then there's no way we'll be exporting. I'm going very fast so that I also observe the time allocated to us. We do a lot of different training and capacity building. And most importantly, the business incubation. This is something that as young people and as people in business, we should run and to it, where we build your capacity using the equipment that we have in the institute. Some of the selected SMEs that we've built across, it ranges from those who are in the beauty and the cosmetic to those people who are in the food industry. It's an array of products. And I think it's important that you start appreciating the kind of SMEs that we have in this country. They are doing wonderful products that we meet across. We are also having fish, we're turning fish into leather, and we are also making sanitary pads from banana, and that is an SME who is doing it. Apart from cotton, banana also comes as another point where we can do our sanitary pads, so that we stop even importing sanitary pads. It's a shame to this nation. Another thing that we are also dealing with is natural product. I've talked about it. And this one is developed from all of value chains. This one is supposed to empower us as SMEs. We cut across. During Corona, there's something that happened in this nation that there were very many inventions. Inventions comes when there are problems. And whenever a problem exists, inventions comes across. Some of our products SMEs came with is because of a problem they were facing. So we've worked through all these SMEs product we are working with them to come out with. So it's important to appreciate when we are talking about transformation of this nation, when we are talking about transformation of this nation, there is nowhere as a nation will transform economically if you fail to tap into the manufacturing side. The manufacturing side will be able to shift us from us relying into the normal agricultural produce that we consume into another world and create for us jobs. It's important also, what I wanted also to share, because it also cuts across the green energy, and this one we did virtually. We actually installed solar dryers. And right now, I'm proud to tell you there's a group in Kisii, I think, exporting avocado flour, banana flour through this dry initiative, which was installed by them at Kisii, while us were offering virtual support. It has enabled us also to support Garissa, far away, doing new product, camel meat. Going very fast so that we can have now what are point of discussion as people who are making policy in this nation in as far as manufacturing or industrialization is concerned. Can we develop, because I also heard about it from one of the presenters, talking about how do you take care of SMEs when there are external shocks, like now when Ukraine, like if during Corona, what do we do as a nation? Can we develop a policy just the same way we did for disaster, now that we have disaster management fund? Can we have a fund like this for SMEs? Another thing is when you talk to SMEs, they'll tell you that the bottleneck is them getting their products standardized, their products satisfied by KEBS. Can we talk to KEBS and let them do accreditation of different laboratories across? I know universities might have laboratories that can't be accredited. So instead of somebody traveling all to KEBS waiting for like 3 or 6 months for the products to be standardized, you can have a policy that can help them in terms of accreditation of several laboratories that are reliable to help SMEs. Another thing that we can also think of, innovation does not mean that you have to be educated. Innovation comes at a different times, in a different way. You've heard of Facebook, the way it was invented. It does not mean the owner of Facebook had to go to class. It's what there was a problem. That's why he tried to come up with Facebook. So in our own way, how do we have policies that support startups ecosystem, and those that will cater for those particular peoples that we have in schools, the Science Congress ones? What do we do after they have performed very well at the Science Congress? Do the invention we just assume them there? Or can it bring a difference to this particular nation? What we need is to have an empowered youth, and empowered youth that connects with the industrial field, and that one will only require policy support. I'm also proud to be in Kenya at this particular time when devolution is happening. What makes me sad is devolution taking place While some counties, you hear they are developing product, while other counties are not developing product. As county government, I think it's right time that we start now exploring, do they need to have hubs that channels SMEs and SMEs that can export products? So per county, we might even give them 2 or 3 products that they need to come up with. So at the end of financial year, you don't just talk of Makueni. Now the Makueni one should now be able to export. So what are those kind of policies that you put in place? And of course, people have talked about uniformity in terms of barrier to trade, the kind of policies that are coming out. We need to have uniformity so that we can trade across. Then the CMF policy, the common manufacturing policies, should be embraced across the nation so that it can help all the parts of this nation to actually come out well. Lastly, the economic impact we have as an organization. Over 300 new manufacturing enterprises we are able to create annually, and one of them was here, Linda, and I think you heard of whatever she was doing on organic thing. Another one, we've created several SMEs across, and now they're doing well, and we're happy for that. And one SME, that is, you are sure of 3 direct jobs and 5 indirect jobs. And when you do that, creation of 300 SMEs across every year, as a nation, it could be, if it could be our real target, then we'll be moving very far. We've also we are nurturing several young innovators, and we are moving in that respect. We are also trying to increase income through manufacturing validation, which I've just shown you. I think I've taken a lot of your time and summarized it within 7 minutes. And may God do you good. Make sure you consult us whenever you have a manufacturing problem. God bless you.
Winston, thank you so much. You actually did very well on time, so I deeply appreciate it. And I'm really glad we had a look at Kirdi, because as you can see from the numbers, there clearly is a lot of impact, especially when it comes to manufacturing with the SMEs and startups. So we will now move on to the financial inclusion session. And for that, I'd like to invite the chair of this plenary, Robert Kuloba, is a director, policy, strategy, and innovation at the IRA. He has been an economist for over 27 years, or 27 years this year, and has been serving in the public sector. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he facilitates the financial inclusion plenary session. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Welcome to this session. As Terry has mentioned, my name is Robert Kuloba. I'm representing the Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Godfrey Kiptum. He should have been with us to chair this session, but he's out of the country on official duties, so he asked me to come and chair the session. Those of you who have not interacted with the IRA, that is the regulator for insurance business in this country, and we are happy to join KIPPRA in this conference. My assurance to all the participants is, with the financial sector players, there are no stories, so we're going to make the session a bit joyous and shorter. And I've discussed with my panelists and presenters. They will take 10 minutes to do their presentation, and the rest of the time, I think we shall commit it to the panel discussion. 2, I want to take up the spirit of the session we had just before lunch. If I could request my panelists to come and sit in front here so that we cut on time. The presenters, no, just the panelists. I have Samuel. Is Samuel around? Kevin? Karibu. So, yeah, Kevin, you're there. Raphael? And Joachim. So I will introduce you later. So we go straight to the first presentation, which is going to be presented by Central Bank of Kenya. What we are doing in this session is we shall be discussing progress made in achieving financial inclusion in the country. We appreciate that financial inclusion has occupied public policy discussions for quite some time, and I'll be curious to see what our discussants have to bring out on where we are on this financial inclusion space. So I will invite Central Bank, that is Bwana Chironga, to come and start us off with the first presentation. Welcome. Up you. Please welcome Chironga.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Robert, we've worked with him for a while in the Financial Sector Regulators Forum to make policies that drive financial sector in the country. First of all, I also want to thank KIPPRA for inviting Central Bank to participate here. By the way, the CEO of KIPPRA was my lecturer in first year, and I'm very proud that to come and share the experience and the knowledge he imparted in me over time. Let me go straight to the topic of today, Fintech and financial inclusion. Now, I'm looking at this from demand side, because that is what I measure, the supply side and demand side. So without wasting time, many years ago, when I just finished waiting for my KCSE results, I went to, the results came out, I went to our local market where there was a telephone booth. I don't know whether many of you remember. I wanted to make a reverse call to my physics teacher to tell me what I scored in Form 4. But the biggest worry is that there are so many men and women, those who sit around the telephone booth, and whenever you are talking, they will hear the whole story. So if I scored a C or a D, the whole market will know that actually I got a D. But finally, I did well, and that's why I managed to become a student of economics. And today I'm proud that actually I learned economics. So what is Fintech, ladies and gentlemen? Am I okay with the technology or? Okay, yeah. Yeah. I think these are big name for maybe just, yeah, this one, eh?
Press it at the center.
Oh, the center, this one. Okay, yeah. I'll take a few minutes. The key message, what Fintech is a big word, but what we just need to know is that we are looking at the software and platforms or digital platform to deliver financial services and products. Fintech, financial technologies. Because from the story which I said, I've just shared with you, everything was, traditional and manual and all kind of, there was no efficiency, the processes were long. So many innovators, young people, everywhere in the world, they thought about how can we introduce efficiency, safety, security, to make sure that people's value or quality of life actually improves. So they came with different software, different digital platforms to make sure that products and services are designed in such a way that the users of financial services and products actually get value when they need it, at their convenience and in a safe way. So Fintech, it's a very innovative way in which we look at money. How is your money used? How is it kept? How does it move? How do you make transactions? So it cuts across payment systems, how data is stored, how information is stored. So in terms of financial transactions. And Kenya being a cradle of mobile money or innovation, mobile money has become a key innovative product in this country, not because the way it was initially conceived, but the way it has metamorphosed into a more complex product to make sure that households are actually able to enjoy their services. So fintechs are actually produce a lot of opportunities, which many of us are aware of, but more importantly is the issue of speed. You remember many times we used to, I don't know whether many of you remember how to write a money order or postal order today, because those things when we were going to school, those were how we used to pay school fees. But they are no longer there because fintech has come and taken over those services, and it's very easy to make transactions without necessarily being there manually. And for us as regulators, where central bank is, we want to make sure that the regulatory environment is safe enough to make sure that these innovations actually serve the intended purposes. You don't just come with any innovation. What is the innovation trying to meet? What is the gap that actually the innovation that is coming to the market is supposed to address? So that's why we talk of regulatory regtechs and subtechs, supervisors. How are you trying to supervise products that are actually being brought to the market by innovators? So how are we tying that one to financial inclusion? Because you remember I talked about fintechs and financial inclusion. Many times we've been talking about access to financial services. And when we talk about access to financial services, there are two important things, distance and cost. If you stay 50 kilometers away from a financial service provider, be it insurance company, be it a commercial bank branch, be it an ATM, how much are you paying to that particular, to access that service or product? Fintechs come and deal with this issue of access. But as you will see in the subsequent slides, you realize that now, Kenya, we are way above the issue of access. We have moved to the issue of usage, and we have moved to the issue of quality. What kind of quality service are you receiving? Then what about the impact? I've been using this particular product for the last 5 years. Am I better off or am I worse off? What is it that is not being done right, that need to be done right? And it goes back to the innovators. What kind of products are you bringing to us? So Don Bush, one of the German economists, MIT professor for more than 20 years, looked at innovation in terms of history, and we can easily relate to this. He looked at the telegraph way back from 1830s and up to the internet and cell phone 1990s. And now we can extend this arrow for us on mobile phone in 2007 mobile money, and see that actually there are steps in which we actually move these innovations, and they are driven by different needs. But they grow, in terms of fintech, they grow like a tree. At the trunk or at the base, there's policy which is enabling these innovations to take place. And then the trunk, there are those technologies which actually supports now the products up there, innovative activities up there. So there's a policy, there's innovators, and there are products or services. All these ones, they act in such a way that the entire system make sure serve the wananchi or the users. And if we can just look at, for example, Norway, when you talk about the fintech, look at that maze. But what is important is look at what is the outside. What is it serving? Outside there, we have enterprises, SMEs, we have households, we have capital, how people raise money, we have insurance, insurtech. All these ones are served by different innovators and in different products. So if we were to do the same map for Kenya today, will you have a similar thing, or would we still have room for further innovation? So fintech in the financial sector, we can actually summarize in that particular web. That maze, you saw everything. It comes to the issue of cloud computing. How do you store your data? How do you access the data? Is it safe? It comes in terms of biometrics or blockchain. It comes at regulatory regtech in terms of how you regulate your financial products. And all these ones will actually summarize what fintech is. And that is what central bank, every day, when you hear central bank pronounce itself in terms of fintech. That's what it's actually looking at. This picture may be familiar to some of you, how we used to queue to write money orders, postal orders, or in Nairobi, country bus, sending luggages and envelopes and so on to send money across the country. But things have changed, ladies and gentlemen, because in terms of young people, behavioral change has made it sure that we are moving away from financial exclusion to financial inclusion driven by fintech. So entrepreneurs and innovators have come to actually appreciate that we need to move from exclusion to inclusion. And that picture actually summarizes where we are today. So just to look at it from how to link financial inclusion, I talked about the 4 dimensions: access, usage, quality, and impact or welfare. Now, in terms of access and usage, you are way up there. The actual use of available products, how I access it. You know, with mobile money, agents, and everywhere, we are so far okay. But the issue today is the last 2 dimensions, quality. If you had a problem with your commercial bank, how fast is it sorted out? Is it to your satisfaction? What about the impact? And here is very important in terms of the impact, because we have the measurement of what we call financial health. For those who have access both to financial FinAccess reports, we are talking about Kenyan Financial Health Index has deteriorated from 39% to 17%. Why? What is the issue? I think this is self-explanatory, but I just want to look at, okay, of course, those ones we have how the financial fintechs have fitted into financial inclusion, because they covered be it health sector, be it utility payments, be it education, you know, paying loans, social programs, you know, social transfers to the disabled people, to the old people, the banking services. All those ones have been enabled because of fintechs, and therefore they have been able to bring more people into inclusion space. So let me look at these numbers, which are very familiar to you. Now, from 2006, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of access to financial sector, Kenya was only at 26.7%. Today is 84%. The excluded is only 4.7%, if you look at the green numbers. And in terms of the gender gap, male-female divide, it's very small, 4.2 from about 13%. So we see that we are more included, but in terms of counties, you see only counties which are in marginalized areas are those which are less included. But thanks to mobile money, if you look at the black, I hope the colors are very clear, especially for men, you can see that mobile money has brought areas which are initially marginalized to be fully included in the financial sector. Look at Garissa, Wajir, and others. So innovators, you have done a great job to bring the rest of the country into the financial arena. And we really want you to support you to make sure that it continues. The second issue which I just want to emphasize is the issue of quality. You can see default. As much as this innovation is bringing access to financial sector, there's a problem of irresponsible finance. People are going to borrow, especially the young men and young people, borrowing to use on things which cannot be able to give them income to pay. I remember, Chair, just one small story where young people are very happy that the Communication Authority did not switch off their phones. They were hoping that they could be switched off so that the Fuliza, which was outstanding, they could not pay. But now when they changed the strategy, they were forced to pay. Why? Because they borrowed using the new technologies, they are unable to pay, and that's where the issue is. Ladies and gentlemen, the last issue I just want to look at is that first chart, where the issue of financial health concern is the ability to meet day-to-day your needs, the ability to cope with shocks, and the ability to invest into the future. This is the financial inclusion we are talking about. When you are using fintechs to do that, are you able to use those devices to meet this or not? Look at our reports, see whether they're actually talking to you individually, and see whether finance is actually helping you to meet your daily needs. If not, talk to experts. They will help you to address the challenges you face. Lastly, I want just to emphasize cooperation is very important between regulators, policymakers, to make sure that we create a good ecosystem that fintechs and financial inclusion actually serve households as required. Thank you very much for listening to me. Yeah.
Thank you, Bwana Chironga. I think the statistics that is just trying to present is the latest data we have in the financial sector based on the FinAccess survey that was launched last year. And for those of you who might have been interested in the statistics that Bwana Chironga is presenting, you can go to the website of any of the financial sector regulators or Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. You'll be able to get that report and you can interrogate it further. If you want the data to analyze either as a researcher or a government policy analyst, that data is available. You can still access it to dig deeper into what Bwana Chironga has been sharing with us. But just to say that if you want to discuss financial inclusion in the financials and what the financial sector is doing is something that we can do for a whole week. So Chironga, I don't feel like I was too much on you in terms of time, but I know the depth of what we're supposed to be discussing is quite a lot. The second presenter is, I want to invite the second presenter, that is John from AFC, and I seek indulgence of the participants. I will not be reading out the profiles of the presenters. John is from AFC. We've worked together for quite some time. We know each other. But if you want to say something about who you are, please do. There are two screens here. One tells you the time, what's remaining, and one shows you what you're presenting. Kindly keep tabs to both screens. Thank you. Karibu, John.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I just want to start with a question before I introduce myself. Kirdi, you say that you convert fish into leather. Is that fair? Yeah, please focus on leather, leave the fish to us. Let us eat fish. I think that's why we missed the fish. On a light note, my name is John Mwangi. I'm Chief Strategy and Planning Officer at Agricultural Finance Corporation. I'm here representing my CEO, Mr. George Kubai, who is in another meeting and was unable to be here. I'm an economist by profession, and I want to take just less than 10 minutes to take you through the understanding of financial inclusion from a DFI perspective. So that's the structure of my presentation, very short. I'll start with the history of DFIs, and this one I borrowed from KIPPRA. I think someone did this study. So at independence, there was a lot of exclusion for Africans. Africans, we couldn't access finance, and government therefore decided to come up with DFIs to spearhead Africanization or Kenyanization of African businesses. So different DFIs were structured and put in place to address a different agenda. So about agriculture, I think this one you know. AFC is a DFI that is 100% focusing on agriculture and agricultural finance. And why do we focus on agriculture? As we know, 63% of Kenyan population in rural areas are dependent in agriculture. 22.4% of our GDP from agriculture. 60% employment from agriculture. 65% of exports from agriculture. Quite a critical sector in the economy. If you look at Vision 2030, it is a key contributor to the 10% growth. And now going to the financial access, I think CBK presented this. We have improved from 2006. But if you look at the rural and agri population, it is not as good as it sounds. Also, we did a study with KIPPRA and KNBS in 2019. We found that people in rural areas, women, are more excluded as compared to men. So before I go ahead with the inclusion, exclusion, I just want to give a history, a brief background about AFC. As I said, we are a government-owned DFI. I think it is older than all of us here. Nobody was born in 1933. That is when AFC was born. Initially, it was Land and Agricultural Bank, serving the white settlers in 1963. Converted, or AFC was founded as an arm of Land Bank, serving Kenyans who are taking farms from white settlers. And thereafter, in 1969, AFC was now constituted as it is now. We have 47 branches across the country, clustered in 6 regions: North Rift, Central Rift, Mount Kenya, Eastern Coast, and Nyanza Western region. What do we offer? We offer products and services. As listed there, our products are all 100% in agriculture. The cheapest in town, 10% per annum, reducing balance. We also offer services, including advisory services. Last year, we launched what we call Farmers Agribusiness Schools, trying to support farmers convert their agriculture into businesses. We also provide consultant services, a young unit under planning. And also, we do contribute to agribusiness, agrifinance knowledge by developing manuals and gross margins for different enterprises. The new AFC, as we speak, we have 6 key focus areas. You can see the first 2. Number 2 is trying to deepen financial inclusion in agri-sector. In the subsequent slides, I'll show you how we are doing that. But you can see our model. We are trying to fundraise because we don't take deposits. Then we develop appropriate products and models so that we can outreach the farmers, the agribusiness, the youth, the women, through various structures. Why is financial inclusion important in agri-sector? I think first of all, we need to define what is financial inclusion, because there is access and there is inclusion. Access is, as CBK said, everybody is able to access finance, insurance, credit, all those things. But the quality of access matters a lot. So inclusion encompasses access to useful, affordable, and sustainable products. So if there is no usefulness, affordability, and sustainability, then there is exclusion. So why do we need to address the exclusion? We know, as I said, in 2019 we did a study, and we found that women and youth are more excluded than any other sector in agriculture, and of course in the whole economy. Number 2, as CBK said, you can see the access for women and for men is not the same. Women are lower, so it means they are excluded. If you go deeper into that study, you will see people in rural and agri-dependent population are also excluded. Therefore, there is need to address those specific sectors. And that is where DFIs come in. If you look at commercial banks, NCBA was here. Commercial banks are in for profit. DFIs are in to support development of the economy and to progress entrepreneurs into commercial banks. Commercial banks are giving less focus on agri-sector, where most of the population are. So there was COVID, and there is a need to scale other working initiatives. So at AFC, what are we doing? Having given all those stories, we are not just sitting there and just giving good stories. We have several initiatives, around 6 of them. First of all, we have what we call cooperative ride-on access window. This is whereby we advance credit through cooperatives, because cooperative can outreach a smallholder farmer who is ready to take, for example, a loan of 20,000. For AFC, it is costly to us and costly to the farmer to come to AFC to access a loan of 50,000, 20,000. but it's easier for AFC to advance 200 million to a SACCO that will outreach 20 smallholder farmers, 20,000 smallholder farmers, 10,000 mama mbogas, and the like. It is working, and for our astonishment, it is 0% arrears. Cooperatives are not defaulting. And also, the model has worked so well that Cooperative Bank has started, quoting the cooperatives that we are working with. And that is our role. We incentivize the private sector to come in and play the role. Number two, we have microfinance right-on access window, the same as the one for cooperatives, but this one focuses on microfinance. We advance credit to microfinance, who go ahead and let smallholder farmers and small micro businesses. Of interest here, number three, and youth in the house should be alert now, is the program that we have called Enable Youth. Enable Youth is a program funded by AFDB, implemented by Minister of Agriculture, the technical part, and AFC, the financial part. How does it work? Minister of Agriculture provides training and incubation services for up to 1 year for startups and up to 6 months for ongoing businesses. After you graduate from the school, you come to AFC, we provide 2 sets of loans. The one to acquire assets and the one to expand your business. All of them at a very soft interest rates, 5%. But to ensure that, so that we can see the serious and unserious, you have to undergo 100% the training. Because we know the youth. You tell them there is 5 million, they'll come take 5 million, buy a Subaru, and they never pay back, isn't it? That is not our business, financing Subarus. We are financing farmers to create employment for others. We have Women Affirmative Access Window, and here I want to recognize KIPPRA. In 2019, they supported us do a nationwide survey to understand how women access agri-finance. Out of that, we did a report, and in 2020, we started developing a product. Then COVID hit, but we are finalizing on it. We have support of UN Women, support of FSD Kenya and AGRA, and we are almost rolling out the product. The other inclusion product is the warehouse receipt under development. We are working with the warehouse receipt system council so that we can advance loans or credit to farmers using the receipt as collateral. It works like this. You are a smallholder farmer, you have your 50 bags or 20 bags of maize, you take to a certified warehouse, you get a receipt. That receipt is registered in a system by the Warehouse Receipt System Council, and you can come with that receipt to AFC to finance. As a DFI, that is our role. We pilot, we scale, then we can roll it over to other banks. We are also developing an Islamic-based agri-financing product. If you look at what central bank, timekeeper I have had, if you look at what central bank presented, if you look the northern counties, which are more Islamic dominated, they are quite marginalized. We are trying to address that, and the alarm is crying. So in our work, what are the challenges that we are experiencing? As a DFI, of course, the demand is higher than the supply. So a lot of people are coming to us, but we don't have enough liquidity. We have information asymmetry. I'm sure there are some percentage of youth here who are hearing about the Enable Youth for the first time. Yeah? So we need to address how we gather information, make it friendly and accessible to youth and other marginalized groups. There's a moral hazard. As I said, you hear that there is some money in AFC, free by the government. You come, don't go to the farm, buy your Subaru. That's a moral hazard because you won't be able to pay. The other one is lack of, we don't take agriculture as a business. Yeah, most of us take it as a hobby. Others take it as a means of living, getting food and the like, but not as a business. That needs to change. There's the issue of climate change. Then the other key issue in the house is that we have several funds in the country, and we don't have the coordination well coordinated, so that we continue focusing on the funded and therefore excluding the excluded more. So I can see the moderator is here, and therefore I'm finalizing on the way forward. We need to resource DFIs and other, we need to adopt automation and digital channels. We need to upscale what is working. We need to ensure that we adopt alternative collateral methods. and all other, issues that I talked on during the challenges. And Mr. Moderator, that is my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. And thank you for clarifying that you provide your funding to our farmers, not to go and buy Subarus. We appreciate what you're doing as a sector, in the sector, especially to our agricultural sector. Please, we keep it up. The next presenter is Nelson. Nelson, we have an MOU. He said you will do less than 10 minutes. Please do the justice. Nelson is from Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. Say something about yourself, then go straight to your presentation. You know how to use this? This one to push forward if you want to go back, use this.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. I am here representing my CEO, Ahmed Mahmoud, who was meant to be here to share with this forum, but because of other engagements, he was not able to. Nelson Nyongesa is my name. I am the Deputy General Manager, Risk and Surveillance at Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation. I will take us through just a bit of how we look at how we appreciate stability from a deposit insurance point of view. We begin from where does deposit insurance lie, and it is part of the financial sector, financial system. So when we are looking at the country's blueprint and we are talking of the growth to achieve the 10% within the Vision 2030, then we have a role to ensure that there is sufficient resources within the banking system just to ensure that we are able to support those sectors. So it is an important aspect we are looking at in terms of how do we ensure there is a stable financial sector for purpose of setting the foundation for a sustainable economic transformation. Now this one largely comes in because one of our key businesses that we do is resolution. As I look at resolution, Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation is the resolution authority in Kenya dealing with banks. So what we realize is for our financial system, we have several resolution agencies because we have segmented markets. If you are playing within the capital market space, you will be dealing with the investor compensation fund. If you are playing within the insurance, you will be dealing with the policyholders compensation fund. But if you are dealing with banking, then you will be dealing with us. Now, our main business is to resolve failed institutions. Previously, we were known to be more of undertakers, where when you see KDIC coming in the bank, it is presumed that the bank is failing. But in the modern setup, we are like a physician. We need to come in and work together when there is a challenge for purposes of resolving. KDIC has 3 critical mandates. One of them is deposit insurance, and this one, deposit insurance, we like comparing with the conventional insurance. If you have a vehicle, you can insure, then in case of crystallization of the risk, then you are compensated. So it's more or less like that, but now this insurance is provided to banks. So you as a customer of the bank or as a depositor of the bank, you are protected by virtue of your bank is paying the premium for this particular aspect. We deal with giving incentives or risk management. This is largely we are dealing with as we look at payment of premium. Those who seem to show less risk to the market, they pay less. Then, of course, promptly resolving failed institutions, of course, minimizing loss. The issue is if an institution fails, then we need to take the shortest time possible to resolve. But what we will confirm is, because of the Kenyan structure of litigation, in most cases, it will take a longer time than expected. It is important for you just to appreciate deposit insurance, and largely, I want to point out 2 things. Deposit insurance, we are covering the customer, but as a government agency, there's a limit within which we are able to cover you. Now, the limit currently, what we call coverage, is 500,000. So if a bank fails and you have more than 500,000, we'll pay you the first 500,000 so that you continue living, because we are protecting life. Then the balance will pay you as we collect the debt and realize the assets. Now, what you will realize, even as we look at the 500,000, currently, talking of an average of around 67 million accounts, we are covering 199% of depositors as it speaks today. So it is important to take note of that. Now, as we look at deposit insurance, maybe it is important to look at which are the areas that are important for us as we support in terms of financial inclusion. Now, what you realize is we are covering most of the small depositors. That's why we are talking of the 99%. So what we realize is in case of a failure, when you are able to effectively resolve the institution, then we are protecting the market from collapse or any possibility of spreading across, which is important, and sometimes it might even affect our security. So it's important to look at that. Now, what you realize again, deposit insurance is compulsory for all banks that are licensed and regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. It is a requirement, and that's how the Kenyan system operates. Now, as we deal with the resolution and protection, the core business is to build confidence within the customers or depositors so that we keep our money in the financial institution, which many banks lend to the sectors for purposes of growth. That's what we are looking at as we deal with deposit insurance. One of the areas we are working on is financial literacy and public awareness, which is very key. And it's very key because if you appreciate your role in terms of resolution process, then you can be able or effectively place your resources in the right institution. Then at the end of the day, we will be able to grow this economy. I know we are introducing something new within the market. Generally, Kenyans, when you talk of a will, we don't like listening to it, because talk of a will, we are thinking I will be dying tomorrow. But what we are saying is, going forward, our institution should be able to say, if I die or if I fail, this is how we will deal with me, and that's what we are looking at. As we look at financial inclusion, I know these numbers have been shared by our colleague from Central Bank, but just to point out two critical things. As we look at financial inclusion and we look at deposit insurance, our interest is at the digital financial services. The way deposit insurance has been modeled traditionally is looking at brick and mortar in terms of the coverage or in terms of protection. So how do we deal with that becomes important. Then as we look at the policymakers again, how do we look at setting up policies that will be able to support not only the growth of the digital space, but even protecting people within that space becomes very important for us. Now, this is one of the critical things that helps us to appreciate as you look at deposit insurance. Now, deposit insurance thrives in an area where there is a good policy framework or good policy setup. There's a good regulation and supervision. Then the resolution authority is able to execute their mandate. What you realize, the trampoline that you are seeing, if that was your child jumping on the trampoline, it means all these things are available within the space. So if one of them misses or is misaligned, then it means at the end of the day we will not be able to achieve. So the key principle as you look at that is how the close coordination is worked on. Lastly, as we look into the future in terms of deposit insurance, we have realized automation is key. So as we look at risk management, how we look at them in terms of data analytics, those are the areas we are looking at as we work with our colleagues within Central Bank, which is our father, where we were created from. Initially, we were a department from Central Bank of Kenya. So the issue of dealing with the resolution tools, the options that we have, it becomes very important. Collaboration and partnership has been one of our key areas, and I know our engagement with KIPPRA will help us even in terms of how we align how do we ensure that as we deal with the deposit insurance, we have evidence-based kind of guidelines and operations, especially around the financial safety net players, that is the regulator, the policymaker, national treasury, then the deposit insurer. The issue of digitalization keeps on coming. That's an area that I think we need to look at collectively within the financial space, so that then we are able to ensure whether we are looking at digital currency, we are looking at mobile banking, whatever it is within that space, it becomes very important for us to look at. Then, of course, the emerging risks, when we are talking of the cyber risks, they are affecting the market. So indirectly, they're affecting the customers who have the money within the banks. So how do we deal with it? Then, of course, the issue of climate and how we are managing it. We know that central bank gave guidance to the banks how to deal with it. But again, increasingly, as we look at it, the question is how are banks positioning to ensure they deal with the compliance and effectively support the customers who are the key people within this space. I think that's all from deposit insurance. We can discuss more with time, and we are available if there are any questions to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. That was great. You are spot on. In fact, you have spared us some time. So you could be wondering, why is it that Nelson is presenting on financial stability? If you go through the financial sector strategy for the Vision 2030, there are 3 pillars that financial sector players are focusing on. One is access, one is stability, and the other one is efficiency. And for stability, from the context of what Nelson has presented, it gives confidence to members of the public that you are protected. And with confidence, then you know that uptake of the various instruments that our players are providing will be taken up. So it's an important space, and I think stability is a very good indicator of the financial health of the financial industry. And so thank you, Nelson, for keeping time and for your presentation that was spot on. So I'm informed there's a video they want to play. Then I will invite the next presenter, a short clip. Thank you. Thank you.
Ushirika with Alex Chamwada.
It was started in 1972 with a membership of about 700, which has grown to over 63,000 with an asset base of about 40 billion Kenya shillings.
From the SACCO, I've been able to take my brothers to school. I've also been able to build a house at home.
Yes, today we are focusing on Kenya National Police SACCO. The Kenya Police SACCO is one of the leading licensed deposit-taking SACCOs that operate front office services activities, commonly known as FOSAs. It was established under the Cooperative Society Act with the aim of mobilizing savings and providing affordable credit facilities.
The SACCO began in 1972 with a membership of 600, and that membership has grown. Currently we are 63,000. The SACCO is now about 40 billion Kenya shillings. 10 years ago, the SACCO was about 4 billion.
Initially, the society drew all its membership from the National Police Service and SACCO employees. However, the society revised its bylaws to open up the common bond. Currently, the membership includes active and retired regular and administration police officers, civil servants and salaried employees, business community, and spouse or child of eligible members.
Our SACCO's vision currently is to improve quality living for our members. If you can do your research and see how police officers are living now because of the organization, you will find that some of them have bought land, they live in urban centers, built houses in urban centers, bought plots all over. Our members have taken their children in the best schools, the universities. It has really changed the lives of the police officers.
Dina Akoth Ogacho, a police officer working at Pangani Police Station, is a proud member of the SACCO, and this is why.
I joined the force in 2002. And while I was in the course, I registered with the Kenya Police Sacco. I'm able to take my brothers to school. I've also been able to build a house at home. And apart from building my own house, I've built for my mother a house also. I'm also undertaking a degree course at St. Paul's University with the same amount of money that I get from Sacco.
The Sacco has a total of 8 branches countrywide in Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, Nyeri, Meru, Kisii, Nakuru, and Kakamega. One of the biggest achievements of the Sacco is automation of its services. It runs a mobile banking platform known as Mtawi.
Members can get services whether we are open or closed. So basically, members can save, members can borrow, members can access their statements. So basically, it's a virtual branch, and we've seen most of our members having the convenience of service delivery through Mtawi. So wherever you are 24/7, in all corners of this world. We call it a mobile branch because all our members carry it in their phone gadgets.
The Sacco is generally boasting of improved governance and management systems. Cooperative Bank of Kenya has played a key role in the automation of services.
We've done several projects with Cooperative Bank. The first project is that network of having a secondary bank where you keep your resources. So that is the accounts we hold with them. Number 2, when ATM services came into the industry, we partnered with Cooperative Bank, and they were able to help us issue our members with ATMs. And these were Visa ATMs where if you're a member of Kenya Police Sacco, you can still access your money from your account using a Cooperative Bank Visa. We call it Sacco Link. We also have internet banking where we can be able to transfer money and serve other clients, including members, suppliers, through internet banking.
Police Sacco and Cooperative Bank is actually a testimony of what we call one bank, one movement kind of a scenario. Members of Police Sacco today can walk to any Coop Bank branch or any Coop Bank kwa jirani agent and be able to transact seamlessly without knowing whether they are transacting inside their Sacco or outside. Same case, Cooperative Bank customers can be served in any of the Kenya Police Force branches across the country.
Mary Owor is a retired police officer who served for 32 years and later served in the National Police Commission as a commissioner. She is a former chairperson of the Police Sacco, and she reflects on the old, tedious manual systems at the Sacco.
At the time that I was chair, everything was manual. The checks were written by hand, and there were many. There could be more than 200, and there were 3 of us to sign those checks. So it meant somebody has to go around delivering the checks. Now you don't even know what is happening. You want money in the morning, in the afternoon you are told the money is in the bank.
The Kenya National Police Sacco has really improved the image of the police, where the perception the public had that we are so corrupt as police officers. Now we are paying the police officers, getting their money, and they are saving that little money. Our loan book now stands at 3 billion for the police. And this is the money they are earning from their salary.
The headquarters of the Police Sacco in Nairobi's Ngara area is the society's top landmark. It was opened by President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2016.
This building is an asset that is sitting in the balance sheet of the society. And basically whatever it is giving us is the brand capital and changed the face of Kenya Police Sacco.
The Sacco emphasizes that Cooperative Bank has played a key role in the Sacco's financial stability.
Of course, they also give us loans. Actually, it's our main bank, so they've been very handy. In fact, we've been running an overdraft facility with them. Not really borrowing, but at least a facility that in case you move into liquidity challenge.
We are the sole bankers of Police Sacco. We provide them with all their banking solutions and service. And the Sacco has been professionally run to to an extent that if you look at their level of efficiency and operations, Police SACCO ranks up there in this market. For all their training needs, we have a subsidiary corp consultancy and insurance agency that does training and capacity building for Police SACCO.
The SACCO has a subsidiary known as the Kenya Police Investment Cooperative Society, whose main objective is to mobilize members' savings and invest in prudently identified ventures in order to create wealth for members. Currently, the investment cooperative is selling plots of land at affordable prices in Kitengela, Isinya, and Kamulu, among other places. Mary Owor is enjoying her retirement thanks to the investments she made through the Police SACCO. She tells me she made improvements to her house in South Sea through SACCO loans and bought some parcels of land.
The SACCO bought 200 acres of land in Kajiado, Kitengela. And then we subdivided the land, and I bought 4 pieces of plot there. I sold those plots and bought a 5-acre plot in Kamulu.
The Kenya Police SACCO is a success story worth replicating. It is a unique case of ushirika, and like other SACCOs, it has had its share of challenges, but it has managed to overcome them.
In 2019, we are rated the best managed SACCO and we received a trophy for it. Last year, 2020, we were also voted the top award in the SACCO category of ISPAC. And we've had several trophies just because of the service excellence, the great performance, the great service delivery, the efficiency we are achieving, the technology.
Our key pillar here is on corporate governance. All of us, the board members, we have gone through the governance training by Center for Corporate Governance, whereby we know we should do the right thing.
With that, we come to the end of today's episode. Be sure to join us again next week for another informative ushirika story. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you. That is, thank you, very informative. You'll agree with me. I noticed that is Police SACCO, regulated by one of our regulators in the financial sector called SASRA. And I'm sure all of us here are members of a SACCO, and SACCOs are playing a very important role in enhancing financial inclusion. The other cooperatives that are not part of, under the ambit of SASRA, they are under the Commission of Cooperatives within the I think, State Department of Cooperatives, and we all work together. Thank you for that small video. I want to now invite the next second last presenter. I want to invite Peter. Peter is the CEO of Uwezo Fund, and I think he will say something about himself and take us through the next presentation for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just as the moderators introduced me, my name is Peter Lengapiani, CEO of Uwezo Fund, and I'm here on behalf of the Affirmative Action Funds. So when I do that presentation, I'm talking about Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund, and National Government Affirmative Action Fund. I'd like to just take you through on my presentation. I'd like to give you an introduction of probably the main category of the people that we finance as affirmative action funds, and the government policies that have set us as the AAFs, and the achievements of the AAFs, the role we play with the MSMEs. These are our critical sector, the bottom in the pyramid. These are the people we finance. Barriers encountered, these are the areas of conversation. What do we do to ensure that we overcome those barriers during financial inclusion, and some lessons learned and recommendation. With the research which was done by UNCTAD 2020, it shows that 90% of the businesses are on or they are under MSMEs, and 60% employ the world population. And also the contribution to the GDP, they contribute largely on the GDP, and also on the issues of attaining sustainable development goals, specifically goal number 8, which is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. That is our main role as AAFs. And in this presentation, we focus on the issue of financial inclusion. And basically, we look at the vulnerable groups. How are we including them into the financial sector? And this is actually a very good conversation. I think we were having a discussion with the CEO of Kipra that this is an area that we can think on how best can we improve and achieve most of these policy documents, Vision 2030, East African Vision 2050, African Union Agenda 2063, and United Nations SDG. On government policies that has formed these affirmative action funds, of course our constitution, especially Article 54, 55, and 66. These are the regulations which are talked about marginalized and vulnerable groups, including women, youth, and people with disability. Our Vision 2030, specifically on providing infrastructural support to small enterprises, and also enactment of the MSMEs Act 2012. Most of you have heard of MSEA, who play a role of ensuring that they regulate the MSME sector. And we also have the amendment of the Public Finance Management Act, where now the affirmative action funds falls under. We have WESO Fund, GAF, Youth Enterprise Fund, and Women Enterprise Fund. And they are designed to address unique needs of respective categories, especially women, youth, and people with disability. We also have the government access to government procurement opportunity, the 30% most of the government institutions are implementing. And ourselves as Affirmative Action Fund, we provide finances to these groups for them to actualize the 30% which is set aside. And also most of these affirmative action funds provide LPO, LSO financing for groups to achieve that. And then we have the Kenya National Trade Policy, which is a policy for the reduction of mainstreaming of MSMEs in the regional trade, with a view of critical role in job creation and poverty reduction. And lastly, Women Economic Empowerment Strategy of 2020 to 2025, whereby it talks about women in economic development, inclusion of women in economic development. So these are policies that guide us as affirmative action funds, and you see where we fall under. Just to take you quickly on what the affirmative action funds have achieved, with the WESO Fund having disbursed 7.1 billion to 1.4 million beneficiaries. This is a fund which is interest-free, that is 0% interest. And it gives you a grace period of 6 months, repayment period of 24 months. Then we have Women Enterprise Fund at 24.1 billion, which has benefited 2 million beneficiaries. It gives individual loans, it gives group loans, it gives LPO, LSO financing, and it also gives SACCO financing. We also have Youth Enterprise Fund, which has disbursed 6.2 billion to 1 million beneficiaries. Similarly, providing to the youth, funding youth groups, and also providing LSO and LPO financing. And finally, we have National Government Affirmative Action Fund. This is a grant. Unlike the earlier three, they give funds to groups, but they don't repay. And mostly they are county-based. The mandates of those funds: provision of affordable and accessible credit. This cuts across. As I said earlier, Uwezo Fund provides 0% interest. That means the amount of money you get, you return the same amount. Women Fund give at 8% administration fee, and similarly to Youth Fund, they give at 8% administration fee. NGAV, that is a grant, is not repayable. Enterprise development, that is capacity building, that's another mandate for the funds. And as you see, also the issue of support and facilitate marketing of goods and services. We provide platform where these groups can pitch their products online. For example, in Uwezo, we're using Google so that the groups can pitch their products. Women Enterprise Fund, they have a web Soko where they pitch their products, and most of the women, showcase their products there. Also value addition, as you can see there, some of the group which was doing soap using aloe vera, and with also the intervention of capacity building by Kenya Youth Empowerment Program to train them and to value add on what they do. What role does SMEs play in nation building? If we look at our statistics, we have 7.4 million SMEs in Kenya, which engage about 14.9 million. 98% of these SMEs are micro enterprises. So you can imagine which employ less than 10 people. Medium enterprise account for 0.2% of MSMEs in the economy. So most of our population lies in the SMEs, where now the affirmative funds support. And the sector accounts for 24% of the GDP. Female participation is noted to be relatively higher in micro enterprise compared to small enterprises. And lastly, youth make up a third of Kenya population, and 35% are employed by this sector, the MSE sector. Barriers faced by women, youth, and PWDs in SMEs. Again, as said earlier by the earlier speakers, limited access to adequate, affordable, and timely credit. This has really affected most of the groups to access these finances. And what we receive as Affirmative Action Fund, you can note the total out of the the four Affirmative Action Funds. They are barely 50 billion, what we have received cumulatively. So for us to reach the 98% is quite a big task. Inability to adapt technological change. Most of our clients are the mamambogas, the boda and the rest, those the lowest in the pyramid. So, and most of them, you realize that they are not connected to technology, and at times those challenges we face in terms of reaching out to them. A lack of international standards and control. This is also another challenge affecting most of the SMEs. Inadequate knowledge and skills, and with the advent of the technology and how these reach the market, and also on their products, on how they can reach even to various markets is a challenge. Inability to cope with pandemic and disaster. We had a big challenge, especially as Affirmative Action Funds, to reach to our customers during the COVID-19 and with the restrictions and due to inability for them to use technology. Limited information on market linkages. At times you get, they don't know where they can sell their products. But with partnership with various players, the Affirmative Action Funds are able to engage and sell their markets across For instance, there is a partnership with EcoBank, KCB, and we have been having discussion with various players across the East African, and they are able to market some of their products. Time is really running, and almost second last slide. Lesson learned and recommendation. Number one is de-risking. This is a sector which most of the financial institutions look as the most risky sector. And if we can de-risk the MSMEs so that they can access financing, so that they don't depend on the Affirmative Action Fund, even the other financial sectors can be able to participate. Leverage on technology, of course, with the advent of technology, we'll be able to ensure that these people in the sector can be able to access various services. Resource mobilization, again, with inadequate resources, and what we receive from Exchequer, involvement of private sector in this role will really increase a lot. Legislation, of course, some of the legislation which has been suggested have really affected the MSMEs. For example, the 1% you remember that which was suspended by the High Court. These are some of the aspects that really affect those lowest in the pyramid. Continuous capacity building is always paramount, that the MSMEs are capacity build on entrepreneurship skills and so on. Unified fiscal and legislative mechanism. We realize that in the county government we also have these funds, the empowerment funds at the grassroots level, but having a unified fiscal and legislative mechanism, we can be able to harness these resources to avoid duplication. Deliberate protection of the MSME through establishment of credit guarantee schemes. I know this is a discussion we picked with the National Treasury, so that most of these MSMEs can be supported by these schemes, and also ready access to information in the market. We realize that most of our MSMEs lack that information where they can sell. For instance, attending one of the county symposiums, and you find that most of the MSMEs, most of them doing poultry, doing eggs, they don't know where they supply these eggs to. And at times you look at the pricing, you look at the price of their egg, which is quite expensive compared to an imported egg, probably because of the inputs or the feeds, which are a little bit expensive. So it is difficult for them to break even. In conclusion, there are different needs by different MSMEs in Kenya and elsewhere. So it is important that the value chain, different value chain should be well understood and solution tailored towards those respective circumstances. And finally, while the new institutional structure of the county government is in place, it's only including SME owners and association to plan, making the local authorities to ensure that we have a standard way of addressing these issues to improve the likelihood of those SMEs. So this is main issues we face as Affirmative Action Fund. But again, in general, the impact for the MSMEs towards achieving growth and financial inclusion, the Affirmative Action Fund has made a lot of impact. And our outreach across the country cannot be not said much about, but our presence can be found even at the ward level, at the constituency level. So even ourselves, from where we come from, you always interact with a beneficiary of these affirmative actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for sharing with us those thoughts on what the national government Affirmative Action Fund is doing. And I think you're doing a good job in terms of reaching those excluded populations, and wish you well. So we have one presentation before we get to the panel discussion, and this is going to be a virtual presentation. I will request the Secretariat to facilitate the next presentation to be presented by Jonathan from Busara Center for Behavioral Economics. If you are ready, please, you could go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Very good. Okay, then let me share my screen. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'm working for the Busara Center for Behavioral Economics. We are a research consultancy that works with organizations and institutions to apply behavioral science to alleviate poverty. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about one project that we did that was in the space of inclusive finance with an organization called PayGo Energy, located in Nairobi. And yeah, I'm going to give you a quick overview of the space of cooking fuels, how what the impact of cooking fuels generally is, and how an innovative, new business model that acts in the space of inclusive finance has helped transform the lives of its customers. So let me kick off with what PayGo is and how this new business model works to give you an overview of that. First, where is this happening? This company provides a pay-as-you-go LPG service. I'm going to explain in a second exactly what that means to low-income customers in Kenya, the DRC, and the Philippines mostly. Those are the prime locations in which this business acts. And what's happening? So essentially what they're doing is they're attaching a meter, kind of a measurement device, to a gas cylinder, a simple everyday gas cylinder. And by that is able to measure and regulate the outflow of gas from their cylinders, which are provided to their customers at no initial costs. So in other words, customers sign up for the service and then get a cylinder, which normally costs a lot of money in the beginning, but they get it for no money, for no upfront cost, and then they pay as they go, as they use up the gas, essentially. And that really has, that has quite a unique, I think, impact, given that it reduces the upfront costs and it, smooths the cash flow of people that they have to expend on cooking fuels, which in that sense is essentially an asset finance model, which then includes far more people and enables access to far more people to use this cooking fuel. Little bonus, something else they do, which I thought was a smart twist on the business model, is by monitoring the household's usage, because this device that they attach that regulates outflow and measures the outflow is also connected to the internet. And because of that, they can predict customer X will run out of gas tomorrow, and in response, deliver the new cylinder before they run out. Meaning customers have a constant supply of cooking fuel without having to go get it themselves. So that's what the subject of this research really is. But now we kind of wanted to ask the question, so this little twist in making the financialization of this product more inclusive, what's the impact on people's lives, and where are the impacts? So there was a few questions that we kind of asked throughout the study that I've listed here. First, do people actually value purchasing LPG, liquid petroleum gas, in small quantities? Does this model enable access actually to people that without this model, this payment model, wouldn't be able to access LPG? Is there a specific impact on women? Do people save money? And is it making people's lives easier? Those are kind of the guiding questions overall, overarching our research. So we did a few things within the study. I'm not going to go into great depth about our methodology because I want to stick mostly to the impact that we assessed. but we did there was 3 kind of phases. One was a very data-driven analytics phase where we used the data that was created by this device that's attached to the cylinders and analyze transaction data, analyze usage of customers to then segment customers into different clusters. For instance, the customers that were like the high intensity, use them all the time, or the customers that sign up, use it a bit, and then stop using it. So different kind of behavioral patterns of customers. And then, we did a qualitative inquiry, which was kind of touch base with customers. What are their perceptions of this product? What are their opinions about it? How have they changed their behaviors, and maybe how have they changed their opinions about cooking fuel, about how they live their life now? Has that in any way changed? And then we also did that with a quantitative approach to quantify essentially the impact and compare trends between customers. And also there we also sampled non-customers, so we could compare between the 2 groups. So what do we learn? First, big finding: people love making the ability to make small payments for cooking fuel. In other words, this really fits people's real life, people's financial situation. I think it makes quite a lot of sense. A few low-income households have $40, $50 laying around to buy a gas cylinder. So all of a sudden being able to spend just a few dollars a day and also upfront on a gas cylinder really completely changed the game for them. So as a result, most of the customers would recommend it. We recommend the system, but we also went a bit deeper and asked, okay, so what would you recommend about it? What are the things that you enjoy about the system? What are the things that make this stand out for you? And the predominant thing, as I already said, the predominant thing was small payments. People love that that they can just buy gas bit by bit, and through pay we are enabled to use this. But there was also a few other reasons that were quite dominant. Convenience is another. I'm going to go into a bit more depth about this in a second, as well as overall cost, because overall people were able to reduce the cost for cooking fuel to an extent. And then security of having cooking fuel. I mentioned that PayGo predicts when customers run out of fuel and then delivers a new cylinder. So that's something that people enjoyed. And then health, which I hope makes sense, because other cooking fuels, more polluting, more kind of less modern cooking fuels like wood or charcoal, contribute to a very significant extent of air pollution. And given that, obviously, people enjoy greater respiratory health and less smoke in the house. But so part of the findings in our qualitative phase were the kind of daily inconsistent budgets that people have really fit well with small payments. Budgeting is really a kind of non-regulated and quite fluctuating, so it really fits people's lives well, that they don't have to plan for a very large expense just because their cash flow is unfavorable to them anyway, and then planning for a large expense would mean saving up, planning out the budget for a bit longer, and that's just not how their lives works, how their lives work. So this fits much better. Then we also looked into so how much are people spending in a day, just to kind of get a feeling what really is the kind of what does small payments really mean. And we really found that people are really going all in with very low payments every day that kind of vary between 20 cents to $0.50. On this plot here, you can see, I don't know how the arrow with a mean switched here. The 2 lines are the mean. But the most common purchase is 50 shillings. And then you have a bit of distribution around that, which we thought was quite interesting. And yet again, underlines how really inclusive finance can fit people's lives better and can enable people to use a product that otherwise they couldn't. Also, I already kind of touched on this a little bit. The new payment model that PayGo introduces is really enabling access, not just fitting people's lives well and making people's lives easier, but also people that otherwise just couldn't afford cooking fuel, cooking gas or LPG, same thing. I'll use those interchangeably. All of a sudden they can. So the stats on that are 25% of the customers had never used LPG before, and of those, 82% told us, if it wasn't for PayGo, I would not have been able to use LPG, which we thought was quite an impressive finding. Because if you calculate that together, 20% of all customers would not have been able to use LPG if it wasn't for the payment model that PayGo has introduced, which is quite a big finding, honestly. That's like a pretty significant share of people, and really, I think, like to us, this was quite striking as for the impact that this relatively simple twist on switching from a simple kind of transaction of a commodity to an asset finance approach. Also, something we found is the impact of on customers is not proportional across to the categories of gender. And there we found that women benefit in very unique ways. Particularly, most women of the households we surveyed were the people in the household that cook and that collect cooking fuel. Essentially, those who deal with cooking fuel in some way or another, or ways. And because of that, because of that, all impacts that I present, I think, disproportionately are far more relevant for women than they are for men, because women are the ones that, as I said, cook. Just to keep that in mind for the rest of my presentation. What about money? Customers really do save money, particularly customers that were new to cooking gas. Some customers of PayGo had used cooking gas before and just switched to PayGo because they enjoyed and benefited from the payment model more. But basically most customers said, we saved money because we're able to smooth our consumption like this, which yet again shows us how an inclusive financial approach can impact people's lives in a very beneficial way. Something they said, which was, I thought, interesting, and I wanted to share that, was that respondents kind of categorizes gas as kind of slightly more expensive than more traditional cooking fuels like firewood, for instance. But overall, they all indicated that, they saved money after kind of the bottom line looked more favorable to them than it did before they used PayGo. We go to the next slide. And then something where we wanted to was like, okay, that's nice that people save money, but what is it used for? And that was quite interesting, we thought, because so most people spend some of the saved money, 70% of people, and some of the saved money on general expenses, but also a good amount of people spend some of the money on some of the money goes into investment and into savings, which I thought was quite remarkable and really useful. And that helps build financial security. That helps. I think that's the main point. That helps build financial security, and which was quite impressive. It also saves time, yet again, especially for women, because they cook and collect cooking fuel. But most customers, almost all, indicated that they save time. But the most striking thing was how much. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that most kind of people save around roughly half an hour a day. But this is only showing the time saved for food preparation. I excluded another chart which looks basically the same, which is with respect to cooking fuel procurement. So like getting, going around and collecting firewood, for instance, or going to buy charcoal. Those in aggregate roughly save an hour a day. And this obviously especially applies to women. And if you then aggregate that by week. This, I thought, makes quite the impressive finding because it equates to roughly a full working day per week, which really is, yeah, outstanding. For just by a new approach to inclusive finance, they are able to save people a full working day a week, which then people use for a number of different activities, mostly working another job, generating more income for the household, or taking care of the household in some way were the two most predominantly pursued activities, which I thought was quite impressive.
Present to us, typical of what is facing households as they face the challenges that we face in a day-to-day basis. So that brings us to the end of the formal presentations, and I want us to go to the panel discussion. I will make it very brief, and I've asked Peter to stay back for a minute, just in case there's a question that members will have to ask on the Affirmative Action Fund. So he's staying back briefly. So I'll go straight to our panelists. Our panelists have drawn a good mix of skills. We have, and I did meet them with Samuel. Thank you, Samuel. Then Kevin, Raphael, and Joachim. Thank you. I think I will skip Kevin. You'll come last. So I have 3 sets of questions, which I just want to put across to, I think, each of you to handle based on your perspectives. Then after that, I will give Kevin a chance to give his remarks, and he can mention something about the questions. Then I'll open up to the plenary, maybe 1 or 2 questions to any of the participants that you might have, either to the presenters or to my panelists. My first question to you, I just want to pick your, that is Samuel, Raphael, and Joachim. I just want to pick your thoughts very briefly on this subject that we're discussing about financial inclusion, and from the space in which you are playing, what are some of these policy gaps that you are picking out as you do your day-to-day work? If I could start with Joachim.
Thank you very much. Just to introduce myself again, I'm planner Joachim Nyarangi from the Kenya Institute of Planners, practicing planner and also a GIS expert. Right to your question, and also to thank the presentations that have been very elaborative on the issue of financial inclusion, which is seemingly not covering what we are seeing in terms of demand in our country. One of the biggest policy gaps, I come from the land sector, this is land use planning. One of the biggest gap is urbanization, the urbanization ecosystem. You know, with the urban areas, then we have concentration of people, concentration of innovation, and markets in that regard. And it is one of the spaces that we are clearly missing and lacking in efforts to have financial inclusion. And this has resulted in our people suffering in the urban areas. They are trying their best, waking up very early, you know, the mamambogas, and they're putting in the work, but they're still in the same cycle of poverty and the children and so on. So it's very important that we enable them to access meaningful and affordable financial products and services that are delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. And I think I've not had those statistics, but from what I get is that this group are very good in terms of repaying any of those loans or or credit that they get, especially when they get into business. So one of the policy gaps is on sustainable urbanization, which combined with innovative technology will provide opportunity to finance to finance city development funds and achieve financial inclusion for urban communities. Let me give two examples. When COVID came, you remember we closed our markets and increased vulnerability to all these people. We are now in a program where we want to reopen the markets and develop markets in the key urban areas, and providing that as an ecosystem for financial inclusion. We will map out all the vendors, because in a market they'll be allocated spaces. We'll map up all the vendors, and using GIS technology, be able to leverage on them, digitally paying, so they don't get the harassment of the kanjo coming every day. But from that database, then we're able to get to financial institutions and just tell them, look, we have 2,000 vendors here who might need access to credit daily, even at 5% daily interest rates, and they're able to pay by the end of the day, as long as they're sure that this product is there the next day and the next day and the next day. And in that way, we're able to raise revenue for our urban authorities to make sure the markets are running and the facilities and the water and the electricity is supplied, but also give dignity to this group. I can imagine with that program running for a while, we'll be able to even leverage on other products, be it insurance, health, education, and probably with time have them financially included and hopefully get them out of the poverty cycle that we've been into. So urbanization and planning for urbanization is one of the gaps.
Thank you. Thank you. Yakim, I think I want to go to Samuel. Someone from where you sit, Kenya Bankers Association. I'm sure you have a helicopter view of some of the challenges that are playing in this space, and I think some of the policy recommendations that you have. Let me just pick your thoughts on what you think about the financial inclusion space and what is being done, and just highlight on the gaps, policy gaps, very high level.
Thank you. But before I highlight on the policy gaps, let me just take us back slightly to the numbers that were paraded by, I think it was Chironga that provided from the central bank. We seem not to have a problem with financial inclusion at 84%. It seems to have actually plateaued. Now, where we have a problem with is actually the financial health component, because he did mention that is a deteriorating trend in terms of the ability of people to use the financial services that have been supplied for purposes of cushioning the shocks that are in place. And that points to a very critical issue that I think we need another day to discuss, the issue of utilization of credit. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about having a bank account where it's a conduit for your salary, but a bank should be able, you should be able to also access credit. And now that's where I think there is a lot that would need to be done. And I'm happy to note that from the WESO Fund, there is initiatives towards de-risking, mention of de-risking SMEs. So the concerns would be now on the supply side, because the numbers that we have had today is really from the demand side. So an understanding from the supply side is that SMEs are still considered as risky. One, because 98%, as we were told, actually micro in nature. They are also highly informal in their operations. Today they are in one corner, the other day they are in a different corner. Today they are selling shoes in one corner, the other day they are selling airtime in another corner. So that kind of business operation is definitely to a large extent informal. So we really need programs for de-risking the MSMEs to make them appealing and attractive to the bankers. Because at the end of the day, a bank loan is a long-term contract in nature. So you'd want, as a bank, definitely to be able to position yourself well, and even the SME on the other side, to be able to prove that they have a long-term view of business going forward. So the initiatives that have come through, and I think I must laud the government too, because of the creation of the Yes. So the credit guarantee scheme, in as much as, well, it has been implemented now for about 2 years, but there's still leverage for us to improve. Yes. The uptake of the credit guarantee scheme is a critical aspect because at the end of the day, now that SMEs, we are ongoing with the bit of de-risking them. Like at KBA, we do capacity building for SMEs. We have access to about 10,000 SMEs through the National Chamber of Commerce. And we do webinars, we do trainings on how to formalize their operations. To a large extent, many have actually transitioned from being extremely risky to being very attractive to banks. And they have had contacts with banks and now are doing very well. Many have been scaled from being micro to being small and now getting into medium enterprises. The other bit that now that I'm discussing about the credit market, it's also important that we discuss the credit market in full in terms of the general pricing conditions in the banking sector. Because at the moment, remember 2016 to 2019, we had interest rate caps that actually did not deliver the intended outcomes because we actually saw a contraction in credit to the private sector. Really because when you price it so low, those that are deemed risky would therefore not be able to access the credit. Now, again, after that was repealed, we are now in the space of risk-based pricing. While at that, of course, there is a pace to which the industry has taken with regard to adoption of risk-based pricing. Now, that continues to exclude a larger component of the market, particularly those that are deemed to be risky. So we need a very elaborate program strategy for de-risking MSMEs. And one of them, of course, is the partnerships through the credit guarantee scheme. The other opportunity that I saw with, from the presentation from Uwezo Fund is that, and even the AFC presentation is that there are opportunities for risk sharing. Because as a bank, definitely whenever a bank would be facing a risky borrower, the interest, of course, is to mitigate the risk. And how do you do that? The opportunity is either partner with another funder and share the risk, or take up the risk in full. So the opportunities within the funds that have already been created, like the Uwezo Fund, the AFC Fund, really to partner with institutions such as banks for purposes of now accommodating the MSMEs, for instance, are definitely going to be important. The other final thing that I would want to mention is about the opportunities within the digital transformation that we have. And I think for a long time we've talked about the helicopter numbers, about the path towards financial inclusion. But I think there is a lot of opportunity when we get into the granularity of the data within that customers would actually be able to present. Because the digital transformation that we would like, or is actually very, very critical, as we could see from the Busara presentation, is that it kind of tries to capture the benefits from the behavioral features of a customer. And for us to be able to use even artificial intelligence and other technologies that have come on board, it really goes down to the point of addressing the behavior of the customer at the end of the day. Then be able to put a credit score for that customer against their behavior. Now, that is an opportunity to transform and be able to sort the information asymmetry that currently exists between the banker and the customer. So we have an opportunity to now open that box of financial inclusion numbers and start looking at a customer from the point of view of their behavior, now tapping into the technology that we have that can actually be leveraged quite effectively for purposes of enhancing access, as we saw for the case of LPG gas, which can actually be applied for the case of banking services. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, for your reflections on on financial inclusion from an SRO perspective. For those of you who don't know SRO, that is self-regulating organizations. That's where Kenya Bank Association falls. I want to get to, that is Raphael. From the supply side, I just need to pick your thoughts from the supply side as a banker. And please tell us briefly about yourself.
So thanks very much for having me. My name is Raphael Agung. I'm currently serving as the Chief Economist for NCBA Bank. First is just congratulations, Dr. Rose Ngugi, and your team for the fantastic conference. I think I've spent half the day here, and the information and the learning has been great. Yes, you'd classify financial institutions, i.e. banks, from the supply side. But if I take it more holistically, I think the FinAccess survey, of course, baseline 2006, now 2021, the latest report gives us a very comprehensive lens on the question of inclusion. And yes, that's a singular survey, albeit longitudinal, but that still with the authority that I think the numbers were presented are impressive in terms of just the leaps that have been made. But the presenter, Chironga, I think did make a point, and I think he didn't have as much time to emphasize it. So I just want to emphasize that because I think it's very important, and I'll tie it to your direct question to me. Of the 4 key variables, the headline number, of course, is access, because we are talking about inclusivity. Who has, in the last 1 year, has access to a transaction account or financial services, as it were, and then you count that and you say we've lived from just under 25 to potentially 85 and beyond, and that's impressive. And so lazily you can stop there, but I think the more critical variable that requires deeper reflection is the 3rd and 4th, and he did mention them. That is one, a quality question, and some of the financial technology presentations, including Tiriongo's commentary, is touching a bit on that, the quality question, but more critically, and which is why I like the last virtual presentation that you made, is on the question of actual impact. So there's no question that beyond the dazzle around the numbers and all that we are loading, the actual impact on people's lives, as was demonstrated by the Busara presentation. But in there lies what I see from a supply side as a challenge, and I'll go right direct to it. One is and this is the nature of economic outcomes. So you drive a positive goal, i.e. access, but you end up with a negative externality on the 4th quadrant. So the negative externality here is on the impact question. You've ended up with huge debt burdens at the household individual level or the retail level, because we provided digital credit. You've had everybody on Fuliza and everybody else, the anecdote that was given to you. You've driven debt sustainability question at the individual level of ways that will begin to have, as it were, as always happens in negative externalities, difficult connotation. And that presents to me what I see as a significant regulatory challenge. Yes, we do have the just passed law. We now have digital lenders coming within the ambit of the central bank, and I can see why, but I still do not see the policy smarts, even in the proposals themselves, that's going to make them be able to go at it. So I see regulatory policy challenges at actually 2 levels. One is just a systemic question of who is in, who is out, and do you regulate at a systemic level, do you regulate product level? And the product connotations are as huge. Nobody even knows, for instance, that we were at stable coins, which is what M-Pesa is, almost 2 decades ago. The world is dealing with stablecoin right now. So I don't see, even however smart the regulator is, I don't see how bringing all this together is going to work. But more importantly, even on the digital credit itself, and I think that was your point, Tiriongo, in it is systemic and almost traditional inequalities of the same type that we've dealt with all along. So credit scoring models have to, by necessity, build in themselves biases. And for me, I cannot see the state of our regulation right now addressing that in ways that will meaningfully alleviate inequality questions, which is what the inclusion goal is about in the first instance. So I just think it's a complex and very, very interesting development for me as a researcher. I mean, I spend every hour just thinking on this, and I cannot help but admire the problem that the regulator is faced with going forward. So I'll stop there in the interest of time. I know you are getting extremely impatient. Thanks.
No, it's okay. Thank you, Raphael. I think I'll just emphasize the point that Samuel had brought out, just the need to dig deeper into the numbers that Chironga gave us here. And I think it's a challenge that we need to take up. I think all people in this room are policy analysts. And just to pick up on what Chironga had presented, I think he started over a definition to look at the fintech space and what they're doing within the financial sector. And on that space, I just want to bring on board Kevin. If you could just take 2 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, why you're addressed, and very briefly, what you're doing.
Thank you.
That relates to financial inclusion.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Mutiso. I wear 2 hats. I am the chairman of the Digital Lenders Association of Kenya, and I'm also the CEO of a startup called Oye. Today I had prepared a presentation that was going to take 10 minutes, but I've distilled it to 2 minutes. So I was going to talk about 3 main things. Who is DLAC? So who are we? We are the body self-SRO, as Mr. Kuloba has referred to, that put together all the what we call mission-driven fintechs. So in the digital lending space, we had 2 players. One were those ones who are calling you and debt shaming you and breaching privacy data laws. Then there are those of us who are trying to solve for the financial inclusion question. And what DLAC did is we've tried to be at the table when regulation was being prepared for our industry. Second is we have done a lot of marketing to tell the market about the 2 sides of the marketplace. And third, what we've done is we've done a lot of research. So if you go to dlak.co.ke, you'll find a lot of papers that we've published coming from the industry side. The second thing I wanted to speak about today was I wanted to plant a seed. The seed was using the 7th generation principle when making important decisions. And I thought that because I'm at a policy makers event, this would be very relevant to them. And for me, what the 7th generation principle means is that when you're making a critical decision, ask yourself, who do you represent 7 generations from now, and what is the impact of the decision you're going to make? And speaking as a fintech, 3 things come to mind. One of the big challenges we have in our industry is tax predictability. Our investors are from all over the world. In DLAC, I have people from the US, the EU, China, India, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. So a lot of money is coming into the space, but one of the things that they fear the most is the tax unpredictability. So our recommendation is that we have an MTP every 5 years. Perhaps we should be having a tax policy that follows every 5 years and doesn't change. The second thing is modernizing our bankruptcy laws. Startups are extremely risky, and a lot of the people who take the risk are usually unable to come out of the challenges they may face if they fail. I have had a failed startup. I lost 100 million shillings, and I can tell you how it was very difficult negotiating out of some of the debt agreements. And if it wasn't for having good investors, I may not even be here today. And third, of course, is innovation funds. I think Peter expressed what's happening in government, but in the startup ecosystem, what would be very useful is much larger tickets, so bigger amounts of money going to very specific areas of innovation that, again, help Kenya achieve its objectives. And then the final thing I was here to do today is to say thank you to my regulator, because the startup I ran called Oye was only able to achieve what it has because of innovation within the IRA. So what we've done is we've been able to design a product that gives boda riders, so not the bike, the rider, personal accident cover where they get up to 10,000 shillings hospital cash, and they get that cover for free. And the way we've designed it is that they go to the petrol station to fuel. When they fuel up to 90 liters, they get 30-day cover. And the idea is that every 30 days, they will have cover for 12 months. We launched on Feb 24th. We have over 10,000 riders on our platform. We have issued 350 insurance policies, and we're growing every day. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Kevin. I think that's very good work you're doing. I encourage you to continue. And I think that's going to encourage self-uptake of our financial products. I just want a question to Raphael and Samuel. And this is basically the question is, why is it that with all these stories we've had since we started the presentations today, and even since yesterday, we've got very good discussions. But specifically for this afternoon session, why is it that we are still discussing issues of financial access and financial inclusion in this era? And we have very many of these innovative options that we have on our table. I don't know what proposals you might have in terms of innovative solutions, especially now with the digital currency playing in this era. I don't know what kind of proposals you might have in terms of solutions. I want to limit it because of the nature of the work you guys are doing. Just to pick your thoughts, why is it still a challenge to access finance? And what kind of solutions in terms of products quickly comes to your mind? And I think after they are given, I just want to open to if you have any question to our panelists, or so that I don't waste Peter's time for having held him back. At least you favor me with one question to him. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing that continues to impede, and I did mention earlier in my earlier remarks, utilization of financial services is, of course, it comes from the cost. And I think, as we did mention, the issue of granularity, can we open that basket of the costs that a bank would face before they can actually price that loan where they price it? So the other bit is about the risk of the borrower. One thing that is important to invest in is information, and it's good that we are here with Kevin from DLAC, and we talk about the credit information systems that we have in place that actually have been a journey in trying to improve the credit information sharing mechanisms so that banks have a way of knowing at the end of the day when a customer walks in with their credit report, they can actually get a history of where they're coming from and how they have behaved in the past. Because character is important. Now that any lending engagement that a bank would be getting into is actually contractual, and they would actually be taking a risk on it. So the objective of a bank at any given time is to mitigate that risk. And one way is about, if that information can be availed, even develop that system of the credit information sharing mechanism, which is actually what establishes the credit reference bureaus, which had actually worked very well because customers could use it as a form of collateral. When you have a good credit report, it's a form of collateral. And before long, as you establish relationships with your banks, they actually have a good record. And before long, you will actually not need a collateral, a physical collateral like land title to access credit. So one thing has been that impedes access to credit is really from the price of credit. And price reflects risk at the end of it all. So the idea is we need to have very clear interventions towards de-risking the MSMEs programs that have been paraded for the SMEs are very good to really de-risk them. Their viability in terms of the engagements that they do. It's good to follow up what they do. I like the model that is applied in Japan. Allow me to just say something about it. What Japan does is that they actually have a mapping of all the SMEs, and they understand what they are doing at any given time. They understand their needs in terms of markets, and there is a whole framework in government in actually trying to address the problems faced by SMEs from the point of view of starting up to business development. So as they start off, they already have a long-term view in nature. They know that when we grow to this level, we'll be exporting these goods to Kenya at year 9, for instance. And then the government goes ahead to now even establish markets for them, and other partners now come in. Now, when a bank knows that you are in an elaborate framework that is likely to ensure that there is a long-term view to the performance of SMEs, it's very easy to plug in and partner with that SME. The other bit, and of course this really again speaks to the issue of the digital transformation that we have. We have a lot of advantage now with the evolution of mobile banking and mobile loans that we have at the moment, leveraging on the artificial technology background that we have in that, because that fills that space of lack of information, because then on the back end, banks can see your performance, your transactions on M-Pesa, for instance, and they know that for this customer, you can actually expose them to this level in terms of credit. Now, of course, that can only enable access to very minimal amounts for a start, but that's graduated over time. Maybe I'll allow Raphael to mention about the experience with one of their products that is actually graduated from level to level.
Sorry, thanks. Yeah, I think you ask a very difficult question. Why do we have access problems? Why do we still have why is access still an issue, if I got your question correct? Yeah. And I think there's two ways to look at it. If you look at the headline number, as I'd said, it's almost done. What I think is left is, in terms of the excluded, is people who actually don't reflect in any meaningful economic way. You can only be counted in the data if you have capacity to transact, all right? Because it's based on transaction accounts. You're 85. There are people who don't, and I hate to say this, 60 years post-independence, the reality is there are people who don't even appear in the data, and that will remain both our development challenge and its work that I don't think it can only end when we breathe our last lives here. But the components of access, I think there's remarkable progress at different stages. Where I see a positive movement is on the savings and the investment angle. And I think potentially, yeah, banks, let me be self-deprecating here a bit. I think banks have something to explain there, because we have not inspired as much saving and investment. Yes, granted that there's a whole economic development question around that feeds into the saving numbers and XYZ. But even for the component that we have, I feel that if from a product innovation and a reward point of view, savings and investment can be powered much more dramatically, then we'll be able to see a little bit more of the quality questions that you raise with regard to access improving. But I don't think our work will end. It will just take a different definition. So inclusion will move to something else, in my view. I don't think there's a day, maybe till end of eternity, when we'll say everybody's included. It will just take different permutations and combinations. But we'd rather deal with the more qualitative aspects of inclusion than the fact that someone doesn't even have access to transaction accounts. So we've done very well on payments. I think almost everybody can do payments to the extent that you want, but that's just the entry level. And so these platforms have to help us find a way of keywording for the saving investment questions. And my industry, for instance, has a lot of explaining to do there, or work to do. Yeah, admittedly, thanks.
Thank you, Raphael and Samuel. And I think I do agree with you. If you look at the chart that Jironga showed us here, we were at almost hitting 90-something for access. But there was another bar line, another line down there, which was showing informality. Why is it that people are still keeping money in their mattresses? Why is it that people are still trusting friends? Why is it that people are still going to chamas and they don't want to go to formal financial institutions to access finance? It's a question that we need to address, and I think I agree with you. If we address as service providers within the financial sector, what is this value proposition that we're giving to our customers? Are they getting value in the products that you are offering them? And if they do that, I'm sure they will voluntarily take up our products. I want to open up this session to anybody with a question or a comment. I just want, you'll excuse me, I'll just pick two. The lucky two, I think I'll pick the ones that are, their hands are already up. That gentleman and that one.
Yeah, thank you. By introduction, I'm Kefa Simiu. So it's just a quick follow-up from last year's conference. We understand one of the key issues was about youth engagement and participation. So now my question to the four of you is, what have you done in your various capacities to ensure that the voice of young people is being felt wherever you are? Then secondly, in terms of the issue of financial inclusion, there was a gentleman from the central bank who mentioned something about SIM deregistration, that most young people were actually looking forward to that particular opportunity, which in my view could be that because these young people lack opportunities to any meaningful employment. So once again, back to you. What are you doing in terms of creating an enabling environment? Because it is not just enough for we as young people to be told about national values, the value of someone meeting the obligations. If you borrow, you have to repay. But again, life is hard out here. So what are you doing about it? Then lastly, to the gentleman representing SMEs. Yeah, since you have indicated that a quarter of the economy depends on SMEs, but still, we as young people, we are finding it really hard to either create jobs or to find an enabling environment. So perhaps in your position, what are you doing so that the government comes down to us young people so that it assists us to get the opportunities that we need? Thank you.
Thank you. The other question is there. I think since you asked your question to all of them, I will let them, as they give their closing remarks, they actually address your issue. Unless it's very specific to one of the presenters or the panelists.
Yes. Hello. I'm Faustin from Kisii University, and to whom it may concern, it's about SMEs again. And from the data from KNBS, we are told that SMEs contribute to about 40% to the GDP of our country, and there are about 7.2 million SMEs in Kenya, of which only 1.2...
Just go straight to your question.
Anyway.
Without the background.
Yes. What are the strategies you as from the field of SMEs have in place to make sure that the SMEs at least make to 6th anniversary so that we may benefit from them? Because most of the SMEs, more than 70% of it does not make it to even 2nd anniversary after they are created or born.
Is it a very burning question? I don't know what is the meter for burning, but I will give you the last chance.
Thank you very much. My name is Makambito. I'm a research scientist. My question is basically to the Uwezo Fund and the others. And we initially talked about the gig economy and how much money is bringing to the economy. And you understand that most of the business that have been established in the gig economy, like Facebook, Uber, they have been funded by the venture capitalists or angel investors. The level of angel investment in Kenya and venture capitalists is very poor. So how do we expect this gig economy to come up like the American ecosystem, like the Facebook and the Google and the rest, if the venture capitalist aspect is very poor and the banks are not willing to touch these people who have creativity and innovative? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it was worth it. I'll start with you, Peter. You can address that. I think I'll just come to the panelists to give their final submissions as you address the concerns of our two colleagues.
Thank you. Maybe I can respond from here. And thank you for that question, Vito. And on the major investment on how we can support the local enterprises to grow and provide big capital. We need to start from somewhere. And I know all of us have a role to play, both government and private sector. And as an affirmative action fund, especially for the young people who cannot access collateral, probably in major financial institutions, we are there to help you to start from somewhere. And the only thing you need, for instance, for you to access Uwezo Fund is for you to be a member of the group. You don't even need collateral. Maybe you just open the bank account the other day. We don't look at your bank statement of what is in your account. What we look at is what is called social security. Once you are there as a group, then you start together. I know in terms of those groups which have benefited more, I can say especially youth have a challenge in terms of sustaining those groups. So it is a call to us as young people. Can we ensure that our groups are also sustainable? Whether you get employment elsewhere, let us ensure that we are consistent. Women groups have been consistent and they are able to access finances. So for us to reach that gig economy where you can now get financing of the high level, we have various products. For instance, in Youth Fund, there is a product that you can get a financing of up to 5 million. Once you are able to pitch your business well, you have started, you have grown from somewhere, then you can be able to get up to a maximum of 5 million. Women Fund, for those young ladies, you can also access up to 1 million if you know you have a certain product that you're investing in. The only thing is the process, and that process is very key, and we need to remember on that. Probably just to quickly also input on somebody saying that most of these SMEs will not see their 6th anniversary. It is true, quite a high percentage die in their 2nd anniversary. And what makes them collapse? Maybe that is also another thing we need to understand. What makes these businesses collapse during their 2nd anniversary? I think my friend here from AFC mentioned about young people going to purchase Subaru rather than doing the needed business. So the moment we establish our business plan, and we will be trained, we do capacity building before you access this fund. Ensure that you put that money into that business plan, implement it, and do even a research. Do a research, because if all of us go to quail business, you know, then what will happen? Everybody there will have quail and your business collapse. Let us do research. Let us see what is available. Let us also not rush into an opportunity. For example, there is one group which we funded. They saw an opportunity of cabbages being very cheap in Mombasa. The cabbage was going at, one cabbage was going at almost 60 shillings. And this person came from Kiambu. A cabbage was going at 15 shillings. So he saw an opportunity. And he said, I'll reap big. He forgot that he's not the only one who is reading the newspaper. So the following day when he was in Mombasa, there was a flood of cabbages. So at the end of the day, you know, you sell it at a throwaway price. That is the problem we have as a country. And we need to change our strategy. We need to change the way we do business. And we'll be able to see our businesses progress. Government has given us an opportunity. It has given us these affirmative funds. The moment I have grown, for instance, like even I talked about the 30% government AGPO. And we had even a conversation that once a group, for example, a youth group or a women group, has succeeded with AGPO for some time, then we need to have a face over, so that we can bring others to benefit. So if you have done business with government under AGPO, then when your business becomes stable, then now go to the commercial world. Start paying the taxes, and so on, because now your business is stable. But, the moment now we have, even men now have AGPO certificates, They are men who are trading with the women and youth certificates. Why? Because now all of us have concentrated there. So these are areas we need to think about. How do we change and ensure that these opportunities are available for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think it was worth you waiting. We can now release you. Peter is going very far, and we wish him safe journey. Now, I think we are now just closing, and just give your closing remarks as you also address the issues, but just 1 minute to each of you. And as you do that, I also want to leave you with one question. What is this one overarching issue that you think government needs to address to be able to take care of the issue that we've been discussing with respect to financial inclusion? And I think you just go in the order in which you are seated. I think I will start on the extreme end. Just 1 minute, please.
Thank you again, and thank you for those questions. Starting with your question on one issue, we need a development planning policy that will coordinate all efforts and all resources into national, county, and local development. And in that way, maybe we'll realize a good environment and space for innovation and for financial inclusion. Maybe just to also answer the questions, one of the solutions that we are having is inclusive participatory planning, that is data-based. And this will give the youth information on what the demand is. If we're able to do our planning properly for our country and our county, we'll be able to know actually where these cabbages will be required in the next 5 years. So when you go into it, you know how, if it is on technology, we'll be able to know what kind of technology we'll be able to leverage, like what my colleague is doing with the border borders, and there are so many. We have if you go into farming, how to link farmers with the markets. If you go into industry, all this Juakali sector and the current national psyche on Juakali development, how do we then leverage this with the market? So we know we actually need more beds, we need more furniture, we need more carpentry, we need more textile, and we're able to focus on that. And then availing the products that then are required within our nation and beyond. And we are saying that urban areas then provide worthwhile investment destination because of the numbers and the concentrations that are in there.
Thank you. Samuel? 1 minute. Sorry, that's Raphael.
All right, thanks. You say, well, thanks for having us. And you raised a very important question, which is, I think, an anthropological problem with our capital market structure. So you're saying, and I completely agree, how do we have a thriving gig economy when your venture capital finance is literally zero? I don't think I'd be that pessimistic. I think it doesn't have to come from here, and that's the beauty of open capital accounts, free flow of capital. I think that venture capital, wherever it sits, will chase the opportunity where it finds. That's the beauty of the market system. And I think to the extent that we embrace that openness, I have no problem about good ideas being funded from wherever. And just to give you comfort, whilst it's true that from the capital market side, as I said, anthropologically there's a struggle, but we did have M-Pesa, which, as I said, is a stable coin, was 15 years ahead. It played to our anthropology at the time, because that's why it's not been very easily replicable. If you look at the nature of the urban-rural sort of dynamic in the Kenyan context, gave us a unique innovation lab that powered M-Pesa. So I think innovation will take different permutations, and I think where finance comes from is a function of the country's wealth. The US is very wealthy, so we find their venture capital finance having that sort of gig up. In our case, I think it will be time before we get there, but for the foreseeable future, we should be able to get good ideas attracting the capital that it requires. It just needs to be a good idea. It will get the money. That's how I'd look at it. Thanks.
That one thing that you think government should do?
Yeah, I think the government is already doing it. So they have their key think tank, KIPPRA, doing the thinking. So they should continue doing this.
Thank you.
And as long as KIPPRA keeps thinking and advising government, we'll get smart policy, we'll solve difficult problems. So government needs to give KIPPRA more funds to continue doing the research. That's the one thing, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Samuel?
Thank you. Maybe just to address the question of what we are doing about the youth. At Kenya Bankers Association, being the umbrella body for all banks, we have a program, an enterprise development program, which is really targeting the startups, where most of them are actually youthful. The entrepreneurs would be the youth. So it's called an Inuka Enterprise Program, which actually builds capacity of the enterprises that have been set up to grow in a formal way. So exposing them to the tax policy, exposing them to the business strategies that are in place, cash flow management, exposing them to proper financial record keeping is an enterprise. So in that program, we continuously update the list of enterprises, which actually comprise of youthful entrepreneurs. And over 10,000 of them actually registered with us. So you have a chance to, as you grow your business, you partner with us for purposes of developing and actually being given, availed with information that is necessary for you to grow as an enterprise. The parting shot, banking sector, if you look at the total loans that have been extended by banking sector to the private sector, is to the tune of 3 trillion shillings. So you can imagine, even as we talk about developing enterprises, giving incentives to MSMEs, we would have a stronger effect if we gave some incentives to this sector that is actually lending 3 trillion shillings to the entire economy, because that would be directly passed through to the consumers. Because at the end of the day, the costs that banks face are actually passed through. So incentives that banks enjoy will also be passed through to the consumers. So I think it is important that we treat the banking sector as an enabler and not as an enabler of economic transformation rather than a sector just like any other, because we cut across, we oil the economic activities across all the sectors. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin, one minute.
I'll start with the gentleman on youth. I know I don't look it, but I'm youth also. So when I'm sitting at these types of forums, I make sure that our voice is heard. In addition to that, the types of products we're building for people like in the boda industry, the reason we chose this is because we realized that the boda industry is the first entrepreneurial game most people can play. So we wanted to help them de-risk the game, and we wanted to empower them to make more money. So our overarching goal is actually to help the boda rider make more money. In terms of enabling environment, I am I think a baby or a proof that we have gotten an enabling environment, because our product went through what is known as the Insurance Regulatory Authority BIMA Lab, a cohort for an idea where insurance technology companies come and present ideas that impact society, and they give us access to insurers, give us access to the regulator, and of course give us the permission to roll out. And then in terms of VC, one of the things that I'd say is that we have to be deliberate about it. When we were fundraising for OYE, we set aside at least 40% for the local investor, and we actually took an extra 6 months to get the money because of how hard it is to convince a Kenyan to invest in a startup. But we didn't give up. We were able to get the 40% filled, and the idea is to help them taste the return that comes from these types of assets. And then finally, what's the overarching thing? Tax predictability. If we're able to plan for tax and we're able to get incentives, as my colleague said, that will pass through to the consumer and benefit Kenya overall.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you all for your time. I think we've come to the end of this session, and I wish to ask you to join me in thanking my panelists and the presenters for a job well done. Kindly clap for my team. And I think at this point, I think we could actually take our leave, take our seats, and I wish to hand over the program to... You have a microphone where you are? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let's appreciate that panel discussion. My apologies, I had to run up to the Secretariat because we had to make a decision about the breakaway sessions, which will not be held today. My proposal is that we will run them concurrently tomorrow alongside one of the conversations that will be happening here. So I will give you the full brief first thing tomorrow morning, but as of now, we will have to come to a close because you will agree with me, it's been a very long day. I'm sure many of you are very tired and we need to call it a wrap. All right, I guess on that note, I want to say thank you all so much for being so patient, especially those of you who have remained until now. It's been a long day, but we've had some incredible conversations. I want to say thank you to all the chairs of the panels, the speakers, and the panelists as well. So good night for now. See you tomorrow at 8 in the morning. You can clap for me.